Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The morning Shen Yun's life, changed forever, began with failure. He knelt in the outer disciple courtyard of the Cloudriver Sect, palms pressed against cold stone, attempting for the 214th time to draw ambient qi into his dantian. Around him, disciples half his age completed the same exercise without strain. A 12-year-old girl to his left had already formed a wisp of pure white energy above her palm, her face scrunched in concentration, but her meridians open and willing. To his right, a boy who had joined the sect 3 months ago cycled qi through his body with the ease of breathing. 3 years of membership in this sect. 3 years of eating bland spirit rice and sleeping in a drafty barracks with a leaking roof that the maintenance elders never bothered to fix because outer disciples were not worth the formation jade. 3 years of gathering herbs on the mountain slopes while others fought spirit beasts, earned contribution points, and climbed the ranks toward glory and immortality. And Shen Yun had nothing to show for it except calloused hands and an empty core. Shen Yun. The supervising elder's voice carried the weight of exhaustion mixed with pity. Elder Lu was not a cruel man, merely tired, and tired men defaulted to efficiency over compassion. The sect provides shelter to those who contribute. Your mortal tempering body has shown no advancement in 9 months. Consider whether your path lies elsewhere. I'll break through, Shen Yun said, though the words tasted like ash. I can feel the qi. It's right there. Feeling is not channeling. A blind man can feel the sun's warmth, but that does not make him a painter. Elder Lu shook his head and walked away, his robes trailing across the flagstones like a curtain closing on a stage. Shen Yun remained kneeling. He did feel the qi. That was the cruelest part. He could sense the spiritual energy of the world flowing around him like an invisible river, warm currents of wood aspect qi rising from the mountain's roots, sharp threads of metal aspect energy descending from the peaks, the gentle pulse of water qi from the underground springs that fed the sect's wells. He could feel all of it, map it in his mind with a precision that none of his fellow outer disciples possessed. But every time he tried to pull it inward, his meridians rejected it. Some fundamental incompatibility between his body and the heavens kept him locked at mortal tempering, the lowest stage of cultivation, barely above an ordinary human. The healers had examined him twice. Both times, they'd found nothing wrong. Your meridians are open, Elder Chun had told him on the second visit, genuine puzzlement in her voice. They should accept qi. I cannot explain why they refuse it. Neither could Shen Yun. And so he knelt, day after day, reaching for a river that flowed around him but never through him. The herb-gathering assignment came at noon. Shen Yun shouldered his collection basket and headed toward the eastern slopes with the other outer disciples assigned to the task. There were 12 of them, all at mortal tempering or qi condensation stage 1. The weakest of the weak, sent to do the weakest work. Did you hear? Whispered Wen Ling, a small girl with perpetually worried eyes who was one of Shen Yun's only friends. She walked beside him with the nervous energy of a rabbit who sensed wolves nearby. The inner disciples are saying something strange is happening with the ley lines. Elder Fong locked himself in the formation hall 3 days ago and hasn't come out. Elder Fong locks himself in rooms regularly. That's just what formation masters do. This is different. He was shouting at people to bring him sealing jade. Cases of it. And yesterday, one of the supply runners said Elder Fong looked like he hadn't slept in a week. His hands were shaking. Shen Yun frowned, but kept walking. The concerns of formation elders existed on a plane far above his station. He needed to gather 3 baskets of moon-petal flowers before sunset or face another meal reduction, the 3rd this month. They reached the eastern slopes by early afternoon. The mountain air smelled of pine and faintly of ozone, which Shen Yun attributed to a coming storm. The flowers grew in clusters between the rocks, their silver petals catching the sunlight in ways that made them easy to spot. Shen Yun worked methodically, his practiced fingers snapping stems at the correct angle to preserve the medicinal properties. 3 years of herb gathering had made him an expert at the one thing he could do for the sect, even if no one valued the skill. He was halfway through his second basket when the sky cracked open. Not metaphorically, not gradually. One moment the sky was blue with scattered clouds. The next, a fissure of burning crimson tore across the heavens from horizon to horizon, accompanied by a sound like the world's backbone snapping. The ground lurched. Shen Yun stumbled, grabbing a boulder for support, and watched as the fissure widened into a wound in reality itself, hemorrhaging light that was not light, color that was not color. From the wound descended something that defied comprehension. Numbers. Burning, blood-red numbers, hovering in the air above the mountains, visible from every angle as though projected onto the inside of a dome. 30:00:00:00, 30 days. 0 hours. 0 minutes. 0 seconds. The numbers began ticking downward. 29:23:59:59. 29:23:59:58. A countdown, etched into the sky with fire, and every living thing beneath it felt the weight of its meaning even if they could not articulate it. Time was running out for something, and that something might be everything. Screams erupted. Disciples bolted. The narrow mountain path became a bottleneck of panicked bodies pressing against the low stone railing that bordered a 300-meter drop. Shen Yun saw the disaster forming before it happened. Too many bodies, too little space, stone cracking under combined weight. "Move back," he shouted. "Don't crowd the railing broke." For disciples went over the edge into open air. A body slammed into Shen Yun from behind. Han Biao, an inner disciple at Qi Condensation Stage 7, shoving past without looking. The impact sent Shen Yun spinning off balance, and his feet found nothing beneath them. He fell. Wind roared past his ears. The cliff face blurred into a streak of gray stone. 300 meters of open air between him and the rocks below, and his mortal tempering body had no technique, no qi cushion, no spiritual defense that could survive the impact. "This is how I die," he thought with strange clarity. 3 years of trying, and it ends because someone pushed me off a cliff during a panic. Then a voice spoke, not in his ears, in the marrow of his bones, in the space behind his eyes, in the hollow center of his dantian where qi had never reached. "You have been chosen as the Arbiter." The crimson countdown in the sky flickered. For him alone, the numbers turned gold, and something inside Shen Yun cracked open like a seed buried too long in frozen earth. And the golden light that poured through felt less like power and more like a question he'd spent his whole life waiting to be asked. Chapter 2, he hit water instead of stone. The fall should have killed him regardless. Water at terminal velocity was barely softer than rock. Shen Yun had enough education to know that. But in the fraction of a second before impact, a pulse of golden energy erupted from his chest, wrapping his body in a protective shell that absorbed the worst of the collision and dumped him into an underground river with a force that shattered 2 ribs instead of every bone in his body. Shen Yun surfaced, gasping and choking on mineral-tasting water, and dragged himself onto a stone shelf in the pitch darkness of a cave system he hadn't known existed beneath the mountain. His ribs screamed with every breath, a grinding, wet pain that made him want to curl up and not move for a week. Blood trickled from a gash above his left eye, mixing with the cave water to drip pink onto the stone. His robes were torn and waterlogged, and the collection basket was gone, tumbled away into the underground river's current. But he was alive, and something had changed. A translucent golden interface hovered in his vision, visible even in the cave's utter blackness, casting no light, but perfectly readable. It displayed information in crisp characters that seemed to write themselves as he focused. Arbiter interface. Active name. Shen Yun cultivation. Mortal tempering. Peak. Epic essence. 0 countdown. 29:23:41:07 current task. First trial. Survive what? Shen Yun whispered, reaching toward the interface. His fingers passed through it like smoke. It was part of him, projected onto his perception rather than onto the physical world. "What is this?" The voice from before did not answer. The interface existed with patience and golden light, waiting. His ribs needed attention first. Shen Yun tore strips from his robe, already ruined, so no loss, and bound his torso tightly, gritting his teeth against the grinding sensation of bone fragments shifting. He'd treated his own injuries before. Outer disciples couldn't afford healers unless they were dying, and even then, the wait time was measured in days. The binding would hold long enough to let him move. The cave stretched in both directions along the underground river. South, the current was strong and fast, leading deeper into the mountain's roots. North, the tunnel climbed upward into darkness. Shen Yun chose north, reasoning that upward meant closer to the surface, and began walking with one arm pressed against his ribs and the other trailing along the damp stone wall for balance. He'd walked for perhaps 10 minutes when the interface pulsed with urgent amber light. Warning: hostile entity detected. Range: 40 meters. Threat level: moderate. A new element appeared in his vision, a red outline ahead in the darkness, glowing against the black like embers traced in the air, showing the shape and position of something large coiled against the tunnel wall. Thick body, maybe 3 meters long. Scaled. His mind supplied details he shouldn't have been able to know at his cultivation level. Iron scale serpent. Chi condensation stage 3 equivalent. Primary attack: constriction and venomous bite. Behavioral pattern: ambush predator, sensitive to vibration, poor lateral vision. Critical vulnerability: 3 inches below the left jaw where the scales thinned during the breathing cycle, exposing subcutaneous tissue. Shen Yun stopped walking. His heart hammered against his broken ribs so hard it sent spikes of pain through his entire torso. An iron scale serpent at that level could kill a small group of outer disciples. He was one injured cultivator at mortal tempering with no weapon, no chi, and 2 broken ribs. But the interface showed him the blind spot. 3 inches below the left jaw. It pulsed the information with calm insistence, as though saying, "This is solvable. You have the data. Use it." Shen Yun looked at his hands. No sword, no talisman, no spiritual technique. But he had a sharp rock he'd picked up 3 minutes ago to use as a walking support. A wedge of granite with an edge honed by centuries of underground water erosion. And he had information the serpent didn't know he possessed. He crept forward with the slow, deliberate movements of someone who understood that vibration was his enemy. Each footstep placed toe first, weight distributed, barely touching the stone. The serpent's breathing was audible now, a wet, rhythmic hissing that echoed off the tunnel walls. The red outline in his vision showed every detail: the rise and fall of its coils, the location of its head tucked against its body in sleep, the subtle expansion and contraction of its jaw with each breath. 3 inches below the left jaw, the thin point in its armor. Shen Yun positioned himself. His hands trembled from adrenaline and pain. He raised the rock above the serpent's resting head, aimed for the vulnerable spot the interface highlighted in pulsing red, and drove the stone downward with every ounce of strength his mortal body possessed. The serpent convulsed. Its shriek, a wet, tearing sound that was deafening in the enclosed space, nearly burst Shen Yun's eardrums. But the sharp stone had pierced the thin scales at the precise point the interface indicated, driving 2 inches into the soft tissue beneath. Venom-green blood sprayed across Shen Yun's face, burning where it touched his skin. The serpent thrashed, its tail whipping around and catching Shen Yun across the chest. His broken ribs exploded with fresh agony, and he screamed. But the wound was fatal. The creature's thrashing weakened. Slowed. Stopped. Shen Yun collapsed beside the dead serpent, clutching his ribs, breathing in ragged gasps that tasted of copper and venom. The interface pulsed again. First trial. Complete epic essence gained. 47 cultivation advancement. Mortal tempering, peak. Chi condensation stage 1. The energy hit him like warm light, poured into a vessel that had been cold and empty for years. It flowed through his meridians, the same meridians that had refused chi for 3 years, and they opened. Not reluctantly, not partially. They opened like doors that had been locked from the inside and were now, for the first time, unlocked by a key that fit perfectly. He gasped as chi flooded his dantian. Real chi, his own chi, and the sensation was intoxicating, transformative, a rebirth compressed into seconds. When the pain subsided enough to move, he explored further. The tunnel widened into a chamber with a still underground lake, luminescent moss on the ceiling, and an ancient mural on the far wall depicting a figure with a golden clock in its chest, identical to the interface Shen Yun now carried. Beside the mural, wedged into a crack in the stone, waited a jade slip, and when Shen Yun reached for it, The golden interface pulsed with a recognition so intense it felt like coming home to a house he'd never lived in. Chapter 3. The jade slip burned against Shen Yun's forehead when he pressed it there, feeding information into his mind in a torrent that made his newly opened meridians ache with the strain of processing data they'd never been designed to handle. The ancient record inside was not a cultivation manual in the traditional sense. It was a journal, a warning, and a set of techniques wrapped in a desperate testimony of someone who had carried the same golden clock and ultimately failed. The record spoke of the countdown system. It had appeared in other worlds, always with the same parameters: 30 days, one arbiter, one cosmic entity called the Devourer approaching from beyond the boundaries of reality. Most worlds were consumed. The arbiter's role was to prepare the world for the encounter, though the record's author circled the concept of preparation like a man trying to describe a color he'd only seen once and couldn't quite remember. What survived was fragmented wisdom and the unmistakable flavor of fear. The techniques were more concrete. Shen Yun absorbed the first, temporal pulse. Temporal pulse manipulated the arbiter's perception of time, not true chronological distortion, which was beyond any mortal technique, but a predictive overlay generated by the system's processing of environmental data. It analyzed movement patterns, chi flow trajectories, muscle tension, weight distribution, and 100 other variables to construct a probabilistic model of what would happen 0.3 of a second in the future. The practical result: Shen Yun could perceive events before they occurred, against faster opponents. That sliver of foresight was the difference between a severed head and a clean dodge. He practiced in the cave for hours, throwing stones and catching them, dodging drips of water from the ceiling, moving through basic combat forms with the overlay active. The effect was disorienting at first, seeing ghost images of future motions superimposed on the present, after images that preceded their source events. His mind struggled to separate prediction from reality, and twice he dodged a water drip that hadn't yet fallen, stumbling over his own preemptive reaction. But his body adapted with startling speed. The system lubricated the learning process, compressing what should have been months of practice into minutes. Muscle memory accumulated at 10 times the natural rate, as though the golden interface was writing combat instincts directly into his nervous system. By the time confidence replaced confusion, he'd advanced to chi condensation stage 2 from the ambient epic essence the dead serpent had released into the cave's atmosphere, spiritual energy leaking from the creature's cooling body like heat from dying embers. The interface pulsed with a new task, return to Cloudriver Sect priority, critical details, 147 lives at risk, immediate action required, time sensitivity, 6 hours 147 lives. Nearly every outer disciple in the sect, plus support staff and families in the lower quarters. Shen Yun didn't waste time wondering what threatened them. The cave system connected to a natural chimney leading upward through the mountain's interior. He climbed with chi-enhanced strength, fingers finding holds in the rock that his mortal body would have missed. Chi condensation was the lowest real cultivation stage, barely a step above mortal, but the difference was transformative. His arms didn't burn after 20 meters. His grip didn't weaken. His senses reached further, picking up vibrations in the stone and shifts in air pressure that mapped the chimney's path more reliably than his eyes could in the darkness. He emerged from a crevice on the mountain's western face as the sun hung low and red on the horizon. The crimson countdown burned in the sky, 29:17:22:03, and the world beneath it looked wrong. Smoke plumes rose from villages in the valley. The spiritual pressure in the atmosphere fluctuated like a fever pulse. From his vantage point, the Cloudriver Sect compound spread below, gates sealed, formation arrays glowing. Outside, a crowd of villagers and low-level cultivators pressed against the gates, begging for entry, being ignored. Shen Yun descended at reckless speed and slipped through the personnel gap in the gate. Inside, the system clarified the threat. 147 lives at risk inside the sect. Internal threat, resource conflict. 23 individuals in critical danger. Death imminent, for hours. His own people were being left to die while the gates stayed sealed. The cold anger that settled in Shen Yun's stomach was a new sensation, harder and more purposeful than anything he'd felt in 3 years of quiet failure. and it tasted like iron and decisions that could not be taken back. Chapter for the Cloudriver Sect's interior was a study in controlled panic. Disciples moved in rigid formations, carrying supplies to the central pavilion under the direction of senior inner disciples. The hierarchy that had always existed, inner over outer, elders over disciples, strong over weak, had crystallized into something harder and uglier under the pressure of the crimson countdown overhead. Shen Yun found Wen Ling hiding beneath her bed in the outer disciple barracks, clutching a small spirit jade for light. "Shen Yun," she scrambled out. "You're alive." They said everyone on the eastern slopes fell. Most of us fell. I survived. He scanned the nearly empty barracks. "Where is everyone?" Her face crumpled. "They took our supplies. All of them." Inner disciples came with a sect leader order, emergency resource consolidation. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, food reserves. Everything goes to the central pavilion for strategic distribution. Her voice dropped to a whisper thick with bitterness. But the distribution only goes to Foundation establishment and above. The rest of us got nothing. Not even food for tonight. The anger in his stomach grew teeth and claws. How many outer disciples are left in the sect? Maybe 130? Some ran when the sky cracked. Others, she swallowed hard enough that Shen Yun could see the muscles in her throat work. The eastern slope. The cliff. I don't know how many went over. He remembered the railing breaking. The bodies tumbling into open air, arms flailing against nothing. He pushed the memory down where it couldn't interfere with function. The interface overlaid new information as he moved through the compound, tagging individuals with color-coded urgency markers. 23 outer disciples. Death imminent. 4 hours cause. Spiritual energy depletion. Mortal tempering cultivators consuming ambient chi at elevated rates since Skycrack event. Without supplemental energy, food/spirit stones, organ failure follows. The Skycrack had disrupted the world's passive chi distribution, the ambient energy that even non-cultivators absorbed to sustain basic biological function. Without supplemental sources, the weakest cultivators would burn through their internal reserves within hours. Their kidneys would fail first, then their hearts, then their minds. Not from the countdown, not from the devourer, from their own sex hoarding. Wen Ling, gather everyone you can find. Bring them to the eastern courtyard. I'm going to get our supplies back. From the inner disciples? Shen Yun, they'll kill you. I've had a very educational day regarding things that should have killed me. None of them succeeded. He walked toward the central pavilion with the interface mapping the compound in golden lines, guard positions, supply locations, patrol routes, timing gaps. 6 inner disciples stood watch over a storage building where confiscated outer disciple supplies had been dumped like garbage. Leading the guard was Han Biao, the same inner disciple whose shove had sent Shen Yun off the cliff. Recognition kindled something hot in his chest, but he smothered it. Revenge was a luxury. 23 people had 4 hours to live, and every minute Shen Yun spent nursing a grudge was a minute stolen from someone's remaining time. He walked into the courtyard with the confidence of someone who had nothing left to lose. Han Biao, the inner disciple, turned. Tall, broad-shouldered, chi condensation stage 7. His eyes narrowed with the particular contempt reserved for people one has wronged and does not wish to think about. You're the herb boy. How are you still alive? I need the outer disciple supplies released. 23 of our people will die without them. Han Biao laughed, not cruelly, just with the genuine amusement of someone who had identified the punchline before the joke finished. The sect leader ordered consolidation. You want to argue with him? I'm arguing with you. The sect leader can answer for his orders later. Right now, people are dying. People are going to die everywhere. Have you seen the sky? Han Biao gestured upward at the crimson numbers. This is the end. The strong survive, and you're not strong. Shen Yun activated temporal pulse. The world shifted. Ghost images of Han Biao's immediate future flickered into view, his weight shifting to his back foot, his right hand reaching for the sword at his hip, a sneer pulling his upper lip back from his teeth. All 3/10 of a second before they materialized. Maybe not strong, Shen Yun said, but I'm strong enough. Han Biao drew. The ghost image had already shown the exact angle of the draw, the trajectory of the first cut, a diagonal slash from upper right to lower left, the textbook opening move for chi condensation sword techniques. Shen Yun was already stepping inside the blade's arc before it started. too close for a sword to be effective. His palm struck Han Biao's wrist, disrupting the tendon's grip. His knee drove into Han Biao's stomach, folding the larger man around the impact. Han Biao stumbled back, shock overtaking pain. He outranked Shen Yun by 6 stages. That blow should not have landed. Shen Yun pressed the advantage. Temporal Pulse showed him the counterattack, a wide horizontal slash born of anger rather than technique, the kind of undisciplined swing that created openings as wide as the blade's arc. He ducked under it, swept Han Biao's leading leg, and drove an elbow into the back of his neck as he fell. Han Biao hit the ground face first. His sword clattered away across the stone. The other 5 guards stared, none above Qi Condensation Stage 5. They looked at Shen Yun, this outer disciple nobody who had just dropped their squad leader in 3 moves, and they looked at each other, and whatever they saw in each other's faces was not enthusiasm for a fight. "The supplies," Shen Yun said. "Open the building." Now, they opened it. By the time Han Biao staggered upright, spitting blood and humiliation, outer disciples were streaming into the courtyard. When Ling distributed supplies with the methodical efficiency of someone who had been organizing things her entire life because nobody else bothered, the 23 at risk received priority. Medicinal pills and spirit rice pressed into trembling hands, color returning to faces that had gone gray with depletion. Then the sect leader's voice cut through the courtyard like a blade. "Who authorized the release of consolidated resources?" Zhou Kongming stood at the pavilion entrance, flanked by 2 elders. His core formation cultivation pressed down on the courtyard like a physical weight. Outer disciples stumbled. Some dropped to their knees. Shen Yun did not kneel, and the question that mattered was not whether Zhou Kongming would punish him, but whether the man could be made to understand what was at stake before the 23 weakest disciples ran out of time entirely. Chapter 5. The courtyard went silent as the sect leader descended the pavilion steps. 200 outer disciples, 6 guards, and 2 flanking elders all held their breath. Zhou Kongming was not a large man. He stood barely taller than Shen Yun, with a lean frame, gray-streaked hair in a severe topknot, and a face carved from the same granite as the mountain. His eyes held the flat, calculating patience of someone who had survived 3 sect wars and a demonic beast tide. Those eyes fixed on Shen Yun with the dispassionate precision of a man evaluating whether an insect was worth the energy required to crush it. Shen Yun, outer disciple, mortal tempering, 3 years of service, no notable contributions. Am I remembering correctly? Qi Condensation now, sect leader. The eyebrow rose a fraction. Recent advancement? Very recent. Congratulations. That doesn't explain why you've countermanded my direct order. Shen Yun held the sect leader's gaze. Temporal Pulse was active but showed no incoming attack. Zhou Kongming wasn't threatening violence. He was conducting a trial. Every word here was evidence, and the sentence had already been drafted. Only the severity remained negotiable. 23 outer disciples would have died within hours. The Skycrack event increased ambient Qi consumption across all cultivation levels. Mortal tempering bodies can't compensate without supplemental energy. Your consolidation order was killing them. I'm aware of the physiological effects. The distribution plan accounted for this. It accounted for foundation establishment and above. Everyone below that threshold was written off. Prioritized, not written off. A distinction that would comfort no one standing over the 23 corpses. The silence thickened until it felt like another form of cultivation pressure. One of the flanking elders, a hard-eyed woman named Elder Shu, put her hand on her sword hilt. Zhou Kongming raised a single finger and she released it. "You defeated Han Biao," the sect leader said, changing angles. "He was in my way. He's Qi Condensation Stage 7. You claim to have just broken through to Stage 1. I require an explanation." This was the gamble. Shen Yun had been weighing it since the cave. How much to reveal, to whom, and when. Complete secrecy was unsustainable. His advancement from mortal tempering to Qi condensation needed explanation, and lies would collapse under scrutiny. But revealing everything about the system could make him a target, a prize, or a lab specimen. He chose the middle path. When the sky cracked, something changed in me. A system, a cultivation interface, activated. I don't fully understand it, but it provides predictive combat abilities and accelerated advancement. Zhou Kongming's flat expression didn't change, but the quality of his attention shifted. He was no longer evaluating an insect. He was studying a puzzle whose pieces didn't fit any pattern he recognized. "Show me." Shen Yun activated temporal pulse visibly, golden light flickering in his eyes, faint temporal distortion warping the air around him. Zhou Kongming studied the effect for a long moment, and behind those calculating eyes, something old and frightened stirred. "I've read about such phenomena," the sect leader said. "In the restricted archives. Systems of power granted during cosmic upheavals, tied to countdown events." He paused. The archives mentioned 3 historical instances. 2 ended in the destruction of everything within 1,000 kilometers. 1 survived. What did the survivor do differently? The record is incomplete. It documents the event, but not the method. Zhou Kongming pushed a teacup toward Shen Yun. They had moved to his private study, a room lined with jade-bound books and smelling of sandalwood. "What I know is this. The Cloudriver Sect sits on a seal. Our founders built here for a reason. Beneath this mountain, locked in deep stone, is a fragment of something old, something that predates our civilization." Shen Yun's teacup stopped halfway to his lips. The sect's primary purpose, above teaching, above cultivation, above prestige, is maintaining that seal. The skycrack weakened it. Elder Fong has been reinforcing it for 3 days. He reports deterioration. Zhou Kongming met his eyes. If the seal breaks, every living being within 30 kilometers dies. The fragment beneath us has been hungry for 4,000 years, and it is no longer sleeping. The system confirmed and expanded. The entity was classified as a remnant of a previous devourer manifestation, ancient and weakened but lethal to anyone below nascent soul. And the golden interface in Shen Yun's vision pulsed with a task update that made the supply dispute feel like a quarrel over pocket change. Chapter 6. The Forbidden Passage descended through raw stone, carved by hands that predated the sect's founding by centuries. Formation jade studded the walls at regular intervals, each piece humming with containment energy that vibrated against Shen Yun's newly awakened spiritual senses like a warning bell rung so long it had become background noise. The deeper they went, the stronger the hum, and the more it felt like the stones themselves were screaming in frequencies only the desperate could hear. Zhou Kongming led the way. Behind him walked Elder Fong, a gaunt man with ink-stained fingers and eyes ringed by the dark circles of 3 sleepless days. Elder Shu followed, hand on her sword, jaw set. Elder Chun, the healer, carried a pack of emergency medical supplies. Elder Wei, a formation specialist, brought up the middle of the group with diagnostic tools rattling in his belt pouch. Shen Yun walked last, acutely aware he was the weakest person present by a margin that defied measurement. Even Elder Chun, the healer, was at Foundation Establishment Stage 4, leagues beyond his freshly minted chi condensation. "The seal chamber is 1 kilometer below the surface," Zhou Kongming explained. "The formation uses 6 anchor points, each reinforced every decade." Elder Fong's assessment: 2 anchors have failed entirely. A third is compromised. 3 of 6, Elder Fong muttered, his voice raw as sandpaper. The redundancy should hold. Should. The word carried the weight of a man clinging to theory while watching it drown. But the entity is pushing with strength it hasn't shown in centuries. The sealed chamber opened before them after 20 minutes of descent, a natural cavern roughly 50 meters across, its ceiling lost in darkness above. The floor was covered in concentric rings of formation script, thousands of characters carved into stone and inlaid with spirit silver, each one a component of a containment array whose complexity made Shen Yun's head swim just looking at it. At the center rose a column of dark crystal, twice a man's height. Inside the crystal, something moved. Not light and not shadow, but something that occupied the space between the two, pressing against its prison with the patience of a hunger that had waited for millennia and could wait for more, but preferred not to. His system reacted before his conscious mind. Entity classification: Devourer fragment, dormant, threat level, extreme containment, 47% integrity, critical recommendation, reinforce using epic essence infusion. The psychic pressure was immediate. Fingers pressing on his temples. A whisper at the edge of hearing. You are nothing. You are small. You are already dead. You have always been dead. You simply haven't noticed yet. The golden interface pulsed, and the pressure lessened, the system filtering the psychic attack like a sieve catching poison from drinking water. "I can shield myself," Shen Yun said, "and I can channel energy into the seal that the fragment can't corrupt." Zhou Kongming looked at him with the expression of a man choosing between bad options and finding them all terrible. "Do it." Elder Fong guide him. The reinforcement was painstaking. At each failed anchor, Shen Yun channeled epic essence into ancient formation script, patching gaps where normal chi would have been rejected. The first anchor reignited. The second followed, harder, the entity fighting him with nightmarish visions, the sect in flames, his friends dying, the world splitting open like rotten fruit. At the third anchor, near the crystal itself, the entity struck. Not at Shen Yun, but at Elder Fong. A psychic lance of concentrated malice that shattered the Formation Master's spiritual sea in a single blow. Elder Fong collapsed with blood streaming from his eyes. His last conscious moments spent whispering formation corrections to no one who could hear them over the sound of his own dying. Shen Yun finished the repair through the aftermath. The seal climbed to 83%. The entity retreated into dormancy. And as they carried Elder Fong's body to the surface, a vision tore through Shen Yun's consciousness. Thousands of consumed worlds, and one, just one, that survived its countdown by doing something he couldn't quite see through the flickering golden haze of a system that was starting to feel less like a gift and more like a leash. Chapter 7. Shen Yun spent the pre-dawn hours investigating the conspiracy. 3 years of being invisible had taught him how to move through the sect compound without drawing attention. Nobody watched outer disciples. Nobody guarded against them. He was a shadow among shadows, and for once, that was an asset rather than a humiliation. The northern wing, inner disciple quarters, was better constructed than the outer barracks in every measurable way. Solid walls, heated rooms, private courtyards with meditation gardens. Shen Yun circled the building through the darkest shadows, the system mapping spiritual signatures inside. The gathering he detected the previous evening had dispersed, but traces remained. Residual chi patterns lingering in the air like perfume after a wearer has left, the faint stink of corrupted spirit energy, and a locked storage room whose contents the system flagged as hazardous. The lock was a basic chi-operated mechanism. Shen Yun fed a thread of energy into it, mimicking the unlocking pattern the system reconstructed from residual signatures, and the mechanism clicked open with a soft snick that sounded obscenely loud in the pre-dawn silence. Inside, crates, dozens of them, stacked neatly, each containing rows of spirit stones. But these were wrong. Normal spirit stones glowed white or blue with pure spiritual energy. These pulsed with a crimson light that matched the countdown's color, and they felt against his chi senses like touching a bruise on the world's skin. Tender, damaged, radiating a warmth that was seductive and sick at the same time. Devourer contamination, confirmed object, modified spirit stones, corrupted, effect, rapid cultivation advancement plus cumulative psychic degradation source. External, not produced within the sect. Someone outside the sect was supplying these stones through a channel that bypassed the sealed gates. Which meant the gates weren't as sealed as everyone believed, and the most fundamental assumption of the sect's defense, that they were contained and safe, was a lie. Shen Yun pocketed one stone, wrapped in fabric to minimize contact. Even through the cloth, it pulled at his chi with the sweet insistence of a drug offering everything he'd wanted for 3 years. He shoved it deep in his pocket and turned to the documents. Schedules. Patrol rotations with gaps marked in red ink. A map of the compound with the sect leader's residence, elder quarters, and forbidden passage circled. Textbook coup preparation, methodical and patient. He memorized everything, sealed the room, erased his chi traces, and retreated. The morning was spent mapping the faction's extent. 19 inner disciples showed corruption signatures, cultivation levels spiking unnaturally, 3 of them having advanced a full stage in a single week. Their behavior confirmed the psychic degradation. Heightened aggression, shortened tempers, the particular recklessness of people who had stopped caring about consequences because the power flooding their veins felt more real than tomorrow did. Gu Tianming led them. He was Foundation Establishment Stage 2, moving through afternoon sword drills with elegant precision that now carried a new edge. Each form crisp but violent. each strike aimed to kill rather than to practice. His eyes were streaked with crimson veins that someone not looking for corruption might attribute to exhaustion. Elder Chun analyzed the stolen stone through a diagnostic formation. Devourer contamination, she confirmed, her face gray. Rapid advancement with progressive psychic destruction. Aggression, paranoia, delusion. Eventually, madness. She looked at Shen Yun with the particular horror of a healer confronting a wound she couldn't treat. How many are using these? 19 enhanced. 12 sympathizers without enhancement. The degradation is progressive and accelerating. If they've been using them for more than a few days, rational decision-making is already compromised. Meaning what? Meaning this won't unfold on any timeline we can predict. They could move tonight. They could move in an hour. The stones are eating their judgment, and what's left will choose violence because violence is the only language the corruption speaks. Shen Yun was halfway across the compound when the system screamed. Not a notification but a raw alarm that seared his vision, warning him that the corrupted stones in the storage room were resonating with the sealed entity below, feeding it energy through the mountain stone, weakening the barrier he'd spent hours reinforcing, and the fragment beneath the sect could taste the corruption and was stirring, stretching, pressing against its cage with renewed appetite. Chapter 8. He found Gu Tianming waiting for him in the sect leader's courtyard, positioned between Shen Yun and the door with the casual precision of someone who had predicted this meeting, this moment, this intersection of paths. You visited my storage room, Gu Tianming said. Shen Yun stopped 10 paces away. The system outlined the senior disciple in red. Threat level high. Cultivation pulsing at Foundation Establishment Stage 2. But the crimson corruption woven through his meridians added an unpredictable variable that made the assessment provisional at best. You keep dangerous supplies. Care to explain where corrupted spirit stones come from? Gu Tianming smiled. It was the same charming expression Shen Yun remembered admiring a year ago. Warm, encouraging, the smile of a senior disciple who occasionally treated juniors like people instead of furniture. But the warmth now had a feverish quality, and his crimson-streaked eyes reflected the countdown's glow with too much familiarity, as though the corruption in his veins recognized the corruption in the sky and found kinship there. I know about your system, Shen Yun. Cold dropped through his stomach. How? I've been watching you since you climbed out of that cave. My benefactor has tools of their own. They detected a system activation on this mountain and told me to find the recipient. He stepped closer. You specifically. The outer disciple who couldn't cultivate for 3 years and then dropped Han Biao like a training dummy. Who is your benefactor? Does it matter? Gu Tianming spread his hands, a gesture of openness that the corruption in his eyes turned into a predator's display. The world is ending in 27 days. The old rules are dead. Power is the only currency worth holding. Zhou Kongming is a fossil clinging to a burning tree, and his orderly consolidation will get everyone killed while he's still organizing committees. The stones are corrupting your people. The degradation, short-term side effects. Manageable. His voice carried the certainty of a man who had examined the evidence and chosen to believe only the parts that supported his conclusion. The power they provide is real and immediate. I'm offering you a place with us. Keep your system. Use it alongside my enhanced cultivators. Together, we'd be the strongest faction in the valley. Maybe the strongest anywhere. The system showed the corruption threaded through Gu Tianming's meridians, wrapped around his spiritual core like a vine strangling a tree. Whether he could feel it or not, the Devourer's energy was eating him from the inside, and the man Shen Yun had once admired was dissolving into something that wore his face but didn't share his soul. You're feeding the entity beneath the mountain, Shen Yun said. Every corrupted stone in the sect resonates with the fragment below. You're weakening the seal we just reinforced. Doubt flickered across Gu Tianming's face, just a flash, like a fish surfacing in dark water. Then the corruption smoothed it away. The seal is Zhou Kongming's problem. The entity is contained. For 72 hours. After that, it breaks free and kills everything within 30 kilometers. Then we leave before that happens. And the outer disciples? The mortals? The villagers trapped outside the gates. Acceptable losses. No. The word hung between them. Gu Tianming's smile died, and what replaced it was worse. Not anger but disappointment. the genuine regret of a man who had offered what he considered generosity and watched it refused. Then you're choosing the wrong side. Anyone who isn't with me will be in my way when the moment comes. He walked away into the shadows. Shen Yun exhaled, crossed the courtyard, and pounded on Zhou Kongming's door to deliver a report that would determine whether the sect survived the night, because the system's revised timeline had compressed to hours, not days, and the coup was coming whether anyone was ready for it or not. Chapter 9. The second descent into the seal chamber felt different in ways that had nothing to do with the architecture. The stone was the same, the formation jade unchanged, the darkness as complete. What had shifted was Shen Yun's perception. At Qi condensation stage 5, the psychic pressure from below was merely unpleasant, a headache, a weight on the shoulders, a whisper that could be ignored. Now, pushing toward stage 6, he could parse the pressure into distinct flavors. Hunger so old it had become geological, rage compressed by millennia into something diamond-hard, loneliness that ached worse than the rage, and something uncomfortably close to longing. The entity didn't just want to devour. It wanted contact. It wanted to be known. That realization was more disturbing than the hunger. Zhou Kongming led the smaller reinforcement party. Himself, Elder Shu, Elder Chun, Elder Wei, and Shen Yun. They descended without speaking, conserving energy, each person managing their own fear in their own way. Elder Shu maintained a white-knuckled grip on her sword. Elder Wei muttered formation variables under his breath, like a prayer. Elder Chun had packed twice the medical supplies of the previous descent, which was either optimism or foreknowledge. The chamber was worse than before. Formation lines flickered irregularly between white and gray, and 2 of the 6 anchors strained visibly, their spirit silver inlays cracking, weeping dark energy in thin streams that pooled on the floor like spilled ink. The crystal column pulsed with an eager, arrhythmic light that reminded Shen Yun of a heartbeat, irregular, hungry, accelerating. The corrupted stones above are feeding it, he said. We confiscated the crates, but Gu Tianming likely has hidden reserves. He paused, knowing what Elder Shu would say before she said it. A man that organized never keeps all his assets in one location, she confirmed. The reinforcement was harder this time. The entity had tasted Shen Yun's epic essence during the first repair and recognized the flavor, recognized him, and its psychic attacks were personal now. Not generic nightmares, but targeted visions. When Ling's face as her organs failed, Mei Lingzhou's sword broken on stone, the outer disciples who trusted him lying in rows like harvested grain. He pushed through. The system's filter held, turning each nightmare into a faded photograph rather than a lived experience. But the photographs accumulated, and their weight was real. The third anchor, the compromised one near the crystal, required walking through the entity's direct psychic range. Each step was a negotiation between willpower and the desire to turn and run. The entity's voice was a roar now. I was old when your species learned to stand. I will swallow this mountain and everything on it, and I will still be hungry. Shen Yun reached the anchor and poured everything he had into the repair. Epic essence, personal chi, the energy of his newly opened meridians. The formation script blazed gold where he touched it, and the corruption in the anchor shattered like glass struck by a tuning fork. The entity struck back, not at Shen Yun, but at Elder Wei, the protective formation's weak point. A psychic lance of focused malice hit the formation's specialist like a hammer, shattering his concentration and dropping him to the chamber floor with blood streaming from his nose. The protective barrier wavered, and for one terrible second, a tendril of dark energy escaped the crystal. Finish it, Zhou Kongming roared, his core formation chi flooding the gap. Shen Yun slammed the final repair into place. The seal surged to 83% and held. The entity retreated, forced back into compressed dormancy by the renewed containment. But Elder Wei lay unconscious with a damaged spiritual sea, and the cost of each descent was accumulating faster than Shen Yun could process. As they carried Elder Wei to the surface, a vision burst through Shen Yun's consciousness, torn from the entity's memory during the contact. Thousands of worlds, each with countdowns, each consumed. And one that wasn't. A figure with a golden interface, standing at the center of something that looked like unity and felt like hope. But the vision came with a postscript the system hadn't authorized, A glitch, a whisper, a fragment of text in alien formatting. Arbiter detected. Initiate harvest protocol. The word harvest echoed in Shen Yun's mind as they climbed toward daylight, and its implications coiled around his thoughts like the entity's tendrils around the weakened seal. Chapter 10. 3 days until the seal degraded again. Within that window, Shen Yun needed to forge an alliance between three sects that had spent decades in polite mutual avoidance. He started with what he could control, the Cloudriver Sect's own strength. 127 outer disciples, ranging from mortal tempering to chi condensation stage 4. Not powerful by any standard, but numerous and motivated by the simple fact that Shen Yun had fought for them when no one else would. He spent the morning organizing them into emergency combat formations drawn from the ancient record. The chi lattice weave required multiple cultivators to link their spiritual energy into a shared grid. Instead of 20 individuals at chi condensation, it created one collective entity whose output equaled someone at the foundation level. The technique demanded synchronization over raw power, which made it ideal for a group whose raw power was negligible but whose desperation made them very, very willing to work together. Link your chi flows, Shen Yun instructed, walking the line of 20 practitioners in the training yard. Not hard, not forced. Like weaving threads, your neighbor's chi supports yours and yours supports theirs. I can't feel anyone's chi, complained Feng Hua, a nervous disciple at mortal tempering stage 8. I can barely feel my own. You don't need to feel it. The formation does the work. Just open your meridians and let the energy flow outward. Trust the structure. Hours of failure. Threads tangled, patterns collapsed. Two disciples shocked each other with uncontrolled discharge that left them both singed and embarrassed. But by afternoon, the first group of 20 managed a stable lattice that hummed with shared purpose. Their combined output registered on Shen Yun's system as equivalent to a single cultivator at the foundation level. The numbers were modest. The principle was revolutionary. Word spread. Inner disciples who hadn't joined Gu Tianming's faction came to observe, then to participate. Elder Chen provided medical oversight. Zhou Kongming watched from the pavilion balcony with an expression that mixed skepticism and grudging respect. It was during the third training session that Mei Lingzhou walked into the yard. She moved with the easy stride of someone who feared nothing in her immediate vicinity, and every cultivator present felt why. Her spiritual pressure was a quiet ocean, immense, contained, and totally beyond their comprehension. Nascent Soul Realm. A visiting sword cultivator from the Verdant Blade sect, trapped at Cloudriver when the gates sealed. Your formation work is sloppy, she said, stopping beside Shen Yun. The chi threads need to spiral, not weave flat. Flat weaves collapse under pressure. He looked at her, tall, sharp-featured, black hair in a practical knot, her sword riding her hip like a natural extension of her body. You know formation combat? I know combat. Formation combat is combat with extra steps. She drew her blade and traced a spiral pattern in the air. The chi trailing from the tip demonstrated a corkscrew reinforcement that added structural integrity to the weave. Teach them this spiral, and they'll hold against foundation-level pressure for 30 seconds instead of 3. They worked together through the afternoon and into evening. Mei Lingzhou was demanding, precise, impatient with repetition, but fair in a way that earned respect rather than resentment. During a water break, she told him why she'd left her sect. They'd sealed their gates and refused to help anyone outside. She'd called them cowards and walked out. Getting trapped here was an improvement, she said. At least someone in this sect is doing something. That evening, the system alert arrived. Gu Tianming's insurrection, probability 94%, timeline tonight. Projected casualties, if uncontested, 63 dead. Shen Yun mobilized his people with quiet efficiency, positioning lattice formations at the Forbidden Passage entrance and briefing Mei Lingzhou, who merely nodded and said, "Finally." The compound settled into false quiet as midnight approached. Shen Yun stationed himself at the outer barracks entrance, 20 linked cultivators humming at his back, and watched the crimson countdown tick past 26 days and 22 hours while the northern wing rustled with the sound of corrupted cultivators arming themselves for a war that would decide whether the Cloudriver Sect survived to face the larger war that was coming. Chapter 11. The attack came at the second hour past midnight, and it came with fire. 3 formation-disrupting talismans detonated along the eastern wall, collapsing the defensive arrays in cascading failures that sent sparks of dying spiritual energy showering across the compound like diseased fireworks. In the strobing light of shattered formations, Gu Tianming's faction poured from the northern wing in a wedge formation. 19 enhanced cultivators leading, 12 sympathizers following, all charging toward the sect leader's residence with the single-minded fury of people who had traded their future for a present measured in hours. Their eyes burned crimson. Their cultivation levels had jumped again. Several chi condensation fighters now radiated foundation-level energy, force advanced by a final massive dose of corrupted stones. They moved with the reckless aggression that psychic degradation bred. No defense, no conservation, no thought beyond the next strike. Shen Yun didn't intercept the main assault. The system had shown him the plan. The wedge attack on the sect leader was theater. The real threat was the 3-person team circling through the eastern gardens toward the forbidden passage. Gu Tianming intended to break the seal. Mei Lingzhou handled the main force. Her sword carved silver arcs through the darkness as she engaged 6 corrupted cultivators at once. Each technique a lesson in efficiency that turned their numbers advantage into a liability. They couldn't coordinate around her speed, couldn't predict her angles, couldn't match the precision of a nascent soul cultivator who'd been training since before some of them were born. Elder Shu supported her with the loyal inner disciples, their resistance turning the central courtyard into a bottleneck that swallowed the wedge formation's momentum like a swamp swallowing a charging horse. Shen Yun reached the forbidden passage entrance with his 20-person lattice squad. The formation linked behind him, 20 chi threads spiraling tight, and they met the 3-person SEAL team at the garden gate. 2 men and a woman, all with crimson-streaked eyes and auras that flickered with corrupted energy. The woman recognized Shen Yun, and her lips pulled back from her teeth. "The Your boy's going to stop us? With a group of failures?" "Yes," Shen Yun said. He activated temporal pulse, and the world shifted into clarity. The fight was brutal and desperate. 3 cultivators at the foundation level should have torn through 20 chi condensation disciples without breaking stride. But the lattice transformed the engagement. Shen Yun directed combined chi into precise barriers that absorbed individual strikes, temporal pulse letting him predict each attack before it materialized, the entire formation moving as one organism with 40 hands guided by one mind. The corrupted fighters were stronger, much stronger, but they fought as 3 individuals, the psychic degradation making them compete rather than cooperate. Each one attacked alone, seeking personal glory, leaving gaps that the lattice exploited with the patient efficiency of water finding cracks in a dam. The woman fell to a combined chi battering ram that caught her mid-technique. One man detonated a corrupted stone strapped to his waist, a suicide blast that cracked the lattice's defensive sphere but didn't penetrate it. 3 outer disciples passed out from chi exhaustion. The detonator collapsed with shattered meridians. The last man ran. Shen Yun let him go. The passage was secure. In the central courtyard, the battle's reverberations thrummed through the lattice link. Mei Lingzhou's blade singing, Zhou Kongming's core formation chi booming in deep pulses, and Gu Tianming's voice growing more ragged and more alien with each passing minute. Then the system flagged what Shen Yun had feared most. Zhou Kongming, critical condition. Spiritual C fractured. Combat capability, 12% and falling. Shen Yun reinforced the passage guard and sprinted toward the courtyard, where the sect leader was dying on the pavilion steps, and Gu Tianming stood over him with a blade made of compressed corruption, and 8 seconds was all the time in the world, and no time at all. Chapter 12. Shen Yun arrived at the courtyard's edge to find Gu Tianming transformed. The corrupted spirit stone in his dantian, not an ordinary stone but a concentrated core of devourer energy implanted in his cultivation base, had detonated with controlled fury. Crimson energy erupted from his body in layers, wrapping him in armor of dark red light that crackled with dimensional distortion. His cultivation signature read at core formation stage 1, the same realm as the wounded sect leader, achieved through self-destruction dressed as ambition. Zhou Kongming lay on the pavilion steps, one arm useless, blood pooling beneath him. Gu Tianming stood over him with his blade raised. "The old era dies tonight," Gu Tianming said, his voice layered. Two speakers, one human, one something else entirely. Sect leader. Shen Yun's shout drew Gu Tianming's attention. The corrupted disciple turned, and for one heartbeat the old charm surfaced. The warm, encouraging senior disciple who had once corrected a nobody's sword grip. You should have joined me, Shen Yun. You should have trusted us, Tianming. The name without honorific struck something. The blade wavered. Mei Lingzhou exploited the opening. She dispatched her remaining opponents with 3 disarming strikes and crossed the courtyard in a blur, her blade intercepting Gu Tianming's as it descended toward Zhou Kongming. The clash of energies shattered every remaining window in the pavilion and sent cracks racing through the flagstones beneath their feet. They fought across the courtyard, nascent soul precision against corrupted core formation rage. Gu Tianming's fighting style had abandoned elegance for destruction, each strike carrying the taint of devourer energy that left reality wounds in the air. But the corruption's unpredictability was a double-edged weapon. His movements jerked between human technique and alien impulse, making him hard to predict but also hard to control. Shen Yun linked with the nearest lattice group and analyzed the fight through temporal pulse. The corruption's architecture was visible to him. The forced breakthrough was burning through Gu Tianming's left meridian cluster at a catastrophic rate. Every left side technique accelerated the collapse. His left side is failing, he shouted. Force him to fight from the left. Mei Lingzhou adapted without hesitation, shifting her pressure to Gu Tianming's weak side. Each forced left side defense cost him. Crimson cracks spreading across his arm, dark blood weeping from his eyes, his aura flickering like a bonfire in a storm. Stop talking, Gu Tianming screamed, and hurled a wave of corrupted energy at Shen Yun. Mei Lingzhou intercepted, her sword spinning a defensive spiral that redirected the blast skyward, but a fragment bypassed her guard and struck her left side. She staggered, blood at the corner of her mouth. The battleground toward its conclusion. Gu Tianming's left arm went dead. His movement pattern became predictable. The crimson armor cracked like heated glass. And the desperation in his eyes was no longer the corruption's voice, but genuinely, heartbreakingly his own. You think you've won? He retreated toward the eastern wing, reached into his robes, and crushed a jade token that tore a spatial rift in the air. The rift's energy destabilized the already damaged wing, and walls began to crumble. Gu Tianming stepped through the rift. His last words carried across the destruction. The thing beneath this mountain told me what the devourer really is. Your 30 days are a lie. The rift closed. The eastern wing collapsed. The aftermath was silence and stone dust. 14 dead, 10 corrupted faction members, and 4 loyal disciples caught in the collapse. Dozens wounded. The sect's infrastructure was shattered. And Zhou Kongming, carried to the medical pavilion by Elder Chun, clung to consciousness by a thread that grew thinner with every shallow breath. Shen Yun stood in the rubble while the system offered its clinical summary, and the countdown overhead ticked past 25 days, indifferent to grief, indifferent to cost, counting toward a convergence that would not pause because one broken sect needed time to bury its dead. Chapter 13 Dawn broke on a broken sect, and Shen Yun did not have the luxury of processing what that meant. The morning was recovery, clearing rubble, treating wounded, counting dead, reinforcing what remained. Elder Shu assumed military command, with Zhou Kongming incapacitated. The final tally stabilized at 14 dead, 68 wounded. The medical pavilion overflowed. Elder Chen worked without pause, her healing qi flickering with exhaustion. Shen Yun found himself directing both outer and inner disciples, and no one questioned his authority. The jade slip Zhou Kongming had given him carried institutional weight, but the real authority was simpler and deeper. He'd protected people. He'd fought. He'd bled. In a world where the sky was counting down to something terrible, that was enough to make him the person others looked to when they needed to know what to do next. Mei Lingzhou assessed combat readiness at midday. 160 fighters remaining, most at Qi condensation or lower. 10 at the foundation level, including Elder Shu. And Mei Lingzhou herself, the only nascent soul cultivator in the valley. Your system abilities compensate for the gap, she told Shen Yun, but you're burning reserves faster than you can replenish them. Temporal pulse drains harder each time you push it under pressure. I'll manage. You'll collapse, and then the people who follow you lose their only leader. She held his gaze with the direct intensity of someone who had decided that bluntness was more respectful than diplomacy. Be strategic about when you spend yourself. He accepted the point because she was right, and because arguing with her felt like arguing with a cliff face. Technically possible, but fundamentally pointless. The seal held, but the 3-day degradation timeline was ticking. Shen Yun needed the combined spiritual power of 3 sects for a permanent repair. The Moonwell sect to the south, 40 members, healing-focused, led by the compassionate Arbiter, would likely agree. The Heavenly Purity sect to the west was the problem. Shaozhenfeng, spirit-severing realm, 500 cultivators. A philosophy of survival that involved sacrificing the weak. Mei Lingzhou described him in 7 words: brilliant, ruthless, and certain he's correct. The system's assessment: low probability of success. They left the next morning. Shen Yun made a choice. Visit the Heavenly Purity sect first. Get the worst conversation over with while he still had the energy to be diplomatic. The Heavenly Purity compound gleamed on the western ridge. White walls, silver roofs, the architectural equivalent of a man who polished his boots during a fire. Xiao Zhenfeng received them in a hall that smelled of expensive incense and authority. He was younger than expected, maybe 40, with cheekbones that could cut glass, silver-threaded black hair, and eyes that cataloged everything they touched. His welcome was warm in the way that expertly forged weapons were warm, crafted, precise, and entirely capable of killing. The conversation lasted an hour. It ended with Xiao Zhenfeng laying out his plan. Sacrifice 40% of the valley's low cultivation population to create a spiritual buffer that would protect the rest through the convergence. Join me, he said. Bring the Cloudriver disciples. I will protect those above Foundation establishment. The rest will serve a higher purpose. The rest will die. They die regardless. I'm offering meaning. Shen Yun stood. We're leaving. You have 24 hours before I send my people to collect your outer disciples. Consider the offer carefully. The walkout felt like walking through tar. Every step weighted with the knowledge that they'd just failed the most important negotiation of the crisis. Mei Lingzhou's blade hummed against its scabbard. I'm going to kill him, she said. Not yet. Moonwell first. Shen Yun stared east at mountains that hid a wider world he'd barely explored. Then we figure out how to stop a spirit-severing cultivator who thinks mercy looks like murder. She shot him a look that combined fury and respect, and something warmer than either, and it settled in his chest next to the golden clock, and he wondered, not for the first time, which of those two pressures would define the person he was becoming. Chapter 14, the Moonwell sect occupied a crescent-shaped compound on the southern shore of Lake Yu. The lake glowed, not with reflected light, but with its own radiance, the surface shimmering with concentrated healing qi that had been accumulating for centuries. The buildings were modest, wooden halls, healing gardens, meditation pavilions positioned to catch the lake's spiritual emanations. No ostentation, no silver roofs, just quiet competence directed at keeping things alive. You received them in a study that smelled of medicinal herbs and green tea. She was ancient, 143 years old, with a face like crumpled parchment and eyes that held the deep, patient warmth of a hearth that had been burning since before most people in the valley were born. Her cultivation was spirit-severing stage 1, formidable by any standard, but her presence carried a weight that transcended power levels. Sit, she said. You're the ones fighting the darkness. I've been watching the ley lines for 3 days, and the seal beneath Cloudriver Mountain has your fingerprints all over it. No preamble, no politics. Shen Yun found himself telling her everything. The seal, the entity, the countdown, the system, the coup, Gu Tianming, the corrupted stones, with a candor he hadn't shown anyone, not even Mei Lingzhou. You listened without interruption, her ancient eyes cataloging each piece of information the way a healer cataloged symptoms. My 40 healers are at your disposal, she said when he finished. Our qi harmonizes with containment formations. We begin preparations immediately. Just like that. Young man, I am 143 years old. I have spent my life healing wounds that other people inflicted. The alternative to helping you is watching everything die from a comfortable chair, and that is not how I intend to meet my ancestors. The relief was staggering, but the conversation wasn't over. There's a complication. Xiao Jinfeng plans to march on our position within 24 hours. He wants our local cultivation members for his sacrifice ritual. Abyss Yu's warmth remained, but behind it, something hardened. The look of a healer who had spent a century watching cruelty and learned to distinguish it from necessity with surgical precision. He visited me 2 days ago with the same proposal. I declined. He called me sentimental. She reached into her robe and produced an object that made the system pulse with recognition. A pearl the size of a fist, radiating healing chi so pure it made the surrounding air shimmer like heat haze. The Moonwell Pearl, my sect's most sacred treasure. It amplifies healing and stabilization formations by a factor of 10. With this, the seal repair becomes permanent. She held it forward. There is one condition. Name it. Using the pearl at this magnitude requires a living conduit, someone who channels its energy through their body. The process costs the conduit roughly 90% of their remaining lifespan. She said this with the calm of someone who had already completed the emotional work of accepting a death sentence. I have perhaps 90 days left. The pearl would reduce that to 5. I have made my peace. No. The word came before calculation, before strategy, before anything except raw refusal born in the same place that had made him fight Han Biao for 23 strangers. There has to be another way. If you find one before the seal fails, I'll be grateful for the extra weeks. But the pearl must be part of the solution. They left with the alliance secured and the moral crisis unresolved. 200 Cloudriver cultivators and 40 Moonwell healers, a fraction of Xiao Jinfeng's strength, but bound by something his army lacked: choice. The ancient record described a technique, future borrowing, that could distribute the pearl's lifespan cost across Shen Yun's own centuries of potential life. He could serve as conduit instead of Abyss Yu, paying in years he hadn't lived yet rather than weeks she barely had left. Dangerous. Self-destructive. The kind of sacrifice Mei Lingzhou had made him promise to hesitate about. He kept it to himself, but the countdown overhead ticked past 25 days, and the window for hesitation was narrowing faster than his willingness to watch an old woman die for a mathematical convenience. Chapter 15. They reached the heavenly purity border at dawn. 30 white-robed cultivators blocked the road between granite outcroppings, an advance patrol carrying identical silver swords and moving with mechanical synchronization. Sect leader Xiao Jinfeng requests your immediate attendance, announced their leader, a foundation-level elder with the empty certainty of a true believer. I declined yesterday. This is not an invitation. Mei Lingzhou drew her sword. The sound cut the morning air like a declaration of war, and nascent soul pressure rolled off her in waves that bent the grass flat, made the patrol's spiritual senses howl with proximity warnings, and convinced every cultivator present that the woman with the blade was not making a request. 3 seconds to clear the road. I won't offer 4. They retreated. The patrol leader's parting words. Xiao Jinfeng marches at noon. 300 cultivators. You can't fight an army. They ran, not toward Cloudriver, but parallel, circling through Moonwell lands. Mei Lingzhou's nascent soul movement techniques carried her at speeds that blurred the landscape. Shen Yun kept pace only because the system optimized every step, every chi expenditure, turning running into an exercise in calculated conservation. 6 hours until noon, Mei Lingzhou said. The ritual takes 4. If we start now, we finish before they arrive. And if it leaves you weakened, then you fight extra hard. They reached the compound at full speed. Abyss Yu had begun preparations at dawn. And Old Man Tian sat on a rock eating breakfast. Old Man Tian had arrived the previous evening in a manner that defied the sealed gates entirely, walking through the defensive formation as if it were a beaded curtain, his patchwork robes fluttering, his wispy beard catching the wind. Elder Shu had nearly attacked before he started laughing and complimented her sword technique. Dao Lord. The man was a Dao Lord, a realm so far beyond spirit severing that the comparison was meaningless. He was ancient, eccentric, and spoke in a manner that suggested the apocalypse was the most entertaining thing to happen in centuries. Xiao Jinfeng marches at noon, Shen Yun announced. 6 hours. The ritual begins now. They descended for the final time. The seal chamber. The crystal. The entity's dormant hunger pressing against containment. Old Man Tian at the anchor point, his Dao Lord Chi spreading through stone like roots through earth. Abyss used 40 healers in resonance formation. the Moonwell Pearl on its pedestal. Shen Yun stood at the center. The conduit. The pearl responded to his epic essence like a struck bell. Healing chi, so pure it burned, flooded his meridians, and the system converted it into formation-compatible energy that raced through the seal's ancient script. Golden light blazed in every groove, every character, every connection. The entity screamed. Psychic force dropped the healers to their knees. Blood ran from noses. Only Old Man Tian and Shen Yun remained standing. He activated future borrowing. Years unlived compressed into raw spiritual power. His output tripled. The seal blazed white, then gold, then blinding fusion. Formation script renewed in seconds. The cost: white strands at his temples, fine lines at the corners of his eyes. 3.2 years of internal aging. 10 seconds. 5. 3. The formation locked. Every anchor blazed. The entity was forced into deep dormancy, so compressed it would take 50 years to threaten the seal again. The Moonwell Pearl crumbled to ordinary jade. Shen Yun collapsed, and as consciousness wavered, the system glitched again. Arbiter detected. Initiate harvest protocol. And he fell into darkness, wondering whether the golden clock in his chest was counting down to his salvation or his collection. Chapter 16. He woke to Mei Lingzhou's voice and Elder Chen's healing chi flowing through his battered meridians. 3 hours lost to unconsciousness. The seal was permanent, 50-plus years stable, confirmed by the system in clinical golden text. His cultivation had crossed the threshold during the ritual. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Bought with borrowed years, and the Moonwell Pearl's sacrifice. But Xiao Jinfeng's army was 2 hours away. Shen Yun pushed through the exhaustion, ignored the protests of every healer in earshot, and took command. Su Ran, the young formation master who had arrived with his 30 refugees the previous day, all ink-stained fingers and geometric genius, had already redesigned the compound's defenses during Shen Yun's descent. Bottleneck array, Su Ran explained, displaying a formation flag covered in script so dense it hurt to look at. Compresses any wide approach into 3 narrow channels. Turns numerical advantage into a logistical nightmare. How long to activate? Already active. I don't wait for permission when armies are marching. Shen Yun's respect for the frail formation master, who fought with geometry instead of fists because his body couldn't contain the spiritual energy his meridians produced, deepened into something approaching admiration. 200 defenders arrayed on walls and in the courtyard. Lattice formations linked. Mei Lingzhou at the gate. Old Man Tian on the wall. The Heavenly Purity Army appeared on the valley floor, 500 white robes in disciplined ranks. Xiao Jinfeng on his jade palanquin, serene as a sunset. Fellow cultivators. His amplified voice, smooth, reasonable, deadly. Join me. Together, we save the strongest. Old Man Tian walked out alone. He looked like a beggar at a parade. Patchwork robes, wispy beard, shuffling gait. Then he released his cultivation pressure, and 500 cultivators learned the difference between spirit severing and Tao, Lord the way a candle learns the difference between itself and the sun. The pressure was seismic. Cultivators stumbled. The foundation-level elders dropped. Xiao Jinfeng's palanquin cracked. The earth groaned. Xiao Jinfeng, I suggest you reconsider. To his credit, the man didn't flee. Spirit severing held him upright where others crumbled. Blood trickled from his nose, but his voice was steady. A Tao Lord. You protect the weak. I protect the living. 2 options. Join the alliance or leave the valley. The standoff lasted 40 minutes. Xiao Jinfeng withdrew to the western ridge, declaring independent status. Not unity, but not war. That evening, Mei Lingzhou sat beside Shen Yun on the pavilion steps while the alliance celebrated their survival with modest food and the fragile relief of people who had expected to die and hadn't. I need to tell you something, she said. I left my sect 3 days before the countdown appeared. Not during the crisis. Before it. Why? They received intelligence about a potential cosmic event weeks early. I argued for outreach. The council voted to hide. I was the only dissenting voice. She turned her teacup in her hands. I walked away from cowardice. Ending up here was chance. I don't believe in chance anymore. Neither do I. But I don't believe in systems, either. I believe in people. She met his eyes with an intensity that made the golden clock in his chest feel, for one moment, less important than the beating heart behind it. Don't lose that distinction. He wanted to say something worthy of what she'd given him. Instead, he said, "Your spiral technique saved lives today." She almost smiled. "Get some sleep. Tomorrow you'll find another disaster." She was right, because as he retreated to cultivate, the system displayed a notification that dwarfed every problem the valley had produced, and the number 50,000 blazed in gold behind his eyelids like a challenge from a world that refused to let him rest. Chapter 17. The permanent reinforcement ritual began at dawn, the redundancy layer that would ensure the seal held for decades rather than months. Abyss U's healers descended in precise formation, their combined harmonic creating a resonance grid that overlay the primary seal like a net over a cage, catching any weakness the primary formation might develop. Old Man Tian anchored the process with Tao Lord Qi that spread through the chamber's stone like roots through fertile soil. His concentration was absolute despite his casual posture. Shen Yun's system tracked the micro-adjustments the old man made to his energy output, each one correcting fluctuations with the precision of a master musician tuning an instrument mid-performance. The process was gentler than the emergency ritual. Without the Moonwell Pearl's overwhelming throughput, energy flowed in manageable streams. Shen Yun channeled epic essence through the formation script, and the system guided his hands with golden overlays that showed optimal distribution paths winding through ancient characters like rivers finding their natural courses. For hours in, the redundancy layer locked into place. Seal integrity, 97%. Functionally permanent. Then the ley lines responded. Spiritual energy that had been dammed for centuries by the deteriorating seal surged through the chamber in a rush that made every person present gasp. The mountain's accumulated power, freed at last, swirled around them in a vortex of raw qi so dense it became visible, shimmering threads of white and gold and blue, dancing through the air like aurora trapped in stone. Shen Yun absorbed. Epic essence flooded his dantian, pressing against the barrier between stages with insistent force. The pressure built until it cracked, and Foundation Establishment Stage 2 settled into his cultivation base, like a second story added to a house whose foundation had finally been poured properly. But the resonance brought something else, a glitch in the system that lasted half a second and changed everything. Text appeared in alien formatting. Arbiter detected. Initiate harvest protocol. Then it vanished, replaced by normal displays. Shen Yun's blood went cold. He'd seen this before, during the seal repair, during the vision. But this time, the context was clearer. The system wasn't just tracking him. It was reporting his progress to an authority that used the word harvest the way farmers used it about crops, with purpose, with timing, with the full intention of collecting what had been grown. Old Man Tian had warned him. The last 3 arbiters all died before their countdowns reached 0, consumed by the very system meant to save them. Now Shen Yun understood the mechanism, if not the purpose. The system grew its arbiters, fed them power, directed them toward challenges that forced advancement, pushed them to spin themselves in ways that accelerated their cultivation. And when they'd grown enough, ripened enough, the harvest came. He said nothing. The others were occupied with the ritual's completion, and panic would serve no purpose. But something shifted in the way he looked at the golden interface. A wariness that hadn't been there before. The guarded attention of someone who has realized that the hand feeding them might also be the hand that holds the knife. Topside, he spent the rest of the day in practical tasks, helping Wenling reorganize supply chains, reviewing defenses with Elder Shu, coordinating the healers into a permanent medical corps. Human work, grounding work. Evening came. Mei Lingzhou found him on the rooftop. Foundation Establishment Stage 2, she said. The ley line surge pushed you. He told her about the harvest protocol. Her reaction was immediate. Stop using the system. I can't. Without it, I can't perceive devourer energy, can't predict threats, can't do any of the things keeping people alive. There's a difference between using a tool and being used by one. I know. That's why I'm telling you. He met her eyes. If the system ever asks me to sacrifice myself, I need someone who'll tell me to say no. I'll do more than tell you. Her hand found his wrist. Not gentle, firm, the grip of someone who had decided that this particular person was not going to be lost on her watch. Promise me you'll hesitate. I promise to hesitate. That's not enough. It's what I can give right now. She held his wrist for a long moment, and in the silence between them, with the crimson countdown reflecting in her eyes and the golden clock pulsing in his chest, something unnamed and dangerous took root in the space where their hands touched, and Shen Yun realized that the thing he feared losing most wasn't his power or his life, but this, a person who saw him as a person, not a function. Chapter 18 Morning brought strategic assessment. Shen Yun cataloged assets with the system's clinical precision and the human awareness Mei Ling Zhou had reminded him to maintain. The Cloudriver Munwell Alliance. 200 cultivators. Defensive formations tripled by Su Ran's redesigns. Permanent seal. 1 Dao Lord ally. Functional. The countdown. 23 days. The immediate threat. Xiao Jinfeng on the western ridge. Neutralized by Old Man Tian's presence, but not resolved. Independent status was a truce, not peace. And the wider world, which had been burning since the sky cracked. The strategic session assembled the inner circle. Shen Yun, Mei Ling Zhou, Elder Shu, Abbas Yu, Old Man Tian, Su Ran, and Wen Ling, whose organizational competence had earned her a seat at a table populated by cultivators who outranked her by realms. They gathered in the sect leader's study, Zhou Kongming's study, though no one said his name, and laid maps across the desk. The seal is handled, Shen Yun began. Now we face the wider picture. The countdown is global. The system's task to unite the valley was step 1. The next step is the Azure Phoenix Empire, the continent's dominant power, 2 million cultivators, vast supply lines, ancient formation networks. An empire doesn't ally with a sect, Wen Ling said, consulting geographic notes she'd compiled from the archives. Empires absorb sections. Unless the empire is also facing destruction and needs help it can't provide itself. The conversation ran for 2 hours, mapping routes, identifying potential allies, debating resource allocation. By the end, they had a skeleton plan. Shen Yun would lead a small, fast team toward the Azure Phoenix Empire, while the Valley Alliance held position and trained. But the evening brought 2 developments that reshaped the plan's urgency. First, the system detected corruption in the Heavenly Purity Camp. Xiao Jinfeng was enhancing his cultivators with corrupted stones, the same kind that had turned Gu Tianming's faction into berserkers. 500 cultivators, methodically boosted by a man too intelligent for reckless overdose. The contamination signatures were controlled, measured, dangerous in exactly the way that careful cruelty was more lethal than passionate rage. Second, Su Ran completed his integration with the compound's defense grid and delivered his assessment over tea that evening, his ink-stained fingers wrapped around the cup as though drawing warmth from a world that kept getting colder. Your outer wall has 17 exploitable weaknesses, he said. I've patched 12. The remaining 5 require materials I don't have. Given 3 days and some spirit jade, I can make this compound defensible against anything short of a Dao Lord assault. We may not have 3 days. Then I'll work faster. He sipped his tea. My body is failing. Has been for years. My meridians produce more spiritual energy than my physical form can contain. I burn from the inside, slowly but continuously. Formation mastery is the ideal discipline for someone who fights with geometry instead of fists, because the geometry doesn't require a body that functions properly. How long? Years. Maybe. If I don't overexert. He met Shen Yun's eyes with the calm of someone who had already accepted an equation whose answer was his own death. I mention this not for sympathy, but for planning purposes. Don't build strategies around my long-term availability. The honesty was brutal and practical, and exactly the kind of information a commander needed. Shen Yun filed it alongside the other weights he carried and turned to the system's alert about Xiao Jinfeng's corruption enhancement. 500 cultivators with corrupted boosts. The same supplier that had fed Gu Tianming, which meant the same external entity was playing both sides, empowering the coup in the opposition, seeding corruption through every faction in the valley, undermining stability from multiple angles simultaneously. The system couldn't identify the supplier. Whatever it was operated outside the golden interface's detection range, which meant it was either very distant, very powerful, or both. Shen Yun cultivated through the night, pushing toward Foundation Establishment Stage 3. The epic essence from the ley line resonance was substantial, and his advancement rate reflected it. Each stage coming faster than the last, the system's optimization algorithms compressing months of traditional cultivation into hours of system-enhanced progression. But Old Man Tion's warning haunted his meditation. The system grows you. It feeds you power. And when you've grown enough, harvest. He advanced to stage 2 and paused at its edge, deliberately holding back from the next breakthrough. Not because the power wasn't available, but because he needed to understand the cost before he paid it. Morning came with the heavenly purity campfires still burning on the western ridge and the countdown ticking past 23 days. The system displayed the task that would drag him out of the valley and into a world he'd never explored. Regional Convergence Event IN 3 days epicenter. The Shattered Plains, 470 kilometers east-northeast. Estimated casualties, if unaddressed, 50,000 lives. 3 days. And the only person the system said could address it was a 5-day-old cultivator with borrowed years in his hair and a golden clock in his chest that might be counting down to something far worse than the Devourer. Chapter 19. Shen Yun assembled his strike team in the courtyard at dawn. Himself, Mei Lingzhou, and Feng Hao, the last being a recent and memorable addition to the alliance. Feng Hao had arrived the previous afternoon with a group of Northern Waste refugees. He was impossible to miss. 6 feet of corded muscle wrapped in furs and leather, a face that looked like it had been carved by someone who prioritized function over aesthetics, and a laugh that could shake dust from ceiling beams. He was a body cultivator, a rare discipline that ignored qi techniques in favor of pushing the physical form to superhuman limits through specialized tempering. Foundation Establishment Stage 4, achieved not through meditation or pill consumption, but through years of punching things that were harder than his fists until his fists became harder. I heard there's a man here with a golden clock who fights cosmic monsters. Feng Hao had said upon arrival, pushing past the gate guards with the casual authority of someone who didn't understand the concept of restricted access. I want in. You don't know what you're asking for. I don't care what I'm asking for. My village is gone. My people are scattered. I've been punching void beasts for 3 days, and I'm tired of punching things alone. He grinned, a wide, reckless expression that contained no fear and abundant foolishness. So where do I sign up? His combat demonstration had been convincing. He'd sparred with 3 Foundation-level inner disciples simultaneously and knocked all 3 off their feet through pure physical force. Mei Lingzhou had watched with the expression of someone reluctantly impressed by a natural disaster. Now the 3 of them, plus Old Man Tian, who insisted on coming for the scenery, prepared to travel toward the Shattered Plains. The Valley Alliance would hold under Elder Shu's command, with Su Ran managing the defensive formations and Wen Ling handling logistics. The Shattered Plains are 470 kilometers east-northeast, Shen Yun briefed, the system projecting route data that only he could see. The Regional Convergence event will hit in 3 days. If we don't harmonize the Devourer node at its center, 50,000 people die. How do we travel that far in time? Mei Lingzhou asked. Your nascent soul movement techniques cover the distance in under 8 hours if we push. Feng Hao and I ride the qi currents you generate. Old Man Tian keeps up on his own, the Dao Lord finished, popping a candied nut into his mouth from a bag that had appeared from nowhere. I've been walking between continents since before this sect was built. Don't worry about me. The departure was swift. Mei Lingzhou generated a qi slipstream, a nascent soul technique that created a corridor of accelerated spiritual energy, essentially a tunnel through the air that pulled everything inside it forward at tremendous speed. Shen Yun and Feng Hao rode the current, buffeted by wind that roared past at velocities that made speech impossible and breathing an act of concentration. The landscape blurred beneath them. Green valleys gave way to brown foothills, then to the gray stone of the world's spine mountains' foothills. Scattered villages appeared and vanished, some intact, some abandoned, some burned. The countdown's effects varied wildly. In some areas, life continued with tense normalcy. In others, cultivation beasts had gone berserk, ley line disruptions had made water sources toxic, or reality itself had begun to fray. It was the fraying that announced their approach to the Shattered Plains. The first sign was a patch of ground that simply wasn't there. A perfect circle, maybe 3 meters across, where grass and dirt and rock had been replaced by nothing. Not a hole, not darkness, but the absence of existence itself. Looking at it made Shen Yun's eyes water and his mind stutter, like trying to read a page that had been cut from a book. Void patches, the system identified. Reality erosion. Localized failures in the dimensional fabric caused by the Devourer node's destabilizing influence. Walking into one meant ceasing to exist. More patches appeared as they traveled. Then larger gaps, entire hillsides missing, replaced by that same gut-wrenching nothing. Trees that ended at the erosion boundary, their cross-sections displaying smooth, impossibly clean cuts that revealed rings and bark and sap frozen at the moment of deletion. They saved a merchant caravan trapped between two expanding void patches. Shen Yun's system detected the safe path. Mei Lingzhou's blade cleared void-corrupted beasts that had been driven mad by the erosion. Feng Hao carried an injured ox on his shoulders because the man simply did not understand the concept of something being too heavy. The caravan's leader, a mortal woman named Aunt Chun, no relation to the sect's healer, stared at them with the hollow eyes of someone who had watched the world unmake itself. The Shattered Plains used to be a city, she said. 200,000 people. The erosion started there a week ago. Now it's a wasteland with survivors trapped in pockets of stable reality, and every pocket is shrinking. The countdown read 22 days. The Shattered Plains waited ahead, reality coming apart at the seams, and 50,000 people were running out of ground to stand on. Which meant Shen Yun was running out of time to find a Devourer node he'd never seen and perform a harmonization technique he'd never attempted on a scale that made the Valley Seal look like a practice exercise. Chapter 20 The Shattered Plains earned their name. Shen Yun stood at the boundary and stared at a landscape that violated every natural law he understood. The earth had been torn apart and rearranged by forces that didn't care about gravity, geometry, or the continued existence of solid matter. Chunks of ground the size of city blocks floated at various heights, some inverted, their undersides bristling with tree roots and foundation stones that pointed at the sky. Between the floating chunks, void patches shimmered, areas where reality had simply stopped existing, gaps in the world that made the eyes slide away in self-defense. Gravity reversed in some zones. Time moved at different speeds in others. Shen Yun watched a bird fly into a slow-time pocket and hang motionless in mid-wing beat, frozen not by ice, but by temporal dilation. In the distance, two floating land masses collided in silent slow motion, their impact producing no sound because the air between them had been erased. This is what the Devourer does to a world, Old Man Tian said. His manic energy was gone. His ancient eyes held the particular grief of someone witnessing a horror they'd seen before. The node at the center is destabilizing local reality. If it's not addressed, the erosion expands until it reaches the valley, the mountains, the empire. Eventually, there's nothing left to erode. The system mapped a safe path through the chaos, a winding route between void patches, through stable gravity corridors, across reality bridges that held for now but wouldn't hold for long. Shen Yun's golden interface was the only thing that made navigation possible. Without it, they'd have walked into a void patch within the first 100 meters. They entered. The experience was disorienting beyond anything Shen Yun had endured. Up became sideways. Sound arrived before its source event. Colors shifted into spectra that human eyes weren't designed to process. Feng Hao dealt with it by refusing to acknowledge it. He walked forward with the stubborn determination of a man who had decided that reality's problems were reality's problems, and he was going to keep moving regardless. Mei Lingzhou navigated with sword cultivator instincts, her blade drawn and reading the energy flows around them like a compass needle reading magnetic fields. She found the safe paths through feel where Shen Yun found them through the system's data. They reached the first pocket of survivors after 2 hours of navigation. A protective formation, crude, desperate, powered by the sustained effort of a stern-faced spirit-severing elder named Commander Zhao, shielded roughly 3,000 people. Civilians, low-level cultivators, children, the elderly. The formation held a sphere of stable reality about 500 meters across. Outside it, the world was coming apart. Commander Zhao was military through and through, short-cropped gray hair, a scar bisecting his left eyebrow, armor that had seen decades of use. His eyes assessed Shen Yun with the clinical efficiency of someone deciding whether a new arrival was an asset or a liability. "You came from outside," Commander Zhao said. not a question. From the Cloudriver Valley. We're here to address the node at the center of the plains. The node. The commander's jaw tightened. 4 teams have gone toward the center. None came back. Their bodies didn't fall. They didn't die in any conventional sense. They simply ceased to exist. One moment they were there, the next, nothing. No corpse, no spiritual trace, no echo. The node doesn't kill people. It deletes them. Erased from existence, Mei Lingzhou said. Not even a death to mourn. Not even that. Commander Zhao looked at Shen Yun. And you think you can handle what deleted 4 teams of cultivators, some of whom were at nascent soul? I have tools they didn't have. Shen Yun activated the golden interface visibly, light flickering in his eyes, the faint temporal distortion of temporal pulse warping the air. The node can't be destroyed by force. It has to be harmonized, attuned to a frequency that integrates the Devourer's energy with the world's natural spiritual matrix instead of allowing it to disrupt. The technique requires a specific type of energy that I can provide. And the risk? If the attunement fails, my cultivation shatters permanently. Silence. Commander Zhao studied him for a long time. The white-streaked hair, the golden-flecked eyes, the bruises and barely healed cuts of someone who had already spent himself repeatedly in the past 5 days. What the commander saw apparently satisfied some internal criterion, because he nodded once, sharply. We hold the perimeter. You do whatever it is you need to do at the center. But if the safe zone shrinks again before you succeed. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Shen Yun turned to his team. Su Ran would have loved this problem, the formation mathematics of stabilizing reality. But Su Ran was 400 kilometers away, so Shen Yun would have to be his own formation master, using the system's guidance and the ancient records techniques. Mei Lingzhou and Feng Hao, perimeter defense. Void-corrupted beasts are being drawn to the node's energy. Keep them off me during the harmonization. Old Man Tian. I'll anchor the surrounding reality during the attempt, the Tao Lord said, serious for once. Tao Lord Qi is stable enough to serve as scaffolding while you work. They moved toward the center. The landscape grew worse with every step. More void patches, stronger temporal distortion, gravity anomalies that required Qi-enhanced jumps between stable platforms. Shen Yun's system mapped each obstacle and plotted paths that threaded between annihilation zones with margins measured in centimeters. At the center, they found the node. It was beautiful. A column of crystallized devourer energy, 20 meters tall, rotating slowly on an axis that didn't align with any physical direction. It refracted light into colors that didn't exist in the normal spectrum, and it hummed with a frequency that resonated in Shen Yun's dantian. Not painfully, but with the uncomfortable intimacy of something that recognized him at a molecular level. The system identified it, Devourer Node, Class 3, Primary Destabilization Source. Harmonization possible. Warning, attunement failure equals permanent cultivation-based destruction. Shen Yun sat before the node, crossed his legs, and entered a meditative state. The harmonization technique from the ancient record unfolded in his mind. A precise sequence of epic essence modulations that would align the node's frequency with the world's spiritual matrix, turning it from a source of destruction into a wellspring of enhanced energy. He began. The node resisted. Its frequency was alien, born in a dimension that operated on different physical laws, vibrating at a rate that human spiritual energy couldn't naturally match. Shen Yun pushed, the system guiding his modulations with golden precision, and the gap between his frequency and the nodes narrowed millimeter by millimeter. Outside, Mei Lingzhou's sword sang against void beasts drawn to the harmonization attempt. Feng Hao's fists boomed, each impact releasing shockwaves that scattered creatures made of corrupted reality. Old Man Tian's Tao Lord Qi spread in a dome of stabilized space, keeping the safe zone from collapsing while Shen Yun worked. And then, in the space between one modulation and the next, Shen Yun's consciousness brushed against the node's core and found a message waiting there like a letter left in an empty house. Not destruction, not mindless cosmic force. A voice, vast, alien, but unmistakable in its intent. We do not consume. We transform. Your world is being upgraded. Resist, and you break. Yield, and you transcend. The Devourer wasn't destroying the world. It was trying to change it into something more. And the node, the reality erosion, The void patches, the deleted existence, was the cost of resistance, the friction generated by a world fighting a transformation it didn't understand. The revelation crashed through Shen Yun's assumptions like a boulder through a paper wall, and as the harmonization completed, the node's frequency aligning with the world's, the shattered planes beginning to knit back together in real time, reality solidifying around 3,000 survivors who would never know how close they'd come to being erased. He understood with cold, golden clarity that the enemy might not be an enemy at all, and the countdown might not be measuring destruction, but birth. And the question that would define everything was not how to fight the devourer, but whether humanity could survive being transformed by something that didn't understand the difference between elevation and annihilation. Chapter 21. The harmonization's aftermath tasted like copper and starlight. Shen Yun opened his eyes to a world stitching itself back together. The shattered plains, which moments ago had been a nightmare of floating earth, void patches, and temporal fractures, rippled like the surface of a pond struck by a stone, then began to settle. Chunks of earth drifted downward with dreamlike slowness, fitting back into place with the precision of puzzle pieces guided by an invisible hand. Void patches filled, not with the original terrain, but with something subtly different. The soil was richer, darker, threaded with veins of luminous mineral that hadn't existed before. Colors sharpened across the landscape as though a painter had returned to a half-finished work and decided to finish it in a bolder palette. The bruised twilight sky softened into a warm amber that painted everything gold, and where the ground knit together, silver-petaled flowers erupted from enriched earth, small and luminous, pulsing with visible chi like tiny heartbeats measured in light. Shen Yun's body, however, was not settling. His meridians burned with remnants of harmonic energy. Channels of spiritual power scoured raw, as if someone had dragged hot wire through his veins and left the heat behind. His ribs ached where the initial injuries from the cave had never quite healed, the bones still knitting around fracture lines that seemed to widen with every major exertion. The white streaks at his temples, earned from borrowing future power during the valley siege, had thickened into bands of silver that aged his reflection by a decade. He looked down at his hands. They trembled with a fine vibration he couldn't control, each finger twitching independently as residual temporal energy sought pathways out of muscles that had never been designed to hold it. Shen Yun. Mei Lingzhou's voice reached him through a fog of exhaustion. She materialized beside him with the fluid speed of a nascent soul cultivator. One moment a distant figure, the next close enough to touch, the transition between states invisible to anyone below core formation. Her sword was still drawn, its edge dimming from the silver-white glow of sustained combat back to the muted luster of ordinary steel. Blood spattered her robes in a pattern that told a story of close-quarters fighting. Dark ichor from void-corrupted beasts, not her own blood, applied in splashes and streaks that mapped the angles of engagement. A shallow cut ran along her left forearm, where something had slipped past her guard, and she carried the wound with the casual dismissal of a woman who maintained a personal hierarchy of concerns in which minor injuries ranked below inclement weather and slightly above lukewarm tea. Is it done? It's done. His voice came out as a rasp, the sound of dried paper being crushed. The node is harmonized. The planes should stabilize within the hour. Feng Hao appeared from behind a settling boulder, carrying what appeared to be the severed horn of a void beast over one shoulder, like a trophy. The horn was obsidian black and 3 feet long, still crackling with residual corruption that didn't bother the body cultivator in the slightest. His physical-only cultivation existed in a category immune to spiritual contamination, the way a mountain was immune to drowning. His grin was enormous and irrepressible, the expression of a man who had found his calling in the art of punching monsters and saw no reason to be subtle about his satisfaction. Did you see the one that came at us from the left? 3 heads. 3 separate heads, each with its own set of teeth, each capable of independent biting decisions. I punched the middle one, and the other 2 just fell off. Like pulling petals from a daisy, except the daisy was the size of a horse and wanted to eat me. Fascinating, Mei Lingzhou said with the inflection of someone who found it the opposite of fascinating but lacked the energy to construct a more elaborate dismissal. Old man Tian stood nearby, his Tao Lord aura slowly contracting back to its normal imperceptible state. He'd anchored reality during the harmonization, a task that required spreading his spiritual pressure across kilometers of fractured dimensional fabric, serving as human scaffolding while broken walls of existence set and hardened around a new configuration. A feat that should have exhausted even a cultivator of his caliber. Yet he reached into his robe, produced a candied nut from a bag that seemed to contain an infinite supply, and popped it into his mouth as though the preceding hours had been nothing more eventful than a pleasant afternoon walk through countryside he found mildly scenic. The node's message, Shen Yun said, rising to unsteady feet. His knees protested. His spine cracked in 3 places with sounds like small wooden blocks breaking. His cultivation base vibrated like a plucked string settling back to stillness, each oscillation sending waves of sensation through meridians still raw from the harmonization. I heard the Devourer speak during the process. It said, "We transform. We do not consume." Old Man Tion's voice carried no surprise. Yes, I suspected as much. Mei Lingzhou turned on the old man with a sharpness that could have cut jade. You suspected? You've known all along that the Devourer might not be hostile. I've known that the truth is more complicated than cosmic monster eats worlds. That's different from knowing it's friendly. He cracked another nut between his teeth with a sound like a small bone snapping. A surgeon cuts you open. A murderer cuts you open. The distinction matters enormously, but it only becomes clear after the blade goes in. Shen Yun processed this while the golden interface updated in his vision. Epic essence reserves had surged, the node's conversion releasing a torrent of crystallized karmic energy that saturated his meridians and pooled in his dantian like liquid gold. His cultivation base trembled on the edge of a breakthrough. Epic essence, 14,200 plus 11,000. Cultivation, foundation establishment stage 6 breakthrough threshold detected countdown. 22:0, 4:17:33, he let the energy settle. A breakthrough now would waste half the essence on stabilizing his depleted body rather than building his foundation. Better to recover first. Let his meridians cool. Let the borrowed future backlash fade to something manageable. Commander Zhao strode through the stabilizing terrain toward them, the scar bisecting his left eyebrow pale against his flushed face, the only concession his body made to the harrowing hours. Behind him, 3,000 survivors emerged from the protective formation's dome, blinking at a transformed landscape where the doubled chi density made each breath taste sweet. Several low-level cultivators had begun absorbing ambient energy without effort, cultivation bases expanding like flowers turning toward unexpected light. You did it, Commander Zhao said. Not a question. I owe you 3,000 lives. You owe me cooperation. The planes are one node. There are more across this continent, each one devouring reality around it. I need soldiers, scouts, and anyone with formation expertise. You'll have them. My people are civilians first. I won't send them where they're expendable. No one is expendable. That's the entire point of what I'm trying to build. Mei Lingzhou sat beside Shen Yun as the camp organized around them. The Devourer's message. You believe it. I believe I heard it. Whether to trust it, an entity powerful enough to reshape reality, with no concept of consent. It doesn't hate us. And somehow that's worse than malice. Because malice can be reasoned with. Indifference operates on a scale where our existence registers as a rounding error. They sat watching survivors reclaim their lives, families reuniting, children discovering that the silver flowers glowed at a touch, and then the system erupted with urgent amber. Alert! Large cultivator force approaching. Range, 12 kilometers. Speed, formation-enhanced march. 300 plus cultivators. Highest signature, spirit-severing peak. Identified, Xiao Jinfeng, Heavenly Purity Sect. Devourer-contaminated weapons detected. Mei Lingzhou was on her feet, hand on her sword. Who? Xiao Jinfeng. 300 cultivators, corrupted weapons, spirits severing at their head. The peace shattered, because the man who had tried to sacrifice the Cloudriver Sect was marching toward 3,000 survivors with an army at his back. And if Shen Yun couldn't stop him before sunset, every life he'd just bled to save would burn as fuel for a madman's altar. Chapter 22. The War Council formed within minutes inside Commander Zhao's command tent, a repurposed pavilion scarred by the reality erosion. its canvas walls bearing acid burns from void beasts and patches where spiritual energy had eaten through material and been hastily repaired with formation tape. The air inside smelled of lamp oil, medicinal herbs, and the particular acrid tension that hung in rooms where people made decisions that determined whether thousands lived or died. Around the makeshift table, a salvaged door balanced on supply crates. Faces represented every faction in the camp. Commander Zhao sat rigid, his military mind running combat scenarios with the mechanical efficiency of a man who treated uncertainty as a personal insult. Mei Lingzhou leaned against the tent pole with her sword within arm's reach, dried void beast blood dark on her sleeve, her expression the focused stillness of a predator evaluating whether to flee or strike. Feng Hao stood at the tent's entrance because his shoulders exceeded the folding chair's engineering tolerances and because he maintained that sitting dulled his reflexes. Old Man Tian had appropriated 2 of those chairs and arranged them into what he called a civilized seating arrangement, and what everyone else called the reason there aren't enough seats. Su Ran crouched over a jade detector relay, ink-stained fingers translating scout reports into spatial geometry at a speed that suggested his mind processed maps the way most people processed spoken language, automatically, continuously, and with an attention to detail that bordered on obsessive. 312 cultivators, Su Ran reported without looking up, his spectacles reflecting the detector's soft blue glow. They've been trailing us since the valley, holding distance, watching. The vanguard includes 40 Foundation establishment soldiers carrying corrupted spirit weapons, volatile devourer energy packed into jade casings. Devastating striking power, but the contamination eats the wielder's meridians after 4 to 6 hours of active use. These are shock assault weapons. Hit hard, overwhelm quickly, withdraw before the backlash cripples your soldiers. Tactical efficiency through expendable personnel, Shen Yun said. He's trading his own soldiers' long-term health for short-term striking power. Consistent with his worldview. Every resource has a function. When the function is served, the resource is discarded. Su Ran's voice held the clinical detachment of someone describing a formation's architecture rather than a philosophy of human sacrifice. Commander Zhao leaned forward, fingers interlaced. What does this heavenly purity leader want? Specifically, he believes the devourer can be appeased through blood sacrifice, Shen Yun said, and the words tasted bitter in his mouth because he'd had this conversation before and would likely have it again, and the answer never changed. He's destroyed 3 towns testing that theory, fed their populations into sacrificial formations he claims slow the entity's advance. He wants the 3,000 survivors in this camp as his next offering. Outside the tent, the camp's recovery continued in its fragile, persistent way. A woman sang to her infant, a lullaby from the Cloudriver Sect about a crane carrying a child to safety above floodwaters. The melody simple and ancient, and weighted with the particular tenderness of a parent who had recently learned that safety was provisional. 2 boys chased each other around a cooking fire, their laughter carrying the unconscious joy of children who hadn't been told what was approaching from the east. Someone was boiling rice in a cast-iron pot that had survived the reality erosion through the cosmic insignificance of cookware. The devourer's dimensional energy apparently couldn't be bothered to erase something as mundane as a vessel for grain. Over my corpse, Commander Zhao said. That's exactly what he's counting on. Shen Yun activated the system and projected tactical awareness outward. The golden interface mapped the approaching army, wedge assault pattern, strongest cultivators at the tip, support units fanning behind, the heavenly purity leader riding at the rear with a personal guard of 6 core formation elders. We have advantages. The harmonized planes have doubled ambient chi. Our cultivators are operating at enhanced capacity. Su Ran's formations can reshape the approach into a series of nested kill zones. Su Ran's eyes lit with the particular intensity of an engineer confronting a problem worthy of his full attention. The harmonized node left residual energy patterns in the ground, stable formations naturally embedded in the terrain. I can tap them as anchors without laying fresh materials. 3 layers, an outer disruption field that shatters their coordinated march, a middle barrier maze that isolates and stalls individual units, and an inner resonance trap that amplifies the corruption in those spirit weapons and redirects it through the wielder's own meridians. How long to build the full array? 5 hours. For if people stop asking me questions. He departed at a sprint, satchel of formation tools clanking against his hip with each stride. Third advantage, Shen Yun said. Our hidden Tao Lord. Xiao Zhenfeng doesn't know Old Man Tian is with us. When the battle starts, full revelation, Tao Lord aura, unrestricted. 3 realms above spirit severing. The gap isn't competitive. It's the difference between a campfire and a forest blaze. And if even that doesn't break his commitment? Mei Lingzhou asked, because she mapped failure modes the way cartographers mapped coastlines. Thoroughly, assuming the worst about every inlet. Then I step forward alone and challenge him to single combat. The tent erupted. 5 voices competed for 3 seconds before Mei Lingzhou's cut through with surgical clarity. Foundation establishment against spirit severing. You understand the gap. 4 full realms. I understand. But the system gives me 3-second precognition. He's never fought anyone who can see his attacks before they launch. If I survive long enough to land a single wound, it proves the Arbiter's power is real and growing. That changes his calculation from tolerable annoyance to escalating threat. Feng Hao raised a hand the size of a dinner plate. Can I also fight him? No. 4 voices answered simultaneously, with a harmony that suggested the response had been rehearsed by the universe. The preparations consumed the remaining hours. Su Ran wove his formation layers with the manic precision of someone communicating more fluently in geometric patterns than in language, muttering proofs under his breath while his ink-stained fingers inscribed lines in enriched soil. Commander Zhao positioned soldiers in staggered defensive formations, each unit assigned a primary station and 2 contingency positions. Mei Lingzhou drilled the mobile response team until they shifted formation on instinct rather than command. 20 elite fighters moving as a single organism with multiple limbs and a shared nervous system. Night fell. The enemy's fires burned 8 kilometers east. A constellation of hostile lights scattered across the plain's edge, each fire marking a cluster of soldiers preparing for morning, sharpening weapons, running through techniques, sleeping the light sleep of warriors who knew dawn would bring violence. And Shen Yun sat alone at the boundary, watching the countdown tick, 22:01:43:11, knowing that tomorrow he would walk toward those fires and attempt to change a 6th-century fanatic's mind with words and evidence, and that the price of failure was 3,000 lives and a precedent establishing that the Devourer's arrival made murder mathematics and mathematics made murder acceptable. Chapter 23. Dawn arrived with the smell of ozone and wildflowers, and Shen Yun walked east alone. He left his outer robe behind, wearing only inner garments, clean, plain, bearing no sect insignia. His sword hung at his hip, untouched, its weight a familiar constant against the unfamiliarity of everything else in his life. The system projected tactical data across his vision in golden text, but he dimmed it to a whisper, reducing the overlay to a faint shimmer at the edges of his perception. This was not a moment for computation. This was a moment for the kind of persuasion that lived in voice and eye contact, and the narrow space between 2 people's convictions where words might accomplish what formations and blades could not. The harmonized plains stretched around him in their strange new beauty. Silver-petaled flowers had multiplied overnight, their stems pulsing with visible chi, each blossom a small beacon that gave the landscape the appearance of a field of earthbound stars. The air hummed with doubled spiritual density, every breath tasting of potential, of energy so thick it bordered on substance, like drinking light instead of air. Morning mist clung to the ground in ribbons that shimmered with faint iridescence, the enriched moisture carrying enough ambient chi to tingle against exposed skin. Insects had returned to the stabilized terrain, small spirit-touched creatures whose wings caught the golden morning light and refracted it into miniature rainbows. Xiao Zhenfeng's army occupied the field's eastern edge in perfect military formation. 300 cultivators arranged in ranks so precise they could have been drawn with a ruler, formations crisp as mathematics, weapons drawn and held at uniform angles. Many of those weapons glowed with the telltale crimson of devourer corruption, jade casings wrapped around energy that felt like a wound in the spiritual fabric, raw and hot and unstable, each weapon a small disaster waiting for permission to happen. The formation's front rank stood motionless in the dawn light, their discipline absolute, each soldier a fixed point in a pattern designed to express collective threat through collective stillness. The body language of an army that had been told to look impressive and had interpreted the instruction with literal precision. The heavenly purity leader sat mounted on his spirit beast, a white-maned lion that stood taller than a warhorse, its golden eyes tracking Shen Yun's approach with the fixed attention of a predator assessing something that didn't fit neatly into the categories of prey or threat. Each of the lion's exhalations fogged in the morning air, carrying a charge of spiritual energy that made the silver flowers near its massive paws wilt and curl inward, their luminous petals dimming in the presence of controlled spiritual aggression. Xiao Jinfeng himself was a figure designed by nature and refined by 6 centuries for a single purpose: authority. Tall, broad-shouldered, with features that looked carved from the same stone as the mountains bordering the plains. All hard angles and geometric precision. Handsome the way a fortress was handsome, impressive rather than inviting. His hair was black enough to absorb the morning's amber light, creating a corona of shadow around a face that held the particular sharpness of someone who had spent lifetimes being the strongest individual in any gathering and had internalized that status as an identity rather than a circumstance. His robes bore the heavenly purity sigil in gold thread, a stylized flame ascending toward heaven, and his cultivation aura pulsed with spirit-severing intensity, a power so vast it warped the physical world around him. Heat shimmer on a cold morning, grass bending away from his boots, the air itself seeming to defer. Shen Yun stopped 100 meters from the front line, close enough for conversation, far enough for half a second's warning if a technique launched at his head. Xiao Jinfeng, he called, the system amplifying his voice without visible technique. I come to talk. The sect leader dismounted with unhurried grace and walked forward alone, matching Shen Yun's vulnerability with a display of confidence that could have been respect for the format or contempt for the threat. They faced each other in the field of silver flowers, 3,000 civilians behind one man, 300 warriors behind the other. You harmonize the node, Xiao Jinfeng said. Deep voice, cultured cadence, the diction of a man accustomed to having his sentences treated as proclamations. I watched from the ridge. The technique was impressive. It saved 3,000 lives. It preserved 3,000 existences scheduled for consumption. Not the same. My data contradicts your theory. Shen Yun produced a jade slip. You sacrificed 3 towns. The Devourer's advance slowed each time. But those towns sat on Devourer nodes, the same type I harmonized. Your sacrifices destabilized the nodes through energy disruption. The slowdown came from node disruption, not from the Devourer consuming offerings. Your correlation is not causation. He tossed the jade slip. Xiao Jinfeng caught it. Spirit's severing perception swept through the data, meticulous, searching for fabrication. Finding none. The silence that followed lasted 10 heartbeats, each one carrying the weight of 3 destroyed towns and their uncounted dead. One example, the sect leader said after a pause that lasted 10 heartbeats, long enough for Shen Yun to count each one and wonder which would be the last before a spirit-severing technique rendered the conversation moot. One harmonized node does not constitute a replicable methodology. The slip contains readings from all 3 sacrifice sites cross-referenced with the plane's harmonization. The destabilization patterns are identical. Your sacrifices disrupted the nodes, the same result my harmonization achieved, but mine did it without killing anyone. The data isn't ambiguous. It's not a matter of interpretation. Your people died because you didn't know there was another way, and now you do. Xiao Jinfeng held the jade slip for a long moment, his spirit-severing spiritual sense sweeping through the data a second time, not searching for fabrication this time, but for the specific kind of error that would let him dismiss the findings without abandoning his framework. His jaw tightened when he failed to find one. Even if the data is valid, the sect leader said, choosing each word with the precision of someone laying stones on a path they weren't sure they wanted to walk. Your method requires your personal involvement. One man, one system, one technique that cannot be taught or replicated. How many nodes can you harmonize before your borrowed lifespan runs out? 5, 10. There are dozens, perhaps hundreds. Then help me find a way to teach others. Your cultivators have the discipline and the spiritual control. What they need is the theoretical framework, and I can provide that. You're asking me to gamble 3,000 lives on a prototype training program that doesn't exist yet. I'm asking you to stop gambling lives on a sacrifice doctrine that the data says doesn't work. The words landed like a blade finding bone. Xiao Jinfeng's expression hardened, not with anger, but with the particular rigidity of a man whose foundational assumptions were being tested by evidence he couldn't dismiss, and whose 6 centuries of built identity were straining against the possibility that he'd been wrong about the one thing he'd been most certain about. More silence. Then, I didn't come for debate. The survivors represent spiritual energy for 3 more sacrificial barriers. 1 hour. Evacuate your team. The civilians stay. He turned and walked back toward his army. Persuasion had failed against conviction 6 centuries deep, and the hour granted was not generosity, but the arrogance of someone who believed his 300 soldiers could crush anything a Foundation establishment youth assembled, which meant 60 minutes remained to convert that arrogance into the costliest miscalculation in the Heavenly Purity Sect's ancient and distinguished history. Chapter 24. Shen Yun returned to camp in controlled strides, each step carrying the weight of failed negotiation and the ticking awareness of 57 remaining minutes. The War Council reconvened with the urgency of people who'd just been given a countdown within their countdown. He refused, Shen Yun confirmed, and the words fell into the tent like stones into still water. 1 hour until his army advances. Commander Zhao's hand went to his sword hilt, not drawing, just touching, the instinctive gesture of a military man confirming his weapon's presence the way other people confirmed their wallet was in their pocket. Then we fight. We defend. There's a distinction that matters. Shen Yun laid out the battle plan with system-enhanced precision, tactical overlays painting his inner vision with terrain analysis, force disposition estimates, and probability cascades that branched like lightning from each decision point. Su Ran's formations are the backbone. 3 layers to blunt, stall, and counterattack. The outer disruption field shatters their coordinated advance. The middle barriers isolate and pin down their infantry. The inner resonance trap turns those corrupted weapons into liabilities. And the Heavenly Purity leader himself. Mei Lingzhou asked. Spirit-severing peak could collapse every formation Su Ran has built in under a minute. One sustained application of his full aura and the formation anchors shatter. Which is why Old Man Tian reveals himself the moment Xiao Jinfeng releases his full spiritual pressure. Dao Lord against spirit-severing. The gap is categorical, not a contest between equals, but an adult stopping a child's tantrum. His army freezes, his pride takes a wound, and the engagement pauses long enough for the next phase. And if even that doesn't break his conviction, Mei Lingzhou pressed, if the Dao Lord's pressure bounces off 6 centuries of certainty, then I step forward alone and challenge him to a duel. Foundation establishment against spirit-severing. 1-on-1. The tent went quiet in the specific way that spaces went quiet when the occupants were simultaneously processing the same improbable statement and arriving at the same unfavorable conclusion. You've said this before, Mei Lingzhou said. My objections haven't changed. Neither has my reasoning. The system gives me precognition he's never encountered. If I survive long enough to wound him, 1 cut, 1 drop of blood from a man who considers himself untouchable, it redefines his calculation. The Arbiter's power becomes a variable he can't model and can't ignore. Or he kills you in the first exchange, and I spend the rest of this war wishing I'd tied you to a tent pole. That's also possible. But I've been surviving impossible things since the day the sky cracked open, and the odds haven't gotten worse. They haven't gotten better either. Then we're even. She closed her eyes for 3 seconds. When she opened them, they held the particular resignation of someone recognizing an immovable object and choosing to navigate around it rather than waste finite time on collision. 1 attempt. If you collapse, I extract you. Consent is irrelevant. Agreed. And if you die out there, you'll bring me back to kill me yourself. I remember. At least you listened to the important things. The hour burned. Su Ran reinforced his formation layers, muttering mathematical proofs while his ink-blackened fingers inscribed lines in the enriched soil with a speed that made his hands blur. Each formation anchor was a stake of iron and jade driven into a point where the harmonized node's residual energy peaked, creating natural reinforcement that would have taken hours to replicate artificially. Commander Zhao positioned soldiers in staggered defensive lines, each unit drilled on primary stations and 2 contingency positions. Mei Lingzhou's mobile response team, 20 elite fighters drawn from Zhao's best, moved through final coordination exercises with the synchronized fluidity of a school of fish that had been given swords and attitudes. Feng Hao trained his body cultivator strike team, 17 warriors recruited through arm wrestling dominance, in advanced combat techniques that consisted primarily of Feng Hao punching increasingly large objects while saying, "like that," and his students attempting to replicate the feat with approximately 70% of his destructive capacity and 100% of his enthusiasm. The hour expired. Xiao Zhenfeng's army advanced. 300 cultivators in wedge formation, corrupted weapons humming with unstable crimson energy, the ground trembling beneath their synchronized march. The spiritual pressure of 300 organized cultivators pushed against the camp's defenses like a wave approaching a seawall, steady, massive, and confident in its ability to overwhelm. Su Ran's outer formation layer activated at the threshold. The wedge shattered, coordination broken, each cultivator's spiritual energy falling out of phase with neighbors, the synchronization that turned 300 individuals into a single battering ram, dissolving into 300 individuals stumbling over the sudden absence of collective momentum. Officers barked reformation orders. Squads were formed into smaller independent units and pressed forward through the disruption field. The middle barriers halted everyone below core formation. Energy walls sprang up in a maze pattern that channeled attackers into narrow corridors where they could be engaged piecemeal. Foundation establishment soldiers hammered at barriers that repaired faster than individual strikes could damage them, their frustration building as the elegant simplicity of charge and overwhelm met the complicated reality of Formation Master, who had 4.5 hours of uninterrupted preparation time. The 40 corrupted weapon wielders pushed through both layers on Devourer-enhanced power, their crimson blades cutting through formation energy with the brute directness of a sledgehammer applied to a lock. They reached the inner perimeter. Su Ran whispered his trigger phrase. The resonance trap activated. Every corrupted weapon screamed, a vibration that resonated with the harmonized node's residual energy and amplified the Devourer contamination beyond its jade containment. Crimson energy flooded backward through hilts, through hands, up arms, into meridians. 40 soldiers dropped their weapons. Some fell screaming. Some staggered blind with pain, clutching arms that burned from inside. None advanced further. Xiao Zhenfeng watched from beyond the perimeter. His expression hadn't shifted, but something in his posture had tightened, a recalculation visible only to someone watching for it. He raised one hand and released his spirit-severing aura. The pressure hit like a collapsing sky. Formations buckled. Barriers cracked. Every cultivator below core formation dropped to their knees. Children wailed. The system screamed. Total formation collapse in 40 seconds. Now, Shen Yun said. Old Man Tian released his Tao Lord aura, and the world went quiet. The quiet of an eclipse, when something so massive intervened between ground and sky that every living thing paused. 3 full realms above spirit severing. Not competition, but categorical assertion. The ocean informing a river that its current was noted and irrelevant. 300 soldiers froze. The sect leader went rigid, color draining from features that had never before displayed anything as human as shock. Put it away, young man. Old Man Tian said with grandfatherly patience. Before you embarrass yourself further. The aura retracted. The army pulled back. And Shen Yun stepped through the perimeter alone, drew his sword, and watched the fury on Xiao Zhenfeng's face transmute into something more complex. Because the youth had revealed a hidden Tao Lord, weaponized resonance theory, neutralized corrupted armaments through formation science, and was now standing alone between armies with nothing but precognition and the kind of stubbornness that either changed worlds or got its owner killed. Chapter 25. The duel began without ceremony. Xiao Zhenfeng didn't announce his techniques, didn't bow, didn't offer the customary pre-combat acknowledgments that formal duels traditionally demanded. He crossed 100 meters in a single step, spirit-severing movement that folded space itself, compressing distance into nothing, and his palm strike arrived at Shen Yun's center mass before conscious thought could register the displacement. The attack materialized from nowhere. One heartbeat, the sect leader stood at distance. The next, his palm was inches from Shen Yun's chest, trailing compressed spiritual energy dense enough to turn a Foundation establishment cultivator's ribcage into powder. The system had registered the attack 3 seconds earlier. Temporal pulse activated. The world slowed to amber, not a true deceleration of time, but an acceleration of Shen Yun's perception that stretched each second into a landscape he could navigate. Xiao Jinfeng's advance, instantaneous to normal observation, unfolded frame by frame in enhanced awareness. The palm strike's trajectory materialized as a line of burning gold, accompanied by 5 branching follow-up attacks, each capable of killing a Foundation establishment cultivator through collateral force alone. 6 centuries of combat experience condensed into a sequence that left no safe angles, no comfortable retreats, no margin for anything except perfect response or death. Except one gap, a channel between the primary strike and its secondary shockwave, so narrow it required Shen Yun to twist his body at an angle that tested the engineering tolerances of human anatomy. His spine contorted around an axis his skeleton was not designed to support. His left shoulder shifted a millimeter out of its socket, sending a lance of white-hot pain through his arm. He sidestepped. The palm strike missed by the width of a finger. The shockwave caught his hair, tearing silver-white strands free to spiral in displaced air. The sect leader recovered in a heartbeat. A materialized spirit sword, compressed chi so dense it bent light around its edge, creating a lens of distortion that made everything behind the blade look fractured, swept in a horizontal arc aimed at Shen Yun's midsection. Shen Yun dropped. The blade passed over his scalp close enough for its compressed energy to singe his hair, the spiritual heat leaving a smell like burned silk. He rolled, came up running, and opened distance between them. Your reflexes shouldn't exist at your level, Xiao Jinfeng said. Analytical. A scholar examining an anomaly rather than a warrior acknowledging a worthy opponent. Shouldn't doesn't mean aren't. The next exchange was a demonstration of what the gap between 4 cultivation realms looked like when expressed through violence. Palm strikes that cratered the ground in 3-meter impacts. Blade arcs that cut spiritual energy itself. Not physical matter, but the ambient chi of the air, leaving vacuums that collapsed with thunderclap force. Movement techniques that folded space in ways that made Shen Yun's enhanced perception swim with the effort of tracking geometry that operated in dimensions his brain insisted shouldn't exist. Each attack carried enough force to kill a cultivator 2 full realms above his current level, and each arrived with the speed and precision of 600 years of relentless practice. He dodged the first, a rolling dive through a gap between overlapping shockwaves that the system rated at less than 4% probability, threading survival through statistical margins of near impossibility. He deflected the second into a formation trap Su Ran had buried in the dueling ground, the redirected force cratering 3 meters of earth. The third technique caught him, a glancing blow from spirit severing. The palm strike's edge connected with ribs on his right side. His defensive chi shattered like dropped porcelain. 2 ribs cracked, the sound transmitted through bone to his inner ear, a wet grinding that made his stomach lurch. The impact launched him 15 meters across silver flowers, his body tumbling in a spray of crushed petals and blood. He landed on his side. Tasted copper. The system screamed damage assessments. Stay down, the sect leader said, walking toward him. You've proven courage. Now prove intelligence. Shen Yun stood, ribs grinding, blood painting his chin, every muscle screaming for stillness. He stood because 3,000 people were watching, and because courage wasn't the absence of fear, it was the decision that something else mattered more. Your people died for nothing, he said through clenched teeth. Train others in harmonization. Give me the chance. I will make your methods obsolete. Xiao Jinfeng stared at him, then attacked. No warning. Full spirit severing power condensed into the killing technique. World cleansing palm. Lethal. No dodge path. Recommend emergency protocol. 2 years of future lifespan converted into a single moment of power beyond his realm. Golden energy erupted into an epic-infused barrier that met the descending palm with the sound of reality splitting along a seam never meant to be tested. The dueling ground cratered. Shockwaves flattened everything in a 50-meter radius. Both armies staggered. When the dust cleared, Shen Yun stood in the crater. Barrier shattered, body trembling, blood running from nose, ears, eyes. But on his sword, held in a two-handed grip that had found an opening during the clash, gleamed one drop of Xiao Jinfeng's blood. A Foundation establishment cultivator had drawn blood from spirit-severing peak. The symbolism hit the watching armies with seismic force. His heart stuttered. Cardiac failure imminent. 2 more years to stabilize. 7 total. The system executed the conversion. Golden warmth steadied his heart. An epic essence surged through shattered defenses. Breakthrough. Foundation Establishment Stage 7. Foundation Establishment Stage 9. A trial alliance. The sect leader said after a silence measured not in seconds, but in the time it took for a 6th century worldview to develop its first crack. If harmonization fails at the next node, my methods resume. The alliance held, purchased with 1 drop of blood and 7 borrowed years, bound by the terrible mathematics of shared annihilation and by the sect leader's grudging recognition that a youth willing to burn his future for strangers was either the bravest or most dangerously delusional person he'd met in 600 years, and that the distinction might determine whether the world survived its own ending. Chapter 26. The merged camp was chaos wearing a thin mask of cooperation, and the mask kept slipping to reveal the snarling face of 4,000 people who agreed on nothing except that the world was ending and someone else was to blame. Over the next 2 days, Shen Yun mediated between factions with the fraying patience of someone discovering that saving people from cosmic threats was simpler than getting them to share a campsite without resorting to violence. Commander Zhao's military discipline clashed with Xiao Jinfeng's aristocratic expectations like 2 tectonic plates grinding against each other, neither willing to subduct, both generating friction that threatened to crack the thin crust of cooperation Shen Yun had purchased with his blood and borrowed years. Your man tried to requisition my healers, Commander Zhao reported on the first morning, scarred face tight, with controlled fury. His right hand bore fresh bruising across the knuckles, evidence that his explanation of the organizational structure had involved physical demonstrations. Told them they were reassigned to Heavenly Purity's medical corps under wartime authority. I corrected his understanding. With your fist. With my fist, yes. He now possesses an improved grasp of our alliance's non-hierarchical structure. That won't help diplomacy. It helped my mood. And my mood is the load-bearing wall holding up my willingness to remain in this camp instead of marching my people to safety and leaving these Heavenly Purity peacocks to handle the next crisis alone. Shen Yun spent hours navigating disputes that ranged from the petty to the nearly lethal. Territorial arguments over camping positions. The Heavenly Purity cultivators claimed the high ground by default, citing doctrinal precedent, which meant nothing but sounded authoritative enough to start a confrontation. Food distribution ratios. Xiao Jinfeng's soldiers expected priority rations as the combat elite, while Zhao's civilians, who had survived reality erosion, void beasts, and the literal unmaking of their physical world, felt their suffering had earned them at least equal portions of rice. The most memorable dispute involved a Heavenly Purity elder who publicly declared that non-cultivators should serve as labor for the true defenders of humanity. Aunt Chun, the mortal merchant leader whose caravan they'd saved on the road to the plains, hit the elder with a cooking pan hard enough to produce a sound that echoed across the camp like a temple gong at dawn. The elder's core formation chi shield absorbed the physical damage without issue. His dignity absorbed nothing, and the laughter that spread through the civilian section of the camp was the first genuine laughter Shen Yun had heard in days. Mei Lingzhou handled military integration with the cold efficiency of someone who had been trained to forge weapons from raw metal and saw no philosophical distinction between shaping steel and shaping soldiers. Joint training exercises forced cultivators from different factions to coordinate under pressure. Match your output to the person beside you, she told a Heavenly Purity cultivator who was overpowering the formation exercise through ego rather than skill. I don't take orders from. Her sword materialized at his throat faster than the word from could finish leaving his mouth. The blade's edge rested against his pulse point, so close that his heartbeat made the steel vibrate with each cycle. You do now, she said, in the same tone someone might use to comment on favorable weather conditions. Feng Hao served as the camp's unlikely emotional anchor. He arm-wrestled the angry, entertained the bored, and broke up fights by picking up both combatants and holding them apart until their fury expired. His laugh shook tent poles. His appetite was legendary. His ability to make people smile in circumstances that offered no reasonable basis for smiling was, Shen Yun reflected, perhaps the most useful form of cultivation he'd ever witnessed. Meanwhile, Shen Yun used the 2-day preparation period for his own advancement. Foundation Establishment Stage 9 was volatile, a dam straining under energy it wasn't designed to contain. Core formation required more than power. It required understanding. He meditated in the harmonized node's residual field, where chi density peaked. The Epic Sovereign's record contained a unique core formation method, epic core condensation. Standard core formation compressed chi into a sphere within the dantian. Epic core condensation incorporated temporal energy, creating a core that existed partially outside normal time. A hybrid construction that 3 of the 5 previous arbiters who'd attempted it had not survived. On the second night, alone under stars, Shen Yun attempted the breakthrough. Chi compressed inward. Meridians burned. The temporal component activated, and his perception fractured across his own timeline. Past, present, fragments of future braiding together into a core that was less a sphere and more a crystallized moment containing every moment he'd lived. Breakthrough complete. Core formation stage 1. Epic core established. He opened his eyes to a world made sharper by perception that had jumped an order of magnitude. Energy flows previously invisible became streams of color in his enhanced sight. The camp's 4,000 cultivators registered as 4,000 points of spiritual warmth. The Devourer's presence, threaded through every molecule of air and grain of soil, pulsed with the vast, patient intelligence of something that had noticed him. Bai Suyin spoke from the jade pendant. You felt it watching. The last 3 arbiters who reached core formation never noticed the observation. They were dead within days, consumed by the very force they failed to recognize was studying them. The fact that you felt it means you still have a chance to pass whatever test it's administering, and the fact that I can't tell you what the test is should terrify you as much as it terrifies me. Chapter 27. The march south began at dawn on day 20, and 4,000 cultivators moved across the harmonized plains in a column stretching 3 kilometers, a river of spiritual energy flowing through landscape that had been wasteland days ago and was now the most chi-rich terrain on the continent. Shen Yun rode, near the front beside Commander Zhao and Xiao Zhenfeng, the 3 of them occupying an uneasy triangle of authority that held together the way cracked pottery held water, functional but fragile, each hairline fracture a potential point of catastrophic failure. The sect leader hadn't spoken to Shen Yun since the duel. He'd attended war councils, provided tactical input, issued orders to his own cultivators, all with the precise courtesy of someone who had decided to cooperate, but maintained a mental ledger of reasons to stop, updated hourly. The node is different from the plane's formation, Shen Yun briefed as they marched, translating the system's data into language his commanders could act on. Smaller, Class 2 instead of Class 3, but older. 2 weeks of destabilization. The surface terrain looks normal, but the dimensional fabric beneath has degraded. Walking feels stable, but any significant spiritual energy expenditure could trigger localized collapse. We can't use cultivation techniques on the affected ground, Commander Zhao summarized, his military mind stripping the briefing to its tactical core. Physical force works. Body cultivation works. Spiritual techniques risk tearing the ground open beneath us. Shen Yun glanced toward Feng Hao, who was walking alongside the column entertaining a cluster of young cultivators with a demonstration of boulder splitting via headbutt. The young cultivators watching with the fascination of people witnessing either genius or catastrophic brain damage and being unable to determine which. Feng Hao's body cultivators will form the inner perimeter. They found the first casualties an hour into the degraded zone. A village. 300 people, mostly mortals with a handful of low-level cultivators. The buildings stood intact, walls whitewashed and clean, shutters painted the particular shade of blue that mountain villages use to ward off evil spirits. Streets swept, garden plots tended. The well still held clear water. Every structural element of human habitation was present and accounted for, maintained with the care of people who took pride in their homes, in their community, in their small, ordinary lives. But every living thing was gone. Not dead, gone. No bodies, no bones, no blood, no struggle, no flight, no final moments preserved in the physical evidence of violence. The villagers had been erased, a deletion so clean it left no trace, as if someone had reached into reality's manuscript and removed the characters while leaving the setting untouched. One artifact survived, a child's doll lying in the main street, cloth body faded by sun and rain, button eyes staring at the sky with the fixed attention of something that would wait forever for hands that would never return. Someone had been holding it when the erasure hit. The doll, made of cloth and thread, possessing no life to erase, had survived. It lay on the cobblestones like a period at the end of a sentence whose words had been deleted. Feng Hao picked it up. His enormous hands that had punched through void beasts and shattered formation-reinforced stone, cradled the small thing with a gentleness that made several nearby soldiers look away because the contrast was too much to witness without feeling something they weren't prepared to feel. He said nothing. He tucked the doll inside his jacket, near his heart, and kept walking. No one in the column spoke for the next half-kilometer. 2 more empty villages. A monastery where prayer beads still hung from meditation stands, suspended in midair where monks' necks had been, until footsteps disturbed the frozen moment, and they clattered to stone floors in a cascade of wooden clicks that sounded like the last notes of a conversation no one would ever remember. The main Devourer node came into view by late afternoon, a column of crystallized energy 10 meters tall, rotating on an axis that pointed toward dimensions beyond human geometry. Black with threads of deep purple, humming with a frequency that resonated in Shen Yun's newly formed epic core, an uncomfortable intimacy, as though the node recognized something in him and was singing a greeting he hadn't learned how to return. Su ran. Can you build a stable formation platform using only physical materials? Iron stakes, jade inserts, manual inscription. The formation master rubbed his chin, leaving an ink smudge that joined a constellation of similar smudges. 90 minutes. While Su Ran built, Shen Yun briefed perimeter teams. The sect leader observed with folded arms and an expression that held no readable emotion. The practiced blankness of a man who had decided to evaluate rather than participate, and whose evaluation would carry consequences that neither of them could yet predict. Shen Yun settled onto the completed platform, closed his eyes, and reached for the node. Carrying the weight of 3 erased villages and a cloth doll, and the growing certainty that the Devourer's indifference to individual lives was not cruelty but perspective, the view from a height so vast that individual lives registered the way individual raindrops registered to a hurricane, which meant convincing it to care about individual survival, was less like negotiation and more like trying to teach the ocean to count its drops, one by one, and remember each one's name. Chapter 28. The second harmonization unfolded like a conversation conducted in a language that used memory instead of words. Where the plane's node had communicated in clear sentences, deliberate, left for discovery. This node transmitted through accumulated experience. Not Shen Yun's experiences, the Devourer's. Or rather, the impressions embedded in a fragment of cosmic energy that had existed across dimensions and millennia, observing the same process repeat in world after world after world with the patient attention of an intelligence that measured its observations in geological epochs rather than human lifetimes. Shen Yun saw thousands of realities, each a flash, a planet, a realm, a dimension, each with its own physics, its own species, its own method of spiritual cultivation or technological advancement or mystical attainment. Through each, the Devourer moved. Not as a predator, not as a destroyer, but as a tide, rising through dimensional fabric, transforming everything it touched into something higher, more complex, more real in ways that the word real failed to capture. The way a three-dimensional object was more real than its shadow without the shadow being able to understand the difference. Some worlds adapted. Their inhabitants evolved alongside the transformation, bodies and spirits integrating the Devourer's energy into new forms of existence. In these worlds, the result was transcendence. Beings of light and thought and possibility, operating in dimensions that made physical reality look like a pencil sketch of a sunset, recognizably related to the original subject but lacking depth, color, and the capacity for beauty that the finished work possessed. Most worlds did not adapt. They resisted, fought, and shattered. Not because the devourer destroyed them, but because the friction between upgrade and resistance tore reality apart at the seams. Void patches, temporal distortions, village erasures. All symptoms of a world refusing transformation. A caterpillar tearing its own chrysalis to pieces in the panic of becoming something it didn't recognize and couldn't control. The arbiters appeared throughout the vision. Golden figures scattered across failing worlds, each chosen by a system that was not a weapon but a translator, a bridge between old reality and new, intended to facilitate transition rather than combat transformation. Their purpose was midwifery, not warfare. The ones who understood this saved their worlds. The ones who fought died without exception. Every single one. Their golden light extinguished not by the devourer's hostility, but by the accumulated friction of resistance. Their own borrowed power burning through their bodies, as the transformation they fought to prevent intensified in response to their opposition. The knowledge settled into Shen Yun with the weight of cosmic history, and the question it left behind was not abstract. If the transformation was inevitable, if fighting meant breaking, then what did saving people actually look like when the threat was not an enemy to be defeated but a process to be navigated? He pulled back from the memories and focused on the practical mechanics of harmonization. The node's frequency was lower than the plane's, slower, deeper, resonating at a wavelength that required patience rather than speed. Matching it demanded sustained concentration measured in hours rather than the intense bursts the plane's node had required. Where the first harmonization had been a sprint, this was a marathon, a steady, grinding alignment that tested endurance rather than peak output. 2 hours in, his meridians began to ache with the sustained effort of channeling epic essence at a constant rate. The epic core hummed with sympathetic resonance, its timeline fractures widening and narrowing in alternating waves that refined the core's structure with each oscillation. Each cycle left it slightly more stable, slightly more capable, but each cycle also tested structural limits that had only existed for 2 days. 3 hours in, the cramping began. Not just meridian strain, but deep muscular fatigue in his spiritual body. The dantian itself protesting the sustained output, like an overtaxed furnace running hotter than its design specifications permitted. He gritted his teeth and maintained the resonance. Outside, the battle raged. He could hear it through the meditative trance, sound filtered through layers of concentration, distant but persistent. Feng Hao's war cries, full-throated roars that carried the joy of combat, as naturally as birds carried the joy of flight. Each roar accompanied the impact of fists on corrupted flesh, each impact producing a shockwave that Shen Yun could feel through the formation platform's physical contact with the ground. Mei Lingzhou's blade sang a different song, silver notes of precision cutting, each strike calibrated to maximum efficiency, the characteristic sound of a sword cultivator who viewed wasted motion as a moral failing. The sect leader's spirit-severing techniques contributed a deeper counterpoint, controlled bursts of overwhelming force applied with the surgical economy of a warrior who had been killing things for 6 centuries and had refined the process to its mathematical minimum. Commander Zhao's soldiers held their positions through formation discipline, not the strongest individually, but collectively greater than the sum of their parts, a lesson in cooperation that the factional tensions of the camp had not yet managed to teach through argument, but combat was teaching through necessity. Hour 4. The node's frequency aligned with the world's spiritual matrix. The black crystal's rotation slowed, its alien axis gradually conforming to physical dimensions. Purple threads brightened to gold, the transition rippling outward from the node's center like rings in water. The ground beneath the degraded zone shuddered, a full-body tremor running through 30 kilometers of weakened terrain, and then settled with a finality that felt less like repair and more like a sigh of relief. RealityNet. The tissue paper fragility beneath the topsoil thickened, solidified, became real again. The empty villages remained empty. The erased could not be restored, their deletion written into the fabric of the world with an ink that no power Shen Yun possessed could wash out. But the villages themselves were stable now, their structures no longer hovering on the edge of dissolution, their emptiness preserved like a memorial rather than a wound. Epic essence, 22,400 plus 8,200 cultivation. Core formation stage 1, core formation stage 3, epic core stability. 84% new technique. Epic sever. Severs devourer contamination from organic matter. Shen Yun opened his eyes to a world that looked the same but felt different through core formation stage 3 perception. Energy flows that had been faint suggestions were now visible streams. The camp's 4,000 cultivators registered as 4,000 points of warmth in his expanded spiritual sense. The void beast corpses littering the perimeter glowed with fading corruption that would dissipate within hours now that the node no longer sustained them. Mei Lingzhou stood over him, uninjured but wearing weariness like a second set of robes. That's 2 harmonized. How many more? Detected nodes, 7 in range. Continental estimate, 40 plus. Global, 200 plus. More than I can do alone, he admitted. The number was staggering. 200 nodes across a planet, each one requiring hours of harmonization, each one guarded by void beasts and surrounded by degraded terrain. We need Su Ran's training program functional, and we need it before the countdown reaches single digits. Every unharmonized node is a demolition charge buried in the world's foundations, and 12 years of my lifespan have proved that one Arbiter cannot defuse them all, which means the difference between saving the world and watching it shatter will be whether Su Ran's formation method works, whether Mei Lingzhou's sword intent can serve as a perceptual core, and whether the Alliance holds together long enough to deploy 7 trained teams across a continent that is slowly, methodically tearing itself apart. Chapter 29. Xiao Jinfeng's concession arrived the evening of day 19, delivered in Shen Yun's command tent with the measured cadence of someone who had spent 2 days analyzing data and reached conclusions that contradicted 6 centuries of operational doctrine. Your harmonization works, the sect leader said without preamble. He stood in the tent's entrance, formal robes catching the lamplight, his tall frame filling the space with the particular authority of someone accustomed to being the most significant presence in any room he entered. I've analyzed the energy readings from both nodes. The resonance technique achieves node stabilization without population sacrifice. Your evidence is valid. Shen Yun blinked. He hadn't expected concession, partial or otherwise, and the unfamiliarity of receiving it from this particular source left him momentarily without language, which was a rare experience for someone whose survival increasingly depended on having the right words at the right time. But, the sect leader continued, because there was always a qualification, and this man's qualifications were sharper than most people's weapons. The technique depends on you. Your system, your epic essence, your temporal perception. If you die tomorrow, and given your habit of hemorrhaging lifespan, tomorrow is increasingly plausible, the technique dies with you. That's not a solution. That's a personality cult with an expiration date. I'm developing a formation-based alternative. Su Ran is adapting the resonance technique into something replicable. I've watched him work. Brilliant mind. But his prototype requires nascent soul perception as its core anchor, and we have limited resources at that level. He folded his arms, the gesture sharp and contained. Give me a tool that works without your system. Something replicable. Something that survives your death. Deliver that, and I commit permanently. Not a trial. Not conditional. You're asking me to make myself unnecessary. I'm asking you to prove your philosophy isn't a monument to one individual's capabilities. Any system requiring a single irreplaceable person is a system that collapses the moment that person collapses. His gaze touched the white in Shen Yun's hair. And you are visibly, measurably mortal. The argument had a logic Shen Yun couldn't dismiss, and that was what made the Heavenly Purity sect leader dangerous. Not his spirit-severing cultivation or his ruthlessness, but his intelligence. He wasn't a madman. He was a pragmatist who had looked at the same crisis Shen Yun faced and reached a different, rational, monstrous conclusion, and he would only abandon that conclusion when presented with a superior alternative backed by evidence his 6th century analytical framework couldn't deconstruct. 19 days, Shen Yun said. If Su Ran's method is functional before the countdown reaches 0, you commit. 19 days. The sect leader turned to leave, and in the lamplight's shifting edge, Shen Yun caught something behind those ancient eyes. Not conviction or calculation, but the exhaustion of someone who had spent 6 centuries making decisions that haunted him and wanted, with a desperation he would never verbalize, to be proven wrong, to be shown that the haunting had been unnecessary, that the dead towns could have been saved by someone who arrived with a better answer at a better time. That hidden hope was more terrifying than any spirit-severing technique, because if Shen Yun failed to deliver, the disillusionment would be absolute, and the heavenly purity leader's retreat from hope would be permanent, violent, and aimed at anyone who'd been foolish enough to inspire it. The next morning, the combined army marched northeast toward the Azure Phoenix Empire. The system had flagged a regional convergence event, massive escalation in devourer activity centered on the Empire's territory. Population at risk, 2 million. Shen Yun harmonized 2 minor nodes along the route, Class 1 formations requiring only an hour each. Each provided epic essence and served as practical demonstrations for Su Ran, who observed with analytical intensity, scribbling adaptation frameworks in his perpetually ink-stained notebook. The resonance principle is universal, Su Ran reported during a march break, spectacles fogged with the morning's humidity. Match the node's frequency, align with the world's spiritual matrix. Energy integrates instead of conflicting. Your system handles detection, but a formation array with sufficient sensitivity could theoretically substitute. Can you build it? Materials, time, and a nascent soul perception anchor. Yes. Mei Lingzhou caught his meaning. You want me to power a formation? I want your sword intent as its perception core. You cut on a molecular level. That precision enables frequency matching. I'm a combat cultivator, not a formation component. You're the most precise spiritual manipulator I've encountered. Your sword doesn't just cut matter. It reads energy flows while cutting them. That's the perceptual sensitivity Su Ran's prototype needs. She considered this with the focused intensity she brought to tactical assessments. If it works, you owe me a conversation about your self-destructive patterns. A real conversation. Sitting. Eye contact. Honesty. Deal. His expanded perception detected the Empire's border formation from 100 kilometers away, and the system rendered its first-ever verdict of impossible, flashing amber, in his vision. Not difficult. Not dangerous. Not high risk with potential mitigation. Impossible. 2 million people behind an impenetrable wall, sealed in by their own emperor's fear, and the countdown burning through days that couldn't be replaced. While somewhere beyond the formation's shimmering curtain, the Devourer's energy built toward a critical mass that would turn the greatest defensive formation in human history from a shield into a sealed coffin. Chapter 30. The crack in the impossible found them before they found it. Shen Yun stood at the Empire's boundary, contemplating a formation 9,000 years old and rated impossible to breach, when his system pulsed with a detection alert that shifted the problem's geometry from hopeless to merely absurd. Human signatures outside boundary. Range, 2 kilometers northeast. Count, 47. Highest cultivation, nascent soul stage 7. Status, imperial citizens, exiled. They found the group camped in a ravine, 47 people organized with military precision despite desperate circumstances, maintaining watch schedules and defensive rotations with the discipline of people who'd been trained by an empire and abandoned by it. Rations were calculated to the gram. Formation wards, crude, improvised from inadequate materials, protected the perimeter with the stubborn ingenuity of soldiers making do with nothing because giving up was not a recognized option in their operational vocabulary. At the camp's center stood a woman whose bearing transcended her worn clothing and difficult circumstances. Mid-20s in appearance, with porcelain features sharpened by weeks of surviving on determination and insufficient food. Her eyes burned with the specific fury that only betrayal by family could produce. Not the hot anger of an enemy's attack, but the cold, corrosive rage directed at people who were supposed to protect you and chose not to. She wore imperial regalia that had been torn at the seams and re-sewn with common thread, and a jade circlet on her brow marked her as royalty. A crown she refused to remove even in exile, not from vanity, but from the defiance of someone who would not allow her father's cowardice to redefine who she was. Luo Qianying, Mei Lingzhou murmured. Third princess. Advocated for cooperation with external forces. Her father locked the borders and locked her out. The princess assessed Shen Yun's group with a gaze honed in a court where smiles concealed daggers and alliances had shorter lifespans than seasonal flowers. Her attention lingered on the golden flicker in his irises. "You're the Arbiter," she said. "Not a question. News travels. Refugees carry stories. A man who bleeds for strangers is the kind of story that survives even when the world doesn't." She stepped forward, chin raised at an angle that was simultaneously regal and defiant. With Luo Qianying, the two were architectural features of the same structure. Third princess of the Azure Phoenix Empire. Exiled for suggesting that walls can't protect against an entity that doesn't recognize the concept of walls. We share that analysis. Then share your plan for getting inside. I've spent 2 weeks searching for a breach in a formation my own ancestors built. Nothing. Su Ran provided the mechanism. The formation authenticates by imperial bloodline. These 47 people were expelled after sealing, but their signatures weren't revoked. My father was too frightened to be thorough, Luo Qianying confirmed. I can open a seam, a momentary authentication conflict. For seconds, wide enough for 5 people. 5 people to infiltrate an empire. The team assembled itself with the natural logic of a problem, selecting its solution. Shen Yun for the system's intelligence, Mei Lingzhou for combat capability, Su Ran for formation expertise, Feng Hao for raw physical power, and Luo Qianying for insider knowledge and bloodline access. Commander Zhao would hold the border with the army. The Heavenly Purity leader agreed to serve as external deterrent. Old Man Tian remained outside. Forcing a Dao Lord through a 4-second crack would destabilize the entire authentication matrix. That night, Shen Yun and Mei Lingzhou sat at the camp's edge watching the formation shimmer against darkness. A curtain of light transforming the night sky into a kaleidoscope. "You're aging," Mei Lingzhou said. 7 years of lifespan burned. The white in your hair isn't cosmetic. I can feel the temporal erosion in your chi signature. You're losing more than time. You're losing structural integrity. He touched his temple. The white had widened. His reflection showed a face 5 years older than his actual age. "I know. I'm looking for alternatives. Promise me you'll find them. I promise. And that you'll use them instead of defaulting to self-sacrifice the moment conditions get desperate. I promise I'll try. You're impossible. Working on it." They sat in a silence that held weight without hostility. The silence of 2 people who cared about each other in circumstances that punished caring, who had found in each other the particular comfort of not having to explain why they kept going when every rational calculation said stop. The formation pulsed above them like a second sky, beautiful and lethal, hiding 2 million people from a threat already inside their walls. Because the Devourer's energy was dimensional, not geographical, and the grandest defensive formation ever built was slowly, invisibly transforming from shield to sealed tomb, its occupants suffocating on trapped poison while believing they were breathing clean air. Chapter 31. The breach lasted 3.7 seconds. Luo Qianying pressed her palm against the formation's surface, and her bloodline resonated with 9,000 years of accumulated imperial spiritual engineering. The authentication layer encountered a paradox. Exile protocol demanded rejection, blood recognition demanded acceptance. 2 directives contradicted each other, and in the fractional moment of contradiction, a gap opened, 2 meters wide, pulsing with unstable energy, shrinking visibly as the formation's self-repair architecture mobilized to seal the anomaly. "Go!" Shen Yun shouted. Luo Qianying first. Her presence inside the gap was what prevented immediate closure. Mei Lingzhou followed, converting to a silver blur of nascent soul speed that crossed the threshold in a fraction of a heartbeat. Su Ran dove through, clutching his formation kit with protective desperation. Feng Hao turned sideways and squeezed through with millimeters of clearance, the formation's edge singing against his body cultivation aura with a sound like tearing silk. Shen Yun went last. The crack was narrowing, formation energy rushing to fill the gap with the urgency of a river reclaiming a hole in a dam. He dove through edges that scraped against his chi shield with heat that peeled the shield away layer by layer, and rolled onto grass as the crack sealed behind him with a resonant boom that carried through the spiritual spectrum like a vault door closing. They were in. The Empire's interior was a paradise constructed on a foundation of lethal ignorance. Green rice paddies stretched to every horizon, terraced and gleaming with the precision of 9 millennia of agricultural cultivation. Spirit beasts grazed in curated pastures, their pelts glossy with the health that came from living in chi-rich environments designed to optimize their spiritual development. Cities shone with formation-powered lights. Markets bustled. Children played in courtyards swept cleaner than most Cultivation Sect training halls. A woman hung laundry from a second-story balcony while singing a folk song about a fisherman who fell in love with a river spirit. Normal, human, alive, and doomed. Shen Yun's system saw what normal perception could not. Beneath the surface prosperity, devourer energy was accumulating at rates that exceeded every worst-case projection. Not from external nodes. The formation blocked those, but from internal buildup. The devourer's energy was dimensional, not geographical. The formation couldn't exclude it any more than a net could exclude rainwater. But it prevented natural cycling, trapping the energy inside the boundary like steam in a sealed vessel. Alert. Internal energy at critical levels. Estimated time to spontaneous reality destabilization, 12 days. Projected casualties if unaddressed, total population loss. The formation is killing them, Shen Yun said, staring at the data. The energy builds and builds with no release. When it reaches critical mass, the Empire becomes the largest devourer node on the continent. Continental implosion, Su Ran whispered, ashen. We need the Emperor, Luo Qianying said. Before his chief advisor learns we're here. Chief advisor? The Sage of Still Waters. Appeared at court 6 months ago. Earned trust within weeks. Suggested the isolation formation. Her hands clenched until her knuckles blanched. I investigated him. That's why I was exiled. The system identified the Sage from 3 kilometers. Spirit severing stage 9. Devourer contamination, 40%. Deliberate symbiosis. Connected to the Emperor through threads of contaminated chi, not controlling but feeding. Artificially boosting nascent soul peak to spirit severing. He's made the Emperor dependent, Shen Yun reported. Remove the Sage, and the Emperor drops 2 full realms in public. They move through the Empire's interior for 2 days, Luo Qianying guiding them along farm roads and hidden paths that wound through countryside so pristine it made the devastation outside the formation feel like a fever dream. Rice paddies stretched in terraces that caught the morning light and turned it into sheets of liquid gold. Spirit beast herds grazed in meadows where the grass was exactly the right shade of green to suggest that someone had been assigned the job of maintaining it and took the assignment personally. Villages they passed through were orderly, prosperous, and populated by people whose biggest visible concern was whether the harvest would be better than last year's. People who had no idea that the formation protecting them was slowly transforming from shield to coffin. The contrast made Shen Yun's stomach clench. Every smiling face, every child playing in a courtyard, every merchant haggling cheerfully over the price of spirit fruit, all of them living in the space between ignorance and catastrophe, their normalcy sustained by a lie 9,000 years old and 6 months corrupted. Feng Hao wore a masking jade from Su Ran's kit. The token overlaid his foreign-born body cultivation aura with a false chi signature that would pass casual inspection, though sustained attention from anyone above core formation would reveal the deception. They traveled with the careful pace of people who needed to be invisible in a nation that had declared invisibility illegal for anyone who didn't fit the imperial definition of belonging. Does this token make me look imperial? Feng Hao asked, tugging at it where it hung against his chest. It makes your cultivation signature look imperial, Su Ran said. Your face, your build, your accent, and your habit of punching boulders when you're bored still look extremely foreign. So don't punch boulders. Preferably. This is going to be a long 2 days. They reached Phoenix Ascension City on day 17, a metropolis of 200,000 souls dominated by the Imperial Palace at its center, its walls of formation-enhanced stone rising like artificial mountains above districts that sprawled outward in concentric rings of decreasing wealth and increasing distance from the throne's protection. Luo Qianying's underground network provided safe houses and intelligence through General Wei Zhaoguang, a middle-aged military officer whose loyalty to the princess's late mother had survived the political upheavals that loyalty to the living emperor had not. Court gathering in 3 days, Wei reported. The sage has announced a purification ceremony. all 3,000 foreign-born cultivators required to attend. The system analyzed the ceremony's energy signature and produced a projection that turned Shen Yun's blood to ice. Projection: soul extraction array. Probability: 87%. 3,000 souls accelerate destabilization from 12 days to 3. The isolation formation isn't defense, Shen Yun breathed. It's a pen. And the purification ceremony is the slaughter. 3,000 lives harvested to accelerate the very catastrophe the formation was supposed to prevent. Chapter 32. The plan crystallized in a tea merchant's cellar in the artisan district of Phoenix Ascension City. A cramped space that smelled of jasmine and conspiracy, its plaster walls stained with the ghosts of 100 years of tea storage, and now serving as the backdrop for a conversation that would determine whether 2 million people lived or died. General Wei Xiaowang's intelligence formed the skeleton of their strategy. He spread maps across a table made from stacked crates, his calloused fingers tracing the palace layout with the confidence of a man who had walked those corridors for decades and memorized every turn, every blind spot, every hidden passage that the official architectural plans didn't show. The sage's quarters are in the Jade Pavilion, East Wing. He maintains a private formation array separate from the imperial grid, something he built himself during the first weeks of his appointment. My spies haven't gotten close enough to identify its purpose, but the energy readings suggest something large, complex, and connected to the main hall's floor pattern. I need access to that array, Suran said. His spectacles reflected the cellar's single lantern, turning his eyes into small circles of warm light. If it's linked to the ceremony, understanding its architecture tells us how to disrupt it. Every formation has structural dependencies, load-bearing nodes that, if removed, cause the entire pattern to collapse. Getting close means navigating palace security, and palace security reports to the sage. Not all of it, Luo Qianying interjected, leaning forward with the focused intensity of someone who had been waiting 2 weeks for this conversation to happen. The Imperial Guard answers to General Commander Ren. He's traditional, honor-bound, and becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the sage's influence. I've sent messages through the underground. He hasn't responded. Hasn't responded isn't the same as refused, Shen Yun noted. He's evaluating. He needs proof, something concrete, something undeniable. Then we give him proof he can see with his own eyes. Shen Yun turned to Su Ran. Can you build a portable detection formation that makes devourer contamination visible? Something that works at range, in a large space, without requiring external power sources. Su Ran's expression shifted through several phases. Initial skepticism, analytical consideration, growing excitement, and finally the specific luminous intensity of an engineer who had just been handed a challenge that precisely matched his skill set. Resonance tuning. The same principle that harmonizes nodes can be inverted. Instead of matching the devourer's frequency to integrate it, I match a detection formation to the devourer's frequency to illuminate it. Contaminated energy would glow crimson, brightly. If the sage is carrying 40% devourer energy, he'd light up like a signal fire visible from across any room. And the extraction array's true purpose? Same principle applies. A formation designed for soul extraction would have a fundamentally different energy signature than one designed for purification. The detection field would reveal the harvesting geometry beneath the disguise. Every official, every guard, every person in that hall would see the trap laid beneath their feet. Build it. Portable, concealable, powerful enough for the Hall of Eternal Dawn. Mei Lingzhou spoke from her position against the cellar wall, where she'd been cleaning her sword with the methodical attention of someone whose hands needed occupation while her mind worked. The timing has to be precise. Deploy the detection formation too early, and the sage aborts the ceremony, and we lose our public stage. Deploy it too late, and the extraction begins, and 3,000 people die before anyone can react. The window is the 10 seconds between the extraction array's full activation and the initiation of the actual soul harvesting process, Shen Yun said. The array needs to be fully powered before its true nature becomes visible through our detection field. We deploy during that window, after the array is active but before extraction begins. 10 seconds, Mei Lingzhou repeated. 10 seconds to change the fate of an empire. 9, to be safe. Bai Suin's voice drifted from the jade pendant, the ghost of a previous arbiter contributing the wisdom of 10,000 years of accumulated failure. Political cultivation requires framing. Don't prove the emperor foolish. That's a death sentence for the messenger. Prove the sage treacherous. That makes the emperor a victim, and emperors survive victimhood far better than they survive looking stupid. The truth serves us, Shen Yun agreed. The sage attacked the emperor through contamination. We're not exposing weakness. We're revealing an assault. The remaining days blurred with preparation. Su Ran built the detection formation from materials smuggled through the underground. Formation jade, resonance crystals, and spirit mirror sand delivered by an alchemy bureau clerk whose hands shook when she passed the package, but whose jaw held the set determination of someone who had watched her foreign-born husband get dragged to a detention camp and had decided that fear ranked below justice in her personal hierarchy of priorities. Shen Yun studied the sage remotely through the system's enhanced perception, mapping the contamination structure from 3 kilometers away. The energy wasn't random infection. It was organized into pathways mirroring a cultivator's meridian system, but following alien geometry, a hybrid architecture that drew power from both human chi and devourer essence. And the threads to the emperor. Thin, invisible to normal perception, feeding power without controlling thought, making the emperor dependent on a supply he didn't know was poisoned and couldn't function without. The morning of the ceremony arrived under an amber sky. Devourer buildup visible now as discoloration at the formation dome's edges, like bruises forming on the sky itself. Countdown. 16:08:33:12 Shen Yun walked toward the Imperial Palace carrying a detection formation in his sleeve, 3,000 lives in his conscience, and the knowledge that the emperor he needed to save was physiologically addicted to the contamination he needed to expose, which meant the cure would feel indistinguishable from an attack. And emperors who felt attacked had a documented historical tendency to kill the physician before examining the diagnosis. Chapter 33 The Hall of Eternal Dawn was designed to make visitors feel small, and it accomplished this objective with architectural precision that bordered on psychological warfare. 300 meters of red marble and gold-leafed pillars stretched from entrance to throne, the distance itself serving as a statement of power. Every step toward the emperor was a step deeper into his authority, a physical journey through increasing grandeur designed to erode the visitor's sense of self and replace it with awe. Ceilings soared high enough for spirit birds to nest in the rafters, actual spirit birds with iridescent feathers that caught formation light and shattered it into luminous fragments drifting through the air like spectral snow. The floor was polished to mirror smoothness, each step resonating through acoustics engineered by ancient formation masters to amplify the sound of approach while swallowing the sound of retreat, the subtle, constant reminder that the emperor always heard you coming and never noticed you leaving. 3,000 foreign-born cultivators stood along the hall's sides in rows that tried for dignity and achieved only anxiety. They'd been summoned by imperial decree, not invited, summoned, the distinction carrying the weight of 9 millennia of absolute authority behind it. Many had lived in the empire for decades. Some had married imperial citizens, raised families, built lives rooted in the assumption that citizenship meant protection. Now they stood in the empire's most sacred hall wearing borrowed composure over genuine fear, and the guards lining the walls wore ceremonial armor over weapons that were anything but ceremonial. Emperor Luo Xunwei occupied the Crimson Phoenix throne, a structure of formation-forged metal and crystallized qi that had held every emperor for 9,000 years, its power resonating with each successive bloodline addition until the throne itself had become a cultivation artifact of imperial-grade potency. The emperor was a large man, broad and imposing, with features that had passed through handsomeness decades ago and settled into something resembling the hall's own architecture, hard, geometric, impressive rather than inviting. His spirit-severing aura radiated from the throne in visible waves of golden-red energy, each wave brushing against the 3,000 standing cultivators like the hot breath of something territorial. Beside the throne, the sage stood with the composure of a portrait, motionless, contained, his thin figure wrapped in pale blue robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His ageless face wore stillness that the system classified as unnatural. not meditative peace. Something closer to the patience of a predator that had already sealed every exit and was now simply waiting for the prey to realize it. Shen Yun's team had entered through separate gates. Mei Lingzhou wore a diplomat's robes. Feng Hao posed as a merchant's bodyguard, his body cultivation aura masked by Su Ran's jade token. Su Ran himself was a court scribe, a role so anonymous that 3 people walked past him without registering his existence. Luo Qianying wore a servant's uniform, face altered by illusion. Shen Yun entered as one of the 3,000. Simple robes. Identification jade. System suppressed to imperceptible levels. The sage began his speech. Brothers and sisters of the Empire, we gather to cleanse and to strengthen. Among us are those from beyond our borders who must now demonstrate their commitment to our shared survival. Formation lines activated in the floor, concentric circles of interlocking sigils pulsing pale blue. The pattern was beautiful, and the system's real-time analysis revealed what lay beneath the beauty. Formation analysis. Soul extraction array. Activation separates spiritual essence from cultivators within radius. Extraction time, 90 seconds. Casualties, 3,000. Result, destabilization accelerated from 12 days to 3. The window between full activation and extraction initiation, 10 seconds. Shen Yun's heartbeat slowed. His perception sharpened. Every variable narrowed to a single sequence of actions that would determine whether 3,000 people walked out of this hall alive. 5 seconds to activation. 4, 3, 2. Now, he whispered. Su Ran triggered the detection formation, and the Hall of Eternal Dawn became a theater of revelation. The sage erupting in crimson light as 41% of his being blazed visible through skin and robes and pretense. Contamination threads tracing lines of fire from his body to the Emperor. The extraction array beneath the floor flaring from soothing blue to harvesting crimson as its true geometry was exposed to every eye in the Empire's most sacred space. The hall erupted. The Emperor jerked as the contamination connecting them went from invisible to incandescent, his corruption displayed to every official, guard, and cultivator present. Sage, explain yourself. The sage stood still for one heartbeat, then smiled, the expression of someone removing a mask they had grown profoundly tired of wearing. I had hoped to do this quietly, he said, and his voice carried frequencies that made the hall's ancient acoustics shudder with resonance they hadn't been designed to handle. But visible works too. His aura exploded. The extraction array activated under direct command, and 3,000 cultivators screamed as the formation began pulling at their spiritual roots, not in 90 seconds, but in 60, the sage accelerating the harvest because surprise was gone and speed was all that remained. Mei Lingzhou, Shen Yun roared, and the battle erupted in the heart of an empire, 3,000 souls draining, a 9,000-year dynasty cracking at its foundation, and somewhere in the chaos, Feng Hao was already sprinting toward the nearest structural pillar with an expression of focused destructive joy that suggested he had been waiting his entire life for someone to give him permission to demolish a palace. Chapter 34. Feng Hao punched the first pillar, and the Hall of Eternal Dawn lost a tooth. 3 meters of formation-reinforced red marble exploded outward in a spray of rubble and disrupted sigil light, the ancient stone shattering along fault lines that 9,000 years of spiritual reinforcement had kept sealed. The extraction array's geometric perfection, dependent on 12 structural anchor points for its power distribution, stuttered as 1/12 of its foundation ceased to exist. The drain on 3,000 cultivators weakened, its pull on their spiritual roots loosening from a wrenching tear to a persistent tug. Not enough. 11 pillars remained, and the sage's direct control was compensating for the structural loss, rerouting extraction pathways through remaining anchors with the fluid adaptability of a formation master operating at a level that made Su Ran's jaw drop. He's adapting in real time, Su Ran shouted from behind a pillar where he was monitoring the array's shifting architecture through his detection formation's feedback. Every pillar Feng Hao destroys, the sage redistributes the load across the survivors. I need at least 6 more down before the array loses coherence. On it, Feng Hao charged the second pillar with the focused enthusiasm of a man who had found his purpose in the universe, and that purpose was breaking things that needed breaking. The second pillar shattered. The third. He moved through the hall like a localized earthquake, each impact sending shockwaves through the marble floor that disrupted the extraction array's precise geometry, each destroyed anchor point forcing the sage to spend attention on redistribution rather than amplification. Meanwhile, Mei Lingzhou engaged the sage directly. Her nascent soul sword intent clashed with his dimensional folding defense in exchanges too fast for most eyes to track. Silver light meeting spatial distortion, her blade cutting through one fold only for another to materialize from an angle that shouldn't have been geometrically possible. The sage existed in two places at once, his dimensional folding technique allowing him to attack from one position while his physical body occupied another, creating a combat geometry that violated the basic assumptions of three-dimensional warfare. She couldn't breach his defenses. The gap between nascent soul and corrupted spirit severing peak was real and brutal. But she could hold his attention, and attention was a finite resource. Every moment spent defending against her sword was a moment not spent accelerating the harvest. Emperor Luo Shunwei descended from the throne with the fury of a man publicly humiliated in his own hall, contamination threads still burning visibly between his body and the sage's like accusatory fingers pointing in both directions. You used me, infected me, turned me into your puppet. I gave you power you wanted. You didn't ask where it came from because you preferred ignorance to accountability. The sage deflected the emperor's attack and Mei Lingzhou's simultaneous strike with a single-dimensional fold. The infection was your eagerness, your majesty. I merely supplied the substance. The cruelty of truth weaponized at the worst possible moment. The emperor faltered, guilt fracturing fury, and the sage struck at the contamination threads connecting them, destabilizing the emperor's artificial cultivation. Shen Yun intervened. Epic Sever activated, golden energy condensing along his blade's edge into a weapon that existed partially in the Devourer's dimensional frequency, a cutting technique designed not to destroy, but to separate contaminated energy from clean. He struck the threads between sage and emperor, and golden light severed the connection with the precision of a surgeon excising a tumor from healthy tissue. The emperor staggered as spirit severing collapsed to nascent soul and heartbeats, his aura diminishing like a bonfire doused with water, the loss visible to every person in the hall. Officials, guards, foreign-born cultivators still struggling against the weakened extraction array. The sage turned toward Shen Yun. The Arbiter. Your golden energy is quite distinctive. You know about Arbiters. I served one. Another world. Another time. Something flickered in eyes that were shifting from dark brown to deep purple, nostalgia or hunger or both. She was more careful than you. She survived longer. But the ending was the same. The attack was overwhelming. Devourer-enhanced spirit-severing techniques rained down with an intensity that relegated every previous battle Shen Yun had fought to the category of light sparring. The system screamed predictions, golden pathways showing dodge routes and vulnerability windows and probability cascades that branched like lightning from each decision point. A palm strike clipped his shoulder. Devourer energy burned through Chi's shield and seared flesh. Not physical damage, but corruption attempting to unmake his cellular structure at the fundamental level. Epic Sever flared along the wound, cauterizing the corruption before it propagated. Feng Hao destroyed the seventh pillar. The extraction array lost critical coherence, its geometry too shattered for the sage to compensate through redistribution alone. 3,000 cultivators stumbled as the draining force released them, and the stronger ones began fighting back. Su Ran activated a containment formation he'd been constructing throughout the battle. Iron stakes driven into cracked marble, jade inserts connected with resonance wire, creating a cage of harmonic energy that restricted the sage's dimensional folding. His two places at once combat collapsed to one place at a time, and the reduction in his defensive capability was catastrophic. Luo Qianying stood before the court, jade circlet gleaming, voice carrying with the authority of 9,000 years of imperial bloodline. The sage is a devourer agent. You've seen the evidence. Imperial Guard, do your duty. General Commander Ren drew his sword. 200 Imperial Guard cultivators attacked in coordinated waves, techniques refined across millennia, each strike precisely calibrated to maximize combined damage while minimizing friendly fire. The sage absorbed the first wave. The second overlapped. Su Ran's containment prevented escape, and Shen Yun watched for the opening. The resonance flaw in the hybrid shield, the frequency mismatch between human chi and devourer energy that created a hairline vulnerability lasting 1/20th of a second with each deflection. Temporal pulse. Whirled to amber. The fractional window stretched to something reachable. Shen Yun lunged. Every unit of golden energy his core formation could produce, compressed into a single cutting line. The blade found the gap. The sage screamed, genuine pain for the first time, as Epic's sever plunged through his defensive matrix into the devourer energy at his core. Golden light severed contaminated pathways from clean ones. 41% of his power erupted in a geyser of crimson. Mei Lingzhou descended. Perfect arc. The nascent soul blade found the killing path through shattered defenses. The sage fell. Blood pooled on marble, ordinary blood, freed from alien sustenance. Eyes clearing from purple to dark brown found Shen Yun's face. I was only the first, he whispered. 3 more are coming. The Pale Tribunal does not forgive worlds that resist. He died. Feng Hao's fist met the 12th pillar. The extraction array ended with its creator. But the dead man's final words hung in the hall like the afterimage of lightning. A warning that whatever had just been defeated was a minor prelude to something that would make this battle look like children breaking toys in a playroom, while the real threat observed from a distance too vast for human perspective to comprehend. Chapter 35 The Aftermath reshaped the Azure Phoenix Empire in the space between one sunset and the next, rewriting political alignments that had been fixed for centuries with the brutal efficiency of a reality correction that no one could afford to ignore. Emperor Luo Xinwei sat the Crimson Phoenix throne diminished in ways that went beyond the loss of borrowed cultivation. His face was drawn, hands trembling with the involuntary weakness of a body that had been operating at artificially enhanced capacity and now had to remember how to function at its natural level. His aura flickered, a nascent soul candle where a spirit-severing bonfire had burned hours ago. The court watched him with the calculated attention of predators assessing whether a wounded leader was still dangerous enough to fear or had crossed the threshold into vulnerability that invited challenge. 600 years of political instinct hadn't been lost with his cultivation. The emperor could read the shifting loyalties in his officials' eyes, the calculating glances exchanged between military commanders when they thought he wasn't looking, the dangerous quiet of a court in the process of deciding whether to rally behind its leader or replace him with someone less embarrassingly compromised. He saw all of it, and the fact that he chose to act anyway, to make the hardest decision of his reign under the scrutiny of people actively evaluating whether he deserved to keep making decisions, earned Shen Yun's genuine respect. Luo Qianying stood before the throne in restored imperial regalia, jade circlet catching the hall's formation light, and spoke with the clarity of someone who had rehearsed this speech during 2 weeks of living in a ravine, eating foraged roots, and nursing the kind of fury that transmuted into focus when given a target. The sage infiltrated our court, corrupted our emperor, built a formation to harvest 3,000 souls and feed them to the devourer. She paused between sentences, letting each accusation settle. But the sage was an agent, a precursor. The devourer itself is coming, and our isolation formation, the shield we trusted for 9,000 years, is not keeping its energy out. It's keeping the energy in. We are suffocating in a sealed room, and every hour the seal holds is an hour closer to catastrophic decompression. The word of foreigners and exiles, a senior official began. Shen Yun stepped forward and pushed the countdown system's visual interface into external perception. Golden numbers materialized above the hall, visible to every person present. 16:08:33:12. That countdown measures time before the devourer's transformation wave reaches critical density, he said. 16 days. With the isolation formation active, your internal energy buildup reaches catastrophic levels in 12. Every person in this empire, cultivator and mortal, adult and child, will experience reality destabilization. You will not die. You will cease to have existed. Not killed. Erased. As though you were never born. The golden numbers ticked. The hall was silent with the particular quality of silence that descended when a large group of people simultaneously confronted their own mortality and discovered that the experience was not improved by company. The formation must come down, Shen Yun continued. Your own formation masters can independently verify the energy buildup. Give them 2 hours. 90 minutes. The Imperial Formation Bureau confirmed his data to within 3%. Elder Hua, Chief Formation Master, so ancient that her age had become a matter of institutional mythology rather than record-keeping, delivered the verdict with the blunt honesty of someone who had outlived the social consequences of candor. The foreign cultivator is correct. Dimensional cascade in 11 days, 8 hours. The cascade will be total. There will be nothing left to mourn and no one left to mourn it. Emperor Luo Xunwei closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had changed, not power but posture, not strength but resolve. The particular straightening of a man who had been performing strength through borrowed means and decided, in front of everyone who mattered, to be genuinely strong with only what was authentically his. Lower the formation. Gradual decompression over 6 hours. Contact the forces beyond our borders. Extend formal invitation. He looked at Shen Yun. I don't trust you, but I trust mathematics, and the mathematics say we die without your intervention. The formation came down section by section over 6 hours, 9,000 years of defense peeling away like the petals of a flower opening for the first time in its existence. Energy rushed outward in visible crimson gold waves. Outside, Commander Zhao's army prepared for battle that became a greeting, imperial envoys bearing treaties and logistical coordination documents instead of threats. Xiao Jinfeng entered the empire's territory and surveyed the resources. 500,000 cultivators, supply networks that spanned a continent, ancient formation infrastructure, centuries of accumulated weaponry and tactical knowledge. His expression was that of someone who had been conducting a war with sharpened sticks and had just been handed the keys to an arsenal. You are annoyingly effective, he told Shen Yun. I'll take that as a compliment. It's under review. That night, Shen Yun stood on the palace's highest balcony watching stars emerge through clearing sky. The amber discoloration faded as trapped energy dissipated, revealing a night sky that 2 million people hadn't seen properly in months. Alliance 504,000 Cultivators Countdown 16:01:44:22 Next. Harmonize 3 internal nodes before the second wave arrives. 3 internal nodes. 16 days. And the sage's dying prophecy echoing. 3 more are coming, promising that whatever the Pale Tribunal was, its arrival would redefine every challenge so far as preparation for the real test, and that the real test would be fought not just with cultivation and strategy, but with the question of whether a world could survive being rewritten by an intelligence that considered the erasure of civilizations an acceptable construction technique. Chapter 36 Core Formation Stage 5 arrived during the harmonization of the Empire's first internal node, and it opened doors in Shen Yun's perception that he hadn't known were closed. The node was a Class 2 formation buried beneath the ruins of an ancient temple 3 hours east of the capital. A temple whose stone walls had crumbled to shoulder height, and whose meditation halls had become home to wild spirit herbs and nesting birds. The decay of human construction providing fertile ground for the natural world's reclamation. Beneath the crumbling floors, the Devourer's crystallized energy had been active for weeks, shielded from detection by the isolation formation's energy, noised the way a whisper was hidden by the roar of a waterfall. 200,000 people lived in the surrounding region. Farmers tending rice paddies who had noticed that their crop yields were declining and attributed it to poor weather. Merchants whose spirit beast caravans had grown increasingly skittish and aggressive, their animals sensing the dimensional instability that human senses couldn't detect. Children who had started having nightmares about empty rooms and missing faces, their developing spiritual awareness picking up echoes of a reality gradually dissolving beneath them. Shen Yun harmonized the node in 3 hours. His technique had improved with practice, each harmonization teaching him something new about the resonance between Devourer energy and the world's spiritual matrix, each one refining his approach from desperate improvisation toward reliable procedure. The epic essence surge pushed him to stage 5, and his epic core refined itself with a resonance that rippled through his body like a struck bell settling into its fundamental frequency. New perceptual channels opened. The world's spiritual landscape, already sharp since his nascent soul predecessor's techniques had enhanced his core formation awareness, became crystalline in its clarity. He could see energy flows that had previously been invisible, not just the major currents of qi that every cultivator sensed, but the microscopic capillaries of spiritual energy that threaded through every object, every person, every particle of air and grain of soil. And through that clarity, he could see the devourer, not the entity's form, nothing so simple as shape or location, but its presence, a vast pattern woven through dimensional fabric like a circulatory system through flesh, carrying something that was simultaneously energy and information and intention. The pattern was beautiful in the way astronomical phenomena were beautiful, the scale removing it from human aesthetics into a category where beauty and terror became indistinguishable because the observer's capacity for either was overwhelmed by magnitude. The pattern was intelligent, not strategic, not calculating in any way human cognition could map, but purposeful, moving through the world's dimensional layers with intention. The intention to transform, to upgrade, to elevate physical reality into something higher dimensional in the same way that the addition of a third dimension transformed a flat drawing into a sculpture. The Devourer's work was not destruction. It was construction, and the destruction that accompanied it, the void patches, the temporal fractures, the erased villages, was construction debris. Collateral damage from building something so vast that individual casualties registered as rounding errors in a project measured in dimensions rather than miles. Bai Suyin manifested beside him, her ghostly form clearer than ever. 3 harmonized nodes provided enough residual energy for her to appear with sharper definition. Features, clothing, the particular set of her jaw that spoke of determination that had survived 10,000 years of failure. You felt the pattern. It's everywhere, not just in nodes. The Devourer isn't approaching. It's already here. It's been here longer than the countdown. The nodes are just where its presence is concentrated enough for human perception to register. Yes, in my world, I didn't understand that until the final days. I fought the visible manifestations and never realized the real transformation was happening everywhere, beneath perception, changing the fundamental rules of reality one microscopic adjustment at a time. How many people in your world? 300 billion. Across 14 continental landmasses. I killed every single one trying to save them. The number was too vast. Shen Yun filed it with the other impossible weights. What should I have done? I don't know. That's the honest answer. But you're doing something none of us did, harmonizing. Not fighting, not yielding, but finding the middle frequency where both realities can coexist. Your harmonized zones aren't damaged or compromised. They're integrated, the Devourer's energy flowing through them in concert with the world's natural spiritual matrix instead of against it. Is that enough? Can the whole world be harmonized? It's the only approach I've seen in 10 millennia that hasn't ended in total extinction. He pressed further, because the questions mattered more than the answer's comfort. What happens to worlds that yield? The 30% survival rate. The world transforms. Higher dimensional. Most beings can't maintain individual consciousness in the new state. They dissolve, sugar and water. Their existence becomes part of the new reality, but their individuality, memories, selfhood, gone. 30% develop enough spiritual complexity during the transformation to maintain coherence. 70% are gone. And in a fully harmonized world, her ghost flared with dangerous hope, an emotion she'd spent 10,000 years suppressing. No one has ever achieved it. The theoretical survival rate is 100%. If the transformation synchronizes through harmonized nodes, every being has time to develop the necessary spiritual complexity for the dimensional shift. Including mortals? Children. Your harmonized zones already show the effect. Doubled qi density. Passive spiritual absorption. The children coughing near the plains aren't being harmed. Their bodies are beginning the adaptation process. Given enough time, even mortals would develop sufficient spiritual complexity to survive the transformation intact. Then I need every node on this continent harmonized. Then the planet. In 16 days. 12 class, 3 nodes require your personal intervention. 40 worldwide. 12 harmonizations in 16 days. 1 every 32 hours. No rest. Escalating difficulty. Each draining lifespan he couldn't spare. But 70% dissolution, billions of minds erased, was not acceptable. Countdown. 15:18:22:09. He went to brief the Alliance on a strategy that would either save every living being on the planet or prove, in spectacular fashion, that the gap between theoretical possibility and practical achievement was wider than any golden light could bridge, and that the ghost whispering hope in his ear had spent 10 millennia waiting for someone brave enough or reckless enough to test whether hope was a lighthouse or a mirage, without knowing which until the ship either reached shore or shattered on rocks the lighthouse was supposed to mark. Chapter 37. The War Council in Phoenix Ascension City's Strategic Hall was the largest gathering of cultivator leadership in the world's recorded history, and the weight of it pressed down on Shen Yun's shoulders with a physical force that no cultivation technique could deflect. 500 seats arranged in concentric rings, each one occupied by a commander, elder, or faction leader representing a portion of the combined alliance. The hall itself was a marvel of imperial architecture, a circular chamber with a domed ceiling painted with constellations that moved in real time, tracking the actual positions of stars and planets through formation-linked astronomical arrays. The dome's center held a projection platform powered by the Imperial Formation Bureau's most sophisticated equipment, currently displaying a continental map dotted with red markers, each one a devourer node, each one a potential demolition charge buried in the world's foundations. Commander Zhao held the military wing of the assembly, his officers arranged in precise rows behind him. The Empire's military commanders, generals who had served the throne for centuries, sat nearby, with the professional assessment of soldiers evaluating a new commanding officer. Xiao Zhenfeng occupied the independent sect position with his heavenly purity elders, their gold-trimmed white robes a visual island of aristocratic certainty in a sea of military pragmatism and civilian anxiety. Emperor Luo Shenwei sat the central position, diminished but present, lending the weight of his throne and the authority of 9 millennia of imperial legitimacy to proceedings that required every scrap of collective credibility the alliance could muster. Luo Qianying coordinated between factions with the political grace of someone whose exile had sharpened her diplomatic instincts rather than dulled them, moving between groups with the fluid efficiency of a court-trained negotiator who had decided that the end of the world trumped factional politics. Shen Yun stood at the center and watched the projected map's red markers pulse with the steady rhythm of a failing heartbeat. 47 nodes on this continent, he said, and the system fed data into his voice, statistics, projections, timelines, which he translated from golden interface text into language 500 people from a dozen different traditions could understand. 12 are Class 3 or above, major destabilization sources requiring my direct intervention. The remaining 35 are Class 1 and 2, manageable by trained teams using a formation-based harmonization method that Su Ran has developed and proven on 2 separate occasions. Su Ran stood from his seat in the technical section, spectacles reflecting the projected map's crimson glow. He looked like he hadn't slept in 3 days, which was accurate, and like he'd been running on formation ink fumes and the specific manic energy that possessed engineers when they were close to solving a problem that had consumed their every waking thought. A team of 5, 1 nascent soul cultivator serving as a perception anchor, 2 core formation cultivators providing energy, and 2 foundation establishment formation operators handling the physical array components. 48 hours of intensive training for each team. We need 7 teams for continental coverage. If everything goes perfectly, Shen Yun added, because his credibility with this assembly depended on honesty more than optimism. It won't. We'll face opposition at every node. Void beasts drawn to the energy concentration, devour corrupted cultivators who've been consumed by nearby nodes, terrain hazards from reality degradation in the surrounding area, and the Pale Tribunal. The mention landed in the hall with the weight of an unexploded ordnance. The sage's dying warning had spread through the alliance like ink through water. What is the Pale Tribunal? The Emperor asked, and 500 people leaned forward with the collective attention of an audience that had heard the name of the monster under the bed and wanted to know exactly how large its teeth were. Old Man Tian stood from the back row, where he'd been occupying 2 seats and a bag of candied nuts with the serene anonymity of someone who could have been anyone's eccentric grandfather. When his Tao Lord aura manifested, the merest whisper of it, a fraction of his full capability, the hall went rigid. 500 cultivators who had been assessing one another with professional detachment suddenly found themselves confronting the spiritual equivalent of looking up and realizing that the mountain they'd been standing on was breathing. The Devourer's enforcement mechanism, Old Man Tian said, and every trace of his usual humor had been stripped away, revealing underneath it a gravity that matched his power, vast, old, and weighted with the particular authority of personal experience rather than theoretical knowledge. When a world resists transformation, the tribunal arrives to accelerate the process. 3 entities, Judge He, Judge Bai, Judge Su, each at Tao sovereign level. They're not alive in any meaningful sense. They're constructs of the Devourer's energy, shaped from the remains of previous arbiters who failed and were absorbed into the entity's dimensional matrix. The silence that followed had physical weight, pressing down on the assembly like the Tao Lord's aura had pressed on the hall. Heavy, inescapable, and carrying the unmistakable message that the universe was larger and more dangerous than anyone in the room had previously imagined. I know this, Old Man Tian continued, because I survived a world the tribunal destroyed. I'm not from this reality. I've been hiding in the dimensional folds between worlds for 10,000 years, moving from one doomed reality to the next, watching the same process repeat, watching arbiters rise and fall, watching the tribunal arrive and enforce, watching worlds break against the transformation like waves against a cliff. He paused. I'm a Tao Lord, one step below the peak of human cultivation in any world I've visited. And there's a reason I ran. Can we fight them? Commander Zhao asked, because Zhao dealt with threats by cataloging them and then developing neutralization protocols, and his professional identity did not include the category of unkillable. We can resist them. Briefly, long enough for Shen Yun to complete the harmonization, possibly. But fighting all 3 simultaneously requires resources beyond what any single world has produced. A Tao sovereign, or 3 peak Tao lords acting in perfect concert, or an arbiter who has unlocked the countdown system's full capabilities. Full capabilities, Shen Yun said. That means epic sovereign. 7 realms above my current core formation stage 5. Then cultivate faster than anyone in the recorded history of any world I've visited. Old Man Tian sat back down, produced a candied nut, and ate it with the particular deliberation of a man who had said what needed saying and was now returning to the only activity that provided reliable comfort in a universe where comfort was not a standard feature. The council dissolved into working groups with the organized urgency of people who had been given a deadline and a task list and no margin for error. Su ran selected and trained harmonization teams with an intensity that left his students physically exhausted and technically transformed. 48 hours of instruction compressed into every waking moment. Formation theory and practical application alternating in cycles that Su ran calibrated to the optimal learning cadence of each individual team. Commander Zhao organized logistics for continental deployment with the mechanical efficiency of a military machine that had been designed for large-scale operations and was finally being used at capacity. Luo Qinying managed political coordination between factions, smoothing the 1,000 small frictions that erupted when 500,000 cultivators from a dozen traditions tried to operate under a unified command structure. Xiao Jinfeng, after a private 2-hour conversation with Shen Yun that covered topics from dimensional physics to the philosophical implications of utilitarian sacrifice, formally committed the Heavenly Purity sect to the alliance. Not conditionally, permanently. I'm not convinced your way will work, the sect leader said. But the accumulating data increasingly suggests mine won't. I'd rather be wrong about hope than right about despair. That's the most reasonable thing you've said since we met. Don't expect it to become a habit. 7 teams deployed within 48 hours, each carrying portable formation kits, communication jade, and emergency extraction tokens provided by the Imperial Formation Bureau. Shen Yun prepared for his own journey. 12 class, 3 nodes spread across the continent, each one a 4 to 8 hour harmonization requiring his direct intervention. Mei Lingzhou and Feng Hao would accompany him. Bai Suyin would serve as advisor. Old Man Tian would remain at the capital as the alliance's deterrent. If they come before you're ready, the Tao Lord told Shen Yun on the eve of departure, his voice stripped of its usual whimsy. I'll buy you time. Hours, maybe a day. But I can't fight 3 Tao sovereigns and survive. I can only make them pay enough for the time that it costs them something they notice. I'll be as fast as I can. Be faster. I've been running for 10,000 years. I'd rather not discover that the place I finally stopped running was the place I was always meant to die. But if it is, I'd like the death to mean something, and it only means something if you finish what I couldn't. Countdown. 14:06:00:00 Shen Yun walked out of Phoenix Ascension City toward the first-class 3 node, carrying a plan, a team, and the Tao Lord's quiet confession that 10 millennia of running had led to this moment, and that the old man's willingness to stop running depended entirely on whether Shen Yun's golden light could accomplish what power alone had never managed. Chapter 38. The 5th node nearly killed him. It sat in a mountain valley 300 kilometers northeast of the capital, a Class 3 formation twice the size of the Shattered Plains node, its crystallized energy column rising 40 meters into air that had turned the color of dried blood. The surrounding landscape was a catalog of dimensional violations. Gravity reversed in unpredictable patches, sending loose stones and unlucky birds tumbling upward into a sky that didn't seem to know which direction was home. Time ran at different speeds in adjacent zones. Shen Yun watched a stream of water split into 2 branches at a temporal boundary, one half flowing at normal speed while the other slowed to a glacial crawl, the divided water hanging in the air like a frozen waterfall that was only frozen from the wrong perspective. The dimensional fabric had degraded so severely that he could see through the world. Glimpses of other realities layered beneath the surface like translucent pages in a book being held up to light, each page showing a different version of the same landscape, each version slightly more alien than the last. The harmonization took 8 hours instead of the planned 6. The node's frequency was a chord, multiple resonance points requiring simultaneous attunement, each one a separate thread of alien energy that had to be matched, aligned, and integrated into the world's spiritual matrix while the others maintained their alignment. It was like tuning 12 instruments at once while playing a song that had been written in a key that didn't exist in human music theory. His epic core strained under the load. The timeline fractures, the cracks in his temporal hybrid core that represented the instabilities inherent in a cultivation base that existed partially outside normal time, widened during each wave of resonance and narrowed during the troughs. The oscillation pattern was refining the core, smoothing the fractures, but each cycle tested its structural integrity to the breaking point before pulling back. At the 4-hour mark, the node pushed back. Not the passive resistance of previous harmonizations, the ambient friction of devourer energy refusing to align with a foreign frequency. This was active rejection, deliberate and focused. The devourer's intelligence, or the fragment of it concentrated in this particular node, had noticed the pattern of harmonizations across the continent and decided to engage the process directly rather than allow it to continue uncontested. Shen Yun's consciousness, deep in the resonance trance, slammed into a wall of alien cognition. The impact was not physical. It was conceptual, a collision between 2 fundamentally different ways of understanding reality. The devourer's thought process operated in dimensions that human consciousness was not equipped to navigate, and the contact compressed Shen Yun's awareness into a thin line between comprehension and dissolution. You resist the upgrade. Not words. Pressure of meaning translated through dimensional interfaces the way a prism translated white light into colors, an approximation of something existing in a cognitive space that human language could only gesture toward. The meaning arrived not through the mechanism of sound or text, but through direct impression, as though someone had pressed a seal into the surface of his mind and left behind the imprint of a concept larger than his skull's capacity to contain. I'm not resisting. Shen Yun projected back, shaping his response not in words, but in the same dimensional frequency the devourer had used to contact him. Epic essence serving as the carrier wave, golden energy translating human intention into a format the cosmic intelligence could parse. I'm harmonizing, integrating, finding the frequency where both realities coexist. Harmonization is incomplete. You adapt the interface, but not the substrate. The world must change. The world is changing. Gradually, with its inhabitants intact. Time is insufficient for gradual change. Then give me more time. The alien presence withdrew. In the space of its absence, Shen Yun sensed something unprecedented in the memories the previous node had shown him. Confusion. Not the confusion of a thwarted predator or a frustrated programmer. The confusion of an intelligence encountering a category of response that didn't exist in its operational framework. Previous arbiters had fought. The Devourer understood fighting. Previous arbiters had yielded. The Devourer understood yielding. None had negotiated. None had said, "Give me more time," as though the Devourer were a conversation partner rather than a force of nature. The concept of negotiation, of mutual adjustment, of finding a compromise between cosmic transformation and individual survival, fell outside the Devourer's experiential parameters. It was processing the novelty. It had not agreed. It had not refused. It had withdrawn to evaluate a possibility that 10,000 years of enforcing transformation across millions of worlds had never presented. He completed the harmonization at midnight, collapsing onto stabilized ground as epic essence surged through depleted meridians. Cultivation, Core Formation Stage 5 Core Formation Stage 7 Epic Core Stability, 91%. You look terrible, Mei Lingzhou told him, pressing a healing pill to his lips with fingers that were gentle and eyes that communicated fury at a volume her voice refused to match. Meridians inflamed. Spiritual veins hemorrhaging microfractures. And your hair. White covered nearly half his head now. The bands of silver had expanded from his temples to encompass his crown, giving him the appearance of a man who had lived through 40 years of hard living compressed into 18 years of actual existence. His reflection in Mei Lingzhou's sword blade. She held it at the angle that caught the moonlight, showed a face 5 years older than his actual age, with lines around the eyes and a set to the jaw that belonged to someone who had been carrying weight long enough for the burden to reshape his bone structure. 12 years of lifespan lost total, he said. 580 remaining from the original 800. At this rate, the drain per harmonization is decreasing as I advance. Each realm reduces the cost. Not fast enough. You're losing years for every major node, and the Class 3 formations are getting harder. Feng Hao arrived with Void Beast Stew, a culinary creation that was surprisingly medicinal, his body cultivation instincts selecting ingredients rich in restorative spiritual energy. They ate in a silence punctuated by Feng Hao's cheerful ranking of void beast species by their suitability for punching. The crystalline ones provide satisfying feedback but poor resistance training. The tentacled varieties are optimal, like punching an angry mattress that punches back. 5 nodes harmonized. 7 remaining. And through his expanded temporal perception, enhanced by the Stage 7 advancement, Shen Yun felt the storm building to the north. Not weather. Not spiritual turbulence. Something colder and more deliberate. 3 presences approaching from a dimension adjacent to normal reality, carrying the patient weight of entities that had never been meaningfully opposed and had never developed the concept of failure, because failure required an opposition capable of providing it. The Pale Tribunal was days away, not weeks, and every hour spent harmonizing nodes was an hour closer to a confrontation that made the distance between his core formation and their Tao sovereign look less like a gap to be bridged and more like the space between a single candle and the infinite dark it was trying to hold back, sustained only by the stubborn, magnificent, possibly delusional refusal to go out. Chapter 39. The 7th node brought visitors. Shen Yun sat in the resonance trance, 3 hours into a 5-hour Class 3 harmonization, his consciousness distributed across the node's multiple frequency channels like a musician playing 12 instruments simultaneously, each one requiring independent attention while maintaining harmonic coherence with the others. The process had become more natural with practice, his epic core's temporal hybrid architecture providing perceptual bandwidth that standard cultivation bases couldn't match. 3 hours in, the harmonization was proceeding smoothly, the node's alien frequencies gradually aligning with the world's spiritual matrix in a process that felt less like forcing a key into a lock and more like teaching 2 different melodies to find a shared rhythm. Then his system erupted with an alert that cut through meditative concentration like a thrown blade. Alert: Dao Sovereign Class Energy Signatures detected. Range: Continental. Count: 3. Classification: Pale Tribunal. Arrival estimate: 12 hours. Location upon arrival: World Spine Mountains. 12 hours. Weeks ahead of even the most pessimistic projection. The tribunal wasn't approaching at the pace the system had predicted. It was arriving with the accelerated urgency of entities that had detected the pattern of harmonizations and decided that the standard enforcement timeline needed revision. He couldn't break the harmonization, interrupting a Class 3 resonance mid-process, abandoning 12 partially aligned frequency channels while the node's energy was in a state of transitional flux, would shatter his epic core. The timeline fractures, held stable through active meditative control, would rupture simultaneously, scattering the temporal components of his core across multiple moments of his own history and leaving his physical body with a cultivation base that had been surgically removed from the dimension of time. He would not die in any conventional sense. He would simply stop existing in the present tense, his consciousness trapped in a past moment without the ability to move forward through sequential time. So he stayed in the trance, completed the harmonization through gritted teeth and mounting terror, pushed through 5 more hours of resonance alignment while the knowledge that 3 Dao sovereign-class entities were descending on the world spine mountains sat in his awareness like a stone in his stomach. He emerged from the trance at dusk, his body shaking with exhaustion and his epic core vibrating at frequencies that made the air around him shimmer with golden light. "We heard," Mei Lingzhou said. Her face was marble, beautiful and cold, and holding back everything that lay behind it through discipline that would have impressed the most ascetic of martial monks. Old Man Tian sent a jade slip. "The northern sky is distorting. The alliance is converging on the world's spine mountains." 5 major nodes remained unharmonized. 12 hours until the tribunal arrived. Each remaining node required 4 to 8 hours of harmonization plus travel time that varied between 2 and 6 hours depending on distance and terrain conditions. The math was impossible, not improbable, not difficult but achievable with maximum effort and favorable circumstances. Impossible. The kind of impossible that didn't bend to determination or golden light or borrowed time, because it was rooted in the physical constraint that Shen Yun could not be in 2 places at once, and there were more places that needed him than the single body he possessed could reach. "We prioritize," he said, and his voice was steady through effort rather than confidence. "I reach 1, maybe 2 nodes before the tribunal arrives. The teams handle what they can. The teams can't handle Class 3 nodes. Su Rant's method doesn't have the perceptual precision. Then we accept unharmonized zones and deal with the consequences after." How many people in those zones? Estimated population in remaining unharmonized Class 3 regions: 4.2 million. The number left his mouth tasting of ash and mathematics, and the specific bitterness of a man who had promised to save everyone and was confronting the arithmetic of impossibility. 4 million. The silence that followed held the weight of 4 million individual lives, each one a person with a name, a history, a set of relationships and memories and hopes that would dissolve like sugar in water if the Devourer's transformation hit their region before harmonization could protect them. Feng Hao spoke from his customary perch on a convenient rock. His voice held none of the gravity that the moment seemed to demand, and that absence of gravity was itself a kind of anchor, the solid ground of simple purpose in a landscape of impossible calculations. Hit the closest node now. Hit another one heading north. Fight the tribunal at the mountains. Punch things that need punching. He stood, stretching muscles that coiled like springs being compressed. "That's the plan. The rest is details." Shen Yun laughed, short, sharp, releasing pressure. "That's the plan." They flew. Mei Lingzhou's nascent soul slipstream technique at full power, the landscape below them blurring into streaks of color that represented kilometers consumed in minutes. The nearest node harmonized in a record 4 hours, technique refined to its sharpest edge, every unnecessary step eliminated, every moment of alignment optimized through 9 previous harmonizations accumulated experience. Core formation stage 9. 1 more node on the route north. 3 desperate hours that pushed his epic core to its tolerance limits. The timeline fractures groaning with the strain of a structure being asked to process more temporal energy than it had been designed to contain. And then the northern sky turned twilight. Not sunset. The sun was above the horizon, its light unchanged. But the sky beyond the world's spine mountains darkened to a bruised purple that spread across the northern horizon like a stain, and through that darkness, 3 points of pale light descended. Cold, vast, deliberate, not falling, descending, with the controlled precision of entities that chose their trajectory and their timing and their impact point with the same attention to detail that an executioner applied to the placement of the blade. Pale Tribunal arrived. Judge He, Physical Destruction Domain. Judge Bai, Spiritual Erasure Domain. Judge Su, Reality Alteration Domain. Cultivation Equivalent. Dao Sovereign. Each. Combined Threat Assessment. Extinction Class. They announced themselves to the world. A broadcast pressed into the spiritual consciousness of every cultivator on the continent. Not a message delivered through conventional channels, but a presence imposed on awareness, as inescapable as gravity and as impossible to ignore as a mountain appearing in the middle of a room. 24 hours to submit to transformation. Refusal constituted corruption of the upgrade process and would be addressed through forcible elevation. As demonstration, Judge He extended one hand toward a mountain peak where 2,000 cultivators had established a defensive position. The mountain peak ceased to exist. Not destroyed, erased. No explosion, no debris, no evidence of violence. The peak simply wasn't there anymore, and neither were the 2,000 cultivators. No bodies fell. No screams echoed. The space where they had been was occupied by air and silence, as though nothing had ever been there at all. 2,000 lives. Deleted. As punctuation at the end of a sentence that said, "We are not negotiating." Shen Yun's hands shook. The countdown ticked. He had 13 days and 3 Dao sovereigns and an alliance of hundreds of thousands of cultivators awaiting orders from an arbiter who was 9 realms below his opponents and whose body was aging faster than his cultivation could compensate. We march north. Everyone converges on the mountains. He paused. And during the flight, I need to break through to nascent soul. During flight, Mei Lingzhou repeated. At slipstream velocity. While approaching 3 Dao sovereigns. The epic core is ready. The technique compresses 4 months of advancement into 4 seconds. Cost, 3 more years. 15 total. Risk, consciousness scattering across multiple time streams. Permanently. She stared at him. Love and fury balanced on a blade's edge. Of course it does. Because you've never in your life encountered a dangerous option you didn't treat as a personal invitation. Will you anchor me? I'll anchor you. And if your consciousness scatters, I'll spend whatever years I have left hunting down every fragment of you across every time stream and dragging them back together by force. And then I'll kill you for putting me through it. That's the most romantic threat anyone has ever made. It's the only one you'll ever need. They flew north toward 3 falling stars, and the gap between where they were and where they needed to be had never been wider. But the certainty that the gap must be crossed had never been stronger, because 4 million people waited in unharmonized zones, and 2,000 had already been erased from a mountain peak, and the silence where their voices should have been was a debt that demanded payment in the only currency Shen Yun had left, years of life and the willingness to spend them. Chapter 40 The breakthrough to nascent soul happened at 30,000 feet, in the heart of Mei Lingzhou's Qi slipstream, with the world spine mountains growing on the horizon like teeth in the jaw of a world that was learning to bite back. 3 stars of hostile light burned above the mountains, cold, vast, patient, each one a Dao sovereign construct that had spent millennia enforcing a cosmic mandate that did not recognize the concept of appeal or the possibility of exception. They hung in the bruised sky like eyes that had never blinked, and the spiritual pressure they exerted reached Shen Yun even at this distance. A weight on his consciousness that felt less like the emanation of powerful cultivators and more like the gravitational pull of celestial bodies that had been given minds and told to judge. Temporal compression breakthrough. The epic sovereign's record listed it under last resort, with annotations in 3 dead languages that all translated, roughly, to do not attempt this unless every alternative has been exhausted, and several alternatives that haven't been invented yet have also been considered and discarded. For months of nascent soul advancement compressed into 4 seconds of external time. Cost: 3 more years of lifespan, bringing his total loss to 15. Risk: consciousness scattering across multiple time streams and never reassembling. Not death, which at least had the decency to be a single event, but dissolution across temporal geography, each fragment of awareness trapped in a different moment of his own history, unable to communicate with the other fragments, unable to move forward, unable to do anything except exist in an eternal present that repeated the same second forever. "This is insane," Mei Lingzhou said. She maintained the slipstream with one hand and gripped Shen Yun's arm with the other, her fingers pressing hard enough to leave marks. Bruises that would serve as evidence of her presence if the technique went wrong. Physical proof that someone had tried to hold him together when his consciousness tried to scatter. "You know that." "I do. And you're going to do it anyway." "I am." "Then hold on to something." She tightened her grip. "Hold on to me." He closed his eyes, drew a breath, let it out, felt her hand on his arm. The warmth of it, the pressure, the specific pattern of her grip that he'd learned to recognize the way he recognized his own heartbeat. He held on to that sensation the way a drowning man held onto a rope and activated the technique. Time folded. For the outside world, for seconds passed. Wind in the slipstream. Mountains growing closer. 3 hostile lights growing brighter. Mei Lingzhou's hand on his arm, steady and unmoving. The anchor he'd asked for and received. For Shen Yun, 4 months unfolded. A compressed eternity of inner cultivation. The epic core providing foundation. Spiritual energy condensing, deepening, reaching the critical density that preceded the birth of a nascent soul. The moment between core formation's sealing and nascent soul's emergence stretching into a landscape he could walk through. Each step a day of cultivation compressed into a footfall. Each breath a week of meditation condensed into a single inhalation. His consciousness spread across his own timeline. He saw himself at 5 years old, crying in a merchant's cart as his parents' village burned. He saw himself at 12, standing before the Cloudriver Sect's gate with a hope so raw it hurt to remember. He saw himself at 15, kneeling in the courtyard, reaching for chi that wouldn't come, the frustration and shame and stubborn refusal to give up all compressed into a single image of a boy on his knees with his palms pressed against cold stone. He saw himself at 18. Now, though now, was a flexible concept when your consciousness was distributed across 4 months of compressed time, bleeding on a dueling ground, standing before devourer nodes, cutting contamination threads with golden light, sitting with a woman whose hand on his arm was the only thing preventing his mind from dissolving into temporal static. And he saw forward. Fragments. Not clear visions of specific events, but impressions of shape and weight. A figure wreathed in golden lights standing before something so vast it made the sky look small. A choice that would determine whether the world survived or didn't. A moment where everything he'd been and everything he'd become would compress into a single decision that he couldn't see clearly enough to prepare for. The nascent soul emerged. Not a miniature version of himself. The standard manifestation for orthodox cultivators, a spiritual homunculus seated in the dantian, but something unprecedented. A figure of golden light in meditation posture, half human and half abstract, with fracture lines of temporal energy running through its form like the cracks in the epic core that had birthed it. It existed partially outside time, perceiving past and future and present not as a river flowing in one direction, but as a landscape spread before it in all directions simultaneously. A map of temporal geography that it could read the way normal people read physical terrain. The breakthrough completed. Shen Yun gasped, body seizing with the shock of 4 months compressed into 4 seconds, every muscle contracting simultaneously, and then releasing in a wave that left him trembling and newly alive in a way that had nothing to do with the physical and everything to do with the fundamental expansion of what his consciousness was capable of perceiving. Mei Lingzhou's hand was still on his arm. He covered it with his own and felt the texture of her skin, the warmth of her pulse, the specific reality of her presence. And these sensations arrived through a perceptual framework that had just been upgraded by several orders of magnitude, transforming a simple touch into a symphony of information that included the energy flows in her meridians, the rhythm of her spiritual circulation, the faint glow of her nascent soul resonating with his newly born one, and something else that wasn't physical or spiritual, but existed in the space between. A connection that defied categorization and required no label to be understood. Nascent soul perception was categorically different from core formation. Where core formation had let him sense energy and predict patterns, nascent soul let him understand. The Devourer's presence, woven through every fiber of reality, revealed its architecture with a clarity that took his breath away. A vast lattice of interdimensional energy. Not chaotic, not destructive, structural. The Devourer was building something, constructing a higher dimensional reality on top of the existing one, the way a second floor was built atop of first. The nodes were not weapons or parasites. They were load-bearing pillars, structural supports for a new world being assembled in a dimension adjacent to the one Shen Yun inhabited, each node a point where the new construction anchored to the old foundation. Harmonization doesn't just save the old world, he breathed, the understanding cascading through him in waves that carried the weight of revelation. It integrates the old world into the new one. Every harmonized node becomes a bridge, a point where existing reality and the incoming reality overlap instead of conflict. The old world doesn't get demolished. It becomes the foundation that the new world is built on, and the people living in it become the inhabitants of both simultaneously. And unharmonized nodes, Mei Lingzhou asked, her slipstream never wavering. Demolition sites, where the old reality gets torn down because the construction can't proceed while the old structure remains. The void patches, the erasures, that's demolition debris. Not malice, not indifference. The inevitable result of building something new where something old is standing and refusing to integrate. The tribunal's function clicked into place. They were not destroyers. They were demolition crews, sent to worlds that resisted transformation because resistance meant the construction couldn't proceed through integration and had to proceed through demolition instead. If the world cooperated, if harmonization integrated old and new instead of forcing one to replace the other, the demolition crew had no function. The construction could proceed without tearing anything down. They reached the world's spine mountains as dawn broke over gathered armies. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators spread across the range in formations that bristled with spiritual energy and the particular kind of courage that was indistinguishable from the refusal to consider alternatives. Above them, the tribunal hovered, Judge He in black armor, whose breath made the mountains tremble, Judge Bai in white robes with spiritual erasure that loosened souls from bodies within range, Judge Su faceless and constantly shifting, warping the reality around it with every movement. Old Man Tian waited at the command position, wearing 10,000 years of running on his face and the decision to stop running in his eyes. Nascent soul, he said. 9 realms in 22 days. Unprecedented. Not enough. They're Dao sovereign. But you have something they don't have and have never encountered. Knowledge. You've seen the Devourer's architecture. You understand what harmonization actually is, not resistance, not compliance, but integration. The tribunal operates on standing orders that haven't been updated in millennia. They don't know a third path exists because no arbiter has ever discovered one. You're the first. You want me to show them. I want you to survive long enough to try. Judged by the pale woman. She was an arbiter once. Human, before she failed and was absorbed into the Devourer's constructs. If harmonization can reach nodes made of Devourer energy, perhaps it can reach a construct built on human foundations. Harmonization of tribunal constructs. Theoretical. Required. Direct contact with constructs' core consciousness. Risk, extreme. Probability of success, 7%. 7%. Against 3 entities that could erase armies with gestures that required less effort than a human blinking. I'll take those odds, Shen Yun said, because the alternative was 0. He addressed the alliance from the command position. Nascent soul aura blazing gold against the dawn sky. The light carrying the particular quality of golden warmth that the countdown system generated. Not cold or sharp, but enveloping, like sunlight filtered through honey. The visual representation of an energy that was fundamentally about preservation rather than destruction. Hundreds of thousands of faces turned toward him. Warriors, refugees, farmers who had picked up weapons because someone had to. Children who shouldn't have been there, but had no safer place to go. Because there were no safer places left, and the choice between dangerous proximity to the Arbiter and dangerous distance from him had been made by parents who trusted his golden light more than they trusted the universe's mercy. The countdown reads 13 days, he said, and the golden numbers materialized above the mountains, visible to every eye present. The tribunal has given us 12 hours to submit to transformation. I will not submit. Not because I'm brave, because submission means 70% of you dissolve. Not die. Dissolve. Your consciousness, your memories, everything you are, absorbed into a dimensional transformation that doesn't know your name and doesn't care. The golden numbers ticked against the dawn sky. The tribunal watched from above. But I won't ask you to fight in the way you understand fighting, either. Fighting the devourer is how worlds die. Every world that fought was consumed. 10,000 years of precedent, without exception. I'm here to show the tribunal something they've never seen. That a world can adapt to the devourer's transformation without being demolished. That harmonization works. That the construction they enforce through destruction can be accomplished through integration. That everyone can survive. He drew his sword. Not in threat. In declaration. The gesture of someone drawing a line in the earth and saying, "This is where we stand, not because we're strong enough to hold the line, but because this is where holding matters." If the tribunal refuses to listen, we fight, not to win, but to buy time. Every minute you hold is a minute closer to proving that this world doesn't need to be torn down. Every second you stand is a second of defiance against the assumption that we can't adapt, can't evolve, can't find a way to survive being upgraded by something that's never bothered to ask whether we wanted the upgrade. He lowered his sword. Let the silence hold. Every one of you matters. Not as a number in a casualty projection. Not as a resource in a strategic calculation. Every single one. The roar that answered shook the mountains. Hundreds of thousands of voices raised in something that was part war cry and part prayer, and part the primal, magnificent, unreasonable refusal of a species being told it must die to be reborn, choosing instead to stand on its feet and demand, from a universe that had never offered the option, a better answer. Above them, 3 judges watched with the cold patience of entities that had heard defiance before and had always outlasted it. Always. Every world. Every time. 10,000 years of unbroken precedent establishing with mathematical certainty that no world had ever found the third path between fighting and yielding, that no arbiter had ever discovered the secret of integration, that the choice was always demolition or dissolution, and the tribunal was always right. But 10,000 years of precedent had never encountered an arbiter who understood the devourer's architecture, who had harmonized 9 nodes and proven that integration was possible, who had bled and aged and spent 15 years of life purchasing the knowledge that demolition was a choice and not a law of physics, and who stood now at the intersection of 2 realities, one dying and one being born, with golden light in his eyes and 7% odds, and the absolute, unshakable, possibly delusional conviction that 7% was enough, because it had to be enough. Because the alternative was 4 million people in unharmonized zones and 2,000 erased from a mountain peak in the permanent, unacceptable, unforgivable silence of a world that no one had been brave enough or stubborn enough or foolish enough to save. Countdown 13:00:00:00. The war for the world's soul had begun, and the only question remaining was whether one man's golden light, purchased at the cost of 15 years and counting, could illuminate a path that 10,000 years of darkness had hidden from every arbiter before him. Chapter 41. The world's spine mountains had been ancient before the first cultivator drew chi into mortal meridians, and they wore their age the way old soldiers wore scars, with a dignity that acknowledged suffering without surrendering to it. The range stretched across the continent like a fossilized spine, each peak a vertebra of stone and spiritual energy that had been channeling the world's natural chi flows for geological epochs. Shen Yun had studied maps of the mountains in the Imperial Archives, but maps were lies of omission. They showed distance and elevation and named the peaks, but they couldn't show the way the air tasted at 10,000 meters, sharp and thin and laced with spiritual energy, so dense it left a metallic residue on the tongue. They couldn't show the way the mountains breathed, because they were breathing. Not metaphorically. The world-spine mountains were the planet's spiritual lungs, drawing chi from the deep earth and exhaling it into the atmosphere in a rhythm that matched the world's rotation. His nascent soul awareness, still raw and overwhelming in its scope, let Shen Yun see the process with a clarity that reduced him to awed silence. Vast currents of spiritual energy rising through geological channels, filtering through layers of mineral and crystal, emerging from the peaks as invisible plumes that fed the world's ambient chi density the way rivers fed the ocean. And the devourer was strangling them. The dimensional distortion that preceded the Pale Tribunal's arrival had wrapped around the mountain range like a garrote. The breathing was labored now, shallow, irregular, the spiritual equivalent of a drowning man's desperate gasps. Where the distortion was heaviest, the peaks had changed color, their granite faces taking on the bruised purple of the corrupted sky above. Some had stopped breathing altogether, their chi channels blocked by crystallized devourer energy that glowed with a cold, alien luminescence. 12 major peaks, by Suyin said. Her ghost stood beside Shen Yun on the ridgeline overlooking the Alliance's base camp, her translucent form sharper than it had been in weeks. The 3 harmonized nodes in the region fed residual energy into her spectral matrix, giving her definition that approached the living. Each one a natural chi distribution nexus. The tribunal chose this location deliberately. If they collapse the world spine's spiritual circulation, the entire continent loses 40% of its ambient chi within days. Which means 40% of cultivators below core formation can't maintain their realms. And mortals in chi-dependent agricultural zones lose their crops. Famine inside a month. The tribunal doesn't need to fight your alliance. It just needs to suffocate the mountains, and the world tears itself apart fighting over the remaining resources. Shen Yun stared at the peaks where the tribunal's 3 pale lights hung like malevolent stars. His expanded perception rendered them in terrible detail, not the distant pinpoints of light that ordinary cultivators saw, but fully realized constructs of interdimensional energy, each one a knot of compressed force so dense it warped the surrounding space-time into lensing effects that bent starlight around their forms. Judge Hay's black armor absorbed the light that touched it, creating a silhouette against the darkened sky that was less a figure and more an absence, a cut in the fabric of the world shaped like a man. Judge Bai's white robes emitted a radiance that had nothing to do with light and everything to do with the spiritual erasure that was her domain. The glow was not illumination but negation, a visual representation of the process by which she unmade the spiritual foundations of everything within range. Judge Su had no consistent form at all, shifting through geometries that didn't belong in 3-dimensional space, its facelessness less a feature and more a statement. It had no face because faces were constructs of a dimensional framework it had transcended. The tribunal destroyed half your world's population before you fought the devourer itself, Shen Yun said. Not a question. Bai Suyin's ghost flickered with the memory. 300 billion people in my world. The tribunal killed 150 billion in the first week. Not through combat. Through despair. They erased cities as demonstrations, the same tactic you saw with the mountain peak. Then they waited. When a species sees that resistance is meaningless, most choose to stop resisting. The faction leaders in my world surrendered within 3 days. I was the only one who fought. And you killed everyone. I killed the remaining 150 billion, trying to save them from a tribunal that I now realize was following protocol. They weren't cruel. They were efficient. Cruelty requires awareness of suffering. They had no more awareness of the pain they caused than a hurricane has of the houses it destroys. She paused, and her ghostly eyes held millennia of guilt compressed into a gaze that could have cut diamonds. They are the real immediate threat, Shen Yun, not the devourer. The devourer is a force of nature following its function. The tribunal is the mechanism that makes the function lethal, and they have never, in my observation across hundreds of worlds, been defeated by direct combat. Then we don't use direct combat. Every arbiter says that. Then the tribunal erases another 10,000 people, and the arbiter reaches for the weapon instead of the olive branch. I'm not every arbiter. No, you're not. Her ghost solidified another fraction, and in the clarity of her expression, Shen Yun saw something he'd never seen on by Suin's face before. Fragile, wounded, dangerous hope. But the distance between intention and action has swallowed better cultivators than you. The base camp below them sprawled across a high valley between two of the lesser peaks, a city of tents and formation barriers and improvised fortifications that had sprung into existence in 36 hours through the combined efforts of Commander Zhao's military engineers and Su Ran's formation teams. 500,000 cultivators occupied the camp and its surrounding positions, arranged in the layered defensive formations that Zhao had designed for exactly this kind of siege-scale engagement. Supply chains ran south to Phoenix Ascension City. Communication Jade networks linked every battalion commander to the central command post. Medical stations manned by healing cultivators stood ready at intervals calculated to minimize casualty-to-treatment time. It was the most impressive military operation in the world's history. And against 3 Dao sovereign-class entities, it was tissue paper in a furnace. Shen Yun descended from the ridge and walked through the camp toward the command tent, and as he walked, the Alliance's cultivators watched him with eyes that held a weight he was still learning to carry. They looked at him the way drowning people looked at lifeboats, with desperate hope tempered by the understanding that hope and survival were not synonyms. His golden aura, blazing with the fresh intensity of a nascent soul breakthrough, cast warm light across faces that ranged from hardened veterans of the Northern War to teenagers who had picked up swords because someone had told them the world was ending and standing still felt worse than standing up. A girl who couldn't have been older than 14 pressed a bundle of dried herbs into his hands as he passed. "For the cough," she said, and her voice shook with the effort of not shaking. "My grandmother makes them. She said the Arbiter shouldn't cough." He wasn't coughing. The gift was a proxy, the only thing a 14-year-old herbalist granddaughter could offer to someone being asked to fight gods. He accepted the herbs with both hands and bowed. A formal cultivator's bow, the kind that masters gave to fellow masters, and the girl's eyes went wide. "Tell your grandmother thank you," he said, "and tell her I'll try not to cough." She fled, clutching the validation of a formal bow from the Arbiter, and Shen Yun filed the encounter with the other weights he carried. The 2,000 names erased from the mountain peak, the 4 million in unharmonized zones, the countdown ticking golden numbers against his vision. Countdown. 12:22:14:30 12 days. 3 Dao sovereigns. 9 harmonized nodes out of the 47 needed. And the knowledge, carved into his awareness by Suin's millennia of failure, that the Pale Tribunal was the immediate, unsurvivable threat, the mechanism that turned cosmic transformation into extinction, the enforcers who had never been stopped, the cold pale lights above the mountains that watched the Alliance's preparations with the patient certainty of entities that had outlasted every army assembled against them. He entered the command tent carrying dried herbs and the accumulated weight of a world running out of time, and found his war council arguing about whether to fight, flee, or fold. No one except a ghost waiting an eternity for someone to prove her wrong about the impossibility of hope, and who feared, more than she feared the tribunal, that the proof would arrive too late to matter. Chapter 42. The 24-hour ultimatum expired at dawn, and the Pale Tribunal descended to deliver its response to the world's silence with the methodical patience of entities that had never been forced to consider the possibility that their deadlines might not be respected. Shen Yun stood on the command ridge with his core team, Mei Lingzhou on his left, her sword drawn and resting across her shoulders with the casual readiness of someone who had committed to violence and was now waiting for it to arrive. Feng Hao on his right, his massive frame radiating the coiled tension of a body cultivator whose muscles were springs compressed past their design tolerance. Su ran behind them, hands moving through formation calculations with the manic precision of an engineer who had discovered that the bridge he was standing on needed to hold 10 times its rated load. Old Man Tian at the back, leaning on a walking stick he didn't need, his Dao Lord aura reined in so tight it was invisible, a precaution Shen Yun understood, because releasing it near the tribunal would be interpreted as a challenge, and challenges against Dao sovereigns had a response time measured in microseconds. The wind at the ridge carried ice crystals and the faint scent of ozone, the atmospheric byproduct of dimensional energy processing at the scale that 3 Dao sovereign constructs generated merely by existing in proximity to physical reality. The air temperature had dropped 6 degrees since the tribunal's arrival, not from any weather pattern, but from the thermodynamic cost of sustaining 3 entities whose existence required continuous reality editing to maintain their foothold in 3-dimensional space. The 3 judges descended in formation, a triangle with Judge He at the apex, Judge Bai at the left, Judge Su at the right. Their movement through the air was wrong in a way that his enhanced senses cataloged as fundamental dimensional violation. They weren't flying. They were rewriting the spatial coordinates of their existence, relocating themselves through sequential amendments to reality rather than physical displacement through space. Each step of their descent was a localized rewrite of the universe's position tracking system, and the aftershocks of each rewrite rippled outward as spatial distortions that made the air shimmer and the mountains groan. They stopped 300 meters above the command ridge, close enough for conversation, far enough to establish that conversation was a courtesy rather than a necessity. Judge He spoke first. His voice was the sound of mountains breaking, compressed into syllables that human ears could parse. The designated period has expired. This world has not submitted to elevation. The Pale Tribunal will now enforce compliance. We're not refusing elevation, Shen Yun said, and pushed his voice through his nascent soul aura, amplifying it to reach every cultivator in the camp below. 500,000 people needed to hear this. We're proposing a different method of achieving it. Judge Bai turned her pale face toward him. Where Judge He was force and Judge Su was chaos, Judge Bai was precision. Her features perfect, symmetrical, beautiful in the way that mathematical proofs were beautiful, with the same absence of warmth. The elevation protocol does not include alternative methods. The process is standardized across all designated worlds. Your standardized process has a 30% survival rate. I've harmonized 9 nodes on this continent using a method that achieves integration without casualties. The zones I've harmonized are already adapting. Doubled chi density, passive spiritual absorption, 0 dissolution events. Your standard protocol isn't the only way. The 3 judges exchanged something that wasn't a glance. They had no shared visual axis, no common perceptual framework that could produce the social cue humans called eye contact. But information passed between them, fast and dense, and carried on frequencies that the system translated as compressed data exchange. They were conferring. The exchange lasted 4 seconds, an eternity by Tao's sovereign processing standards, equivalent to a human committee deliberating for weeks. Judge Su, the faceless one, the reality warper, spoke. Its voice was not sound. It was meaning without medium, concept without carrier, arriving in Shen Yun's awareness the way understanding arrived in dreams, present without having traveled. Alternative methods have been proposed in 0.3% of designated worlds. All proposals failed. The standard protocol exists because alternatives do not. Mine hasn't failed. Sample size, 9 nodes. Required sample, 47. Your proposal is statistically insufficient. Then give me time to complete the sample. The data exchange between the 3 judges intensified. The system screamed warnings. The processing load of 3 Tao sovereign-class constructs communicating at full bandwidth created interference patterns in the local spiritual network that threatened to overload his perceptual channels. He dialed back his sensitivity and waited, the golden countdown ticking in his peripheral vision, and felt Mei Lingzhou shift her weight beside him. A movement so small that only someone who knew her body language as well as he did would have recognized it as the transfer from passive stance to active readiness. The sword cultivator's equivalent of taking the safety off a weapon. Judge Bai spoke. The tribunal will observe a demonstration. You will harmonize 1 node in our presence. If the harmonization meets the criteria for successful integration, 0 dissolution, maintained structural integrity, compatible frequency alignment, the tribunal will grant an extension. How long? Sufficient to complete your proposal. And if the demonstration fails? Judge He answered that one. Enforcement proceeds. Your alliance will be dispersed. Resistance will be met with erasure. It was not a negotiation in any sense that implied mutual concession. It was a test. Pass or fail, with failure carrying the same consequences as the ultimatum they'd already ignored. But it was also something unprecedented in the tribunal's operational history, a pause. a willingness to observe before acting. In the data exchange between the judges, Shen Yun had caught fragments, translated into approximations of meaning, that suggested Judge Bai's willingness to observe was not unanimous. Judge Hei's preference was immediate enforcement. Judge Su's preference was data collection. Judge Bai had cast the deciding vote for observation, and her reason, buried in layers of compressed dimensional logic, translated roughly to curiosity. She had been human once, and curiosity was the ghost of that humanity, haunting a construct that was supposed to have purged it millennia ago. I accept the demonstration, Shen Yun said. Bring me to the nearest unharmonized node. Judge Bai raised one hand. The world twisted. Shen Yun found himself standing at the base of a peak that had stopped breathing. Its chi channels crystallized, its spiritual circulation dead. The stone transformed into something that was no longer granite, but not yet whatever the Devourer's energy intended it to become. A transitional state. Construction in progress. The node was massive, a Class 3 formation anchored in the mountain's core, its energy column invisible to normal perception, but blazing in his expanded sight like a pillar of frozen lightning. The crystallized Devourer energy had formed geometric patterns that defied three-dimensional geometry, folding through dimensions that the human visual cortex was not equipped to process, creating the impression of depth that went inward rather than downward, as though the mountain contained more space inside it than its exterior could account for. The system fed him one additional piece of data that turned the demonstration from difficult to existential. The node Judge Bai had chosen was the most complex Class 3 formation on the continent, with a crystalline density 30% higher than any he'd previously attempted. She hadn't chosen the nearest node. She'd chosen the hardest. The three judges watched from above. 500,000 cultivators watched from the valley. And Shen Yun knelt at the base of a dead mountain, placed his palms on stone that was cold with alien energy, and reached for a frequency he wasn't certain he could find. Because if he failed here, 500,000 people would learn the answer to the question they'd been asking since the countdown appeared in the sky. What happens when the last hope doesn't work? Chapter 43. The demonstration harmonization took 6 hours, and every minute of it was observed by entities whose perception operated at resolutions that made microscopes look like blindfolds. Shen Yun sank into the resonance trance with the accumulated experience of 9 previous harmonizations refining his technique. The process had evolved from the crude, painful attunement of his first attempt at the shattered planes into something approaching art, a systematic method of identifying the Devourer's energy frequencies within a node, matching them with corresponding frequencies in the world's spiritual matrix, and adjusting both until they oscillated in harmony rather than opposition. The metaphor of tuning instruments was still the closest human analogy, but 9 successful harmonizations had taught him that the process was more intimate than that. It was closer to teaching 2 nervous animals to coexist in the same space. Each one needed to be calmed, reassured, gradually introduced to the other's presence until proximity stopped triggering the impulse to fight or flee. The mountain's node resisted, not with active intelligence. This resistance was structural, the passive friction of 2 incompatible energy systems forced into proximity. The Devourer's crystallized formations had locked the node into a rigid frequency that rejected modulation the way a tuning fork rejected being bent. Shen Yun's approach required flexibility on both sides, the world's chi adjusting upward while the Devourer's energy adjusted downward, meeting somewhere in the middle at a frequency that neither system would have chosen independently, but both could sustain. At the 2-hour mark, he felt the judge's observation shift from passive monitoring to active scanning. They were examining his technique at the energetic level, watching the way his epic essence interacted with the crystallized formations, analyzing the frequency modulation in real time, comparing his methodology against whatever database of previous Arbiter attempts existed in their collective memory. The scanning pressed against his concentration like fingers probing a wound. Each point of contact a question he couldn't afford the attention to answer. He pushed through. The node's rigid frequency began to soften at the 3-hour mark, the crystallized formations loosening their geometric perfection as golden energy infiltrated the spaces between their structures, not breaking them, not dissolving them, filling the gaps, the way water filled the spaces between stones in a riverbed, converting a collection of individual obstacles into a unified channel. Bai Suin's ghost whispered guidance from the edges of his awareness. Her understanding of the Devourer's energy architecture provided context that his system couldn't match. The crystalline structures are load-bearing. Don't soften them. They're anchor points for the new dimensional construction. Weave around them. Let the world's chi flow between them instead of through them. He adjusted. The technique shifted from modulation to integration, weaving threads of natural chi through the gaps in the crystalline lattice, creating a fabric of interlocked energy that was neither purely natural nor purely alien, but a hybrid functioning more efficiently than either component alone. The mountain's dead chi channels began to flow again, carrying both natural spiritual energy and dimensional energy in the same current, coexisting in a solution greater than the sum of its parts. At the 4-hour mark, the mountain took its first breath in weeks. Not the labored gasp of a suffocating system restored to minimal function, but a full, deep inhalation that drew chi from the deep earth and exhaled it in a plume of energy that rose from the peak, with a warmth absent from the devourer-affected atmosphere. The plume was golden where it met the sky, epic essence coloring the exhaled energy with the visual signature of harmonization. The camp below stirred. 500,000 cultivators felt the mountain breathe and responded with sounds that ranged from relieved laughter to open weeping, because the breath of a living mountain was the first evidence in weeks that the world they were fighting for was still alive. At the 37th minute of the 5th hour, his expanded perception found the natural lock, a frequency point between the Devourer's preferred state and the world's natural resonance. Not a compromise, but a synthesis, a new frequency lower energy than either system's independent state. The harmonized configuration was more stable than either unharmonized option. The way water flowing downhill was more stable than water held behind a dam. Once the node reached that frequency, it would stay because leaving required climbing uphill. He locked it. The node settled with a resonance that hummed through the mountain's stone with the deep, satisfying vibration of a string instrument tuned to perfect pitch. The crystalline formations remained intact, still load-bearing, still anchoring the Devourer's construction, but the spaces between them flowed with hybrid energy, serving both realities simultaneously. Shen Yun emerged from the trance at dusk. Sweat had soaked through his robes. His white-streaked hair was plastered to a face that had aged another invisible fraction. But the mountain was breathing, the node was stable, and when he looked up at the judges hovering above, their data exchange was so intense that the local spiritual network had been reduced to static. Mei Lingzhou caught him as his knees buckled. She pressed a healing vial to his lips. He drank. The elixir spread warmth through damaged meridians. Above them, the data exchange concluded. Judged by spoke. The harmonization meets the criteria for successful integration. 0 dissolution events. Structural integrity maintained. Frequency alignment compatible with standard elevation parameters. The tribunal grants an extension, 14 planetary rotations. 14 days. An average of 1 node every 8 hours, with no rest, no margin. Old man Tian materialized beside him with an expression Shen Yun had never seen on the Tao Lord. Disbelief, so profound it cracked his centuries of cynicism like ice under a hammer. They've never done that. Not in any world I've visited. Not in any account I've heard. The tribunal enforces. It doesn't negotiate. Judge by voted for it. You made the executioner curious. You magnificent, reckless boy. 3 seconds of hope. All he allowed before the mathematics reasserted themselves. 38 nodes. 14 days. And a tribunal that would resume enforcement the instant he fell short. 3 seconds was all he could afford, because the 14th day carried no grace period, and the tribunal's curiosity was borrowed time whose interest rate was measured in extinction. Chapter 44. The War Council convened within the hour, and the energy in the command tent had shifted from funeral to frantic, the specific kind of frenzy that erupted when condemned people received a stay of execution and realized they had to earn the pardon before the reprieve expired. Old man Tian stood before the assembled commanders and delivered a tactical briefing on the pale tribunal drawn from ages of observation across hundreds of consumed worlds. His usual humor had been folded away and stored, replaced by the clinical precision of a survival expert who understood that information was the only currency purchasing time. Each judge operates within a specific domain, he said, pacing before the projected continental map. Judge He, physical destruction. His domain is matter. He can unmake physical structures at the atomic level, disassembling objects into their component particles with a gesture. Range, approximately 50 kilometers. Limitation, he can only affect physical matter. Spiritual constructs, energy fields, and pure chi formations are outside his domain. If you fight him, fight with energy, not substance. Su Ran was already taking notes, his spectacles reflecting the map's crimson node markers. His pen moved with the feverish speed of someone who understood that the information being delivered was both priceless and perishable. Useful only if captured before the deadline, it was meant to help them survive. Judged by spiritual erasure. Her domain is consciousness. She can delete the spiritual component of any being within range, the soul, the consciousness, the animating force separating a person from a corpse. Range, 30 kilometers, but highly focused. She prefers precision over area effect. Limitation, she affects only beings with spiritual signatures. Purely physical entities, mortals with no cultivation, body cultivators who have externalized their spiritual energy into physical reinforcement, are partially resistant. Feng Hao perked up at that. Partially resistant was better than the zero resistance everyone else had. His grin suggested that he had already begun composing a training regimen designed to convert partially resistant into functionally immune through the application of sufficient stubbornness. Judge Su, reality alteration. His domain is the laws of physics themselves. He can locally rewrite the rules governing how the universe operates, changing gravity's direction, altering the speed of light, adjusting the strong nuclear force. Range, variable, but his alterations are temporary and require sustained attention. Limitation, he cannot rewrite rules anchored by harmonized nodes. The harmonization creates a stability field resisting reality alteration because the harmonized state is energetically favorable. Pushing it out of harmony requires more energy than the node's stability provides. That last point hit the room like a thunderbolt. Shen Yun straightened. Say that again. Old Man Tion's eyes met his with grim satisfaction. Judge Su can't alter reality in harmonized zones. Every node you harmonize creates a region where the most dangerous judge in the tribunal is functionally neutered. So the harmonization campaign isn't just saving people from dissolution. It's building a network of safe zones where the tribunal's most dangerous member can't operate. 38 more nodes, and Judge Su has no battlefield left to fight on. The strategic implications cascaded through the command tent like dominoes. Commander Zhao was on his feet, his military mind already converting insight into operational planning. We prioritize nodes based on strategic geography. Create a chain of harmonized zones connecting population centers, military positions, and supply lines. Each harmonized node becomes a fortress Judge Su can't touch. Su Ran's nodes had become diagrams. Overlapping harmonization fields. If we space the nodes correctly, the stability zones connect, creating a continental shield. Not against Judge He or Judge Bai, but against reality alteration. And against reality alteration, conventional military force works, Commander Zhao added. Formations hold. Terrain is reliable. Tactics based on physics remain valid. Take Judge Su's advantage away, and this becomes a fight we at least understand. Shen Yun leaned over the map, golden light from his aura illuminating the node markers. 38 remaining. I can't harmonize all 38 personally. Even at my fastest, a Class 3 takes 4 hours. Class 2 takes 2. Class 1 takes 1. If I do nothing but harmonize, 24 hours a day, I finish in 11 days, with 0 travel time, 0 rest, 0 margin. Which means you need help, Mei Lingzhou said. Su Ran's teams handle Class 1 and 2 nodes. That leaves 12 Class 3 formations requiring my direct intervention. He traced the 12 nodes on the map, a constellation of red markers spread across the continent. 12 nodes. 14 days. Roughly 1 per day. Cutting it close, Feng Hao observed. Cutting it close is the only speed we have. The planning consumed 3 more hours. Commander Zhao organized rapid deployment teams for each Class 1 and 2 node, embedding Su Ran's trained formation operators with military escorts. Luo, Qianying coordinated logistics, supply caches, communication relays, medical support positioned at intervals along deployment routes. Su Ran refined the team harmonization protocol, incorporating the weaving technique that integrated qi between crystalline structures rather than dissolving them. Shen Yun would take the class 3 nodes in sequence, moving north to south along the world's spine before cutting east. Mei Lingzhou and Feng Hao would accompany him. Old Man Tian would remain at base camp as the Alliance's deterrent. If they come before you're finished, Old Man Tian said, remember what I told you at Phoenix Ascension City. You said you'd buy me time. Hours, maybe a day? Against 3 Dao sovereigns. Even a Dao Lord's sacrifice has an expiration date. He produced a candied nut and ate it with characteristic deliberation. But I've spent an eternity preparing for a death that means something. Don't waste it by being slow. Shen Yun clasped the old man's arm, the formal gesture of martial respect between equals, which was generous given the gulf between nascent soul and Dao Lord. But Old Man Tian accepted it with a nod that said the gesture's meaning mattered more than its accuracy. Then Shen Yun flew north toward the first class 3 node on his route, carrying 14 days of borrowed time and the tribunal's cold observation like a blade at his back. Countdown. 12:16:00:00. Every harmonized node was a breath restored, and 12 more waited ahead like surgical targets on a patient whose diagnosis was terminal but whose surgeon refused to accept the prognosis. And the gap between refusal and cure was measured in techniques he hadn't yet invented and time that was already running out. Chapter 45. The Summit of Mount Tianji, the tallest peak in the world spine range, a tower of white granite that punched through the cloud layer and kept climbing until the air was too thin for anything except spiritual energy and ambition, served as the meeting ground because Judgeby had chosen it. Not requested. Chosen. The distinction mattered, because requests implied negotiation between parties of comparable standing, and the tribunal did not recognize comparable standing in any being below Dao Sovereign. Shen Yun climbed the last 100 meters on foot because the spiritual interference at the summit made flight unreliable. The stone beneath his hands was cold, not the natural cold of high altitude, but the artificial cold of proximity to dimensional energy that operated at a temperature scale disconnected from the physical laws governing the rest of the mountain. His breath formed crystals that hung in the air longer than physics allowed, suspended by residual spatial distortion from the tribunal's presence above. Mei Lingzhou climbed beside him, her sword across her back and her jaw set in the expression that meant she had catalogued every possible outcome of the next hour and had developed a combat response to each one, including several outcomes that required reality itself to betray them. She climbed with the efficiency of a woman who had decided that expending energy on fear was wasteful when that energy could be better spent on preparation. The summit was a flat expanse of wind-polished stone, perhaps 50 meters across, ringed by a crown of jagged outcroppings that looked like the broken teeth of a giant jaw. Above them, the sky was the bruised purple of tribunal-distorted space, and the 3 judges hung at their customary height. 3 lights in a triangle, cold and patient and eternal. Judgeby descended alone. Her feet touched the stone without sound. Her white robes settled around her with the fluid grace of fabric sewn from something other than cloth, spiritual energy woven into threads so fine they mimicked silk while being as durable as dimensional barrier material. Her face was beautiful and empty, a mask of perfection holding no expression because expression was a function of internal emotional states, and the construct that wore Judgeby's form had been designed to operate without them. Except that she'd voted for observation. Except that she'd been curious. Arbiter, she said. Judgeby. He paused. Do you have another name? The question created a hairline crack in the mask. Not visible, perceptible, through his enhanced sensitivity, as a microfluctuation in the energy field composing her form. A ripple where there should have been stillness. The construct's spiritual architecture shivered at a frequency that his nascent soul awareness translated as the resonance of something buried deep trying to surface against the weight of millennia of enforced suppression. Names are artifacts of individual identity. The tribunal does not maintain individual identity. You voted against the other 2. He wanted enforcement. Su wanted data. You wanted observation. That's an individual preference, not a collective one. Another micro-fluctuation. The crack widened by an increment invisible to any perception below nascent soul. Shen Yun pressed, because pressing cracks was how you found what was hidden behind walls, and the wall between Judge Bai's construct programming and whatever remained of the human she'd been was the most valuable strategic target on this mountain. What does elevation mean to the beings who undergo it? The ones who survive, what do they experience? Judge Bai's mask held, but her response took 0.3 seconds longer than her previous statements, an eternity for a Dao sovereign-class construct processing at dimensional computation speeds. Elevation converts three-dimensional consciousness into higher-dimensional awareness. The process preserves cognitive function while expanding perceptual bandwidth beyond the constraints of linear time and Euclidean space. That's the technical specification. I asked what it feels like. Silence. The wind at the summit carried ice crystals that glittered in the bruised light. I do not process experiential data in that format. You used to, before you were a judge. The crack shattered. Not outwardly. Judge Bai's form remained perfect, her mask undisturbed. But the energy field behind the mask convulsed with something the system translated as emotion artifact detected, residual human consciousness fragment, classification, grief. The tribunal does not discuss prior operational states, Judge Bai said, and her voice carried a harmonic that hadn't been there before, a faint undertone that was not dimensional processing but organic vocal cord resonance, the ghost of a human voice trying to speak through a construct's apparatus. Mei Lingzhou's hand found Shen Yun's wrist. A warning touch. He pressed anyway. What was your name? The summit's wind died. Ice crystals hung motionless. Bai Yunling, third arbiter of the Jade Lotus world. I failed. The dual voice collapsed into monofrequency, and the mask reassembled with brutal efficiency. I chose to protect 100 people. My family. My disciples. My husband. They survived as elevated beings for 3,000 years. Then the elevation degraded. They dissolved, one by one, over centuries. I watched. The deal you offered me. Protect 100 people. The same deal I took. The same result. 3,000 years of hope, then dissolution, then ages of enforcement, because the alternative is remembering what hope felt like. There's another way. Harmonization. No dissolution, no degradation. If the whole world is harmonized, elevation happens without the death rate. Without the expiration date. You harmonized 10 nodes. 38 remain. You have 14 days. Is that a statement of doubt or a request for reassurance? Her mask went rigid. Above them, the other judges pulsed with data exchange. Judge Bai's emotional artifact had triggered concern. Construct integrity variance. The tribunal's offer stands, she said, scrubbed clean of the human harmonic. 100 individuals. Protection during standard elevation. She ascended. The wind resumed. They descended carrying the private deal like a stone in Shen Yun's chest, and the knowledge that the woman who had offered it had taken the same bargain and watched it rot over 3 millennia of false hope. But the crack remained, hairline, invisible, persistent, and cracks were how light entered places sealed in darkness, which meant the conversation had planted something in Judge Bai's construct that was either the beginning of change or the beginning of structural failure, and only the next 14 days would reveal which possibility would bloom. Chapter 46. The first Class 3 node on the campaign route sat in a valley called the Weeping Gorge, a name that had been poetic before the Devourer's influence made it literal. Water streamed down the gorge's walls from no visible source, as though the stone itself was crying, and the tears carried Devourer energy that had contaminated the local water table and turned the river at the gorge's base into a channel of liquid that was no longer purely water. It reflected the sky wrong, showing the bruised purple from a different angle than the actual sky above, as though the river's surface was a window into a dimension where the sky occupied a different position. Shen Yun assessed the node while Mei Lingzhou established a perimeter and Feng Hao scouted for void beast activity. The node was large, bigger than the demonstration node, its energy column thicker and more deeply rooted in the mountain's geological structure. The crystalline formations were denser, more complex, with geometric patterns nesting inside each other like fractal iterations of the same impossible shape. His system projected the harmonization estimate, 6 hours minimum, possibly 8. The higher crystalline density would resist his weaving technique with greater structural friction than the demonstration node had offered, requiring finer control and greater concentration at every step. 6 hours minimum, he told Mei Lingzhou when she returned from the perimeter check. Possibly 8. The tribunal is watching. He looked up. 3 pale lights, distant but present. Let them watch. He began. The weaving technique adapted to the denser crystalline lattice, his golden energy threading through gaps narrower than the previous nodes. His nascent soul temporal perception gave him the bandwidth to manage multiple threads simultaneously, each one a strand of natural qi being integrated into the alien lattice at a frequency calibrated to the specific crystalline structure it was weaving between. The work was delicate and exhausting, like threading a needle through fabric that was trying to close around the thread. The crystalline structures resisted every insertion with the passive stubbornness of matter that didn't want to be rearranged, and each successful thread required a micronegotiation between his golden energy and the alien lattice that consumed focus the way a furnace consumed fuel. At the 2-hour mark, the node yielded its first sign of progress, a single breath, shallow and weak, as a blocked qi channel partially cleared. At the 4-hour mark, the weaving was half complete, and his epic core was straining. The timeline fractures, the instability lines in his temporal hybrid core, vibrated with the stress of processing 2 energy systems simultaneously, and the vibration produced a resonance that ached through his dantian like a cracked bell being struck. At the 5-hour mark, Mei Lingzhou's voice cut through the trance. Contacts. Southeast. Devourer constructs, 3 of them. Nascent soul equivalent. The sounds of combat reached him through the trance, distant thuds, the shriek of spiritual energy meeting dimensional resistance. Feng Hao's cheerful battle commentary. Mei Lingzhou's sword sang through corrupted air, each note a strike. They held the perimeter while he wove. 40 minutes of combat that Shen Yun experienced as distant percussion. The constructs fell. 2 to Mei Lingzhou's blade. 1 to Feng Hao's fists. But at the 6-hour mark, the frequency lock eluded him. The node's crystalline density was too high for the natural valley approach he'd used in the demonstration. The 2 energy systems couldn't find a shared frequency because the lattice had constrained the available frequency space to a range too narrow for both systems to occupy simultaneously. He needed a different approach. Not the valley, the bridge. Instead of finding a frequency where both systems settled naturally, he needed to create a new frequency existing between the 2 systems' ranges. A synthesis that didn't exist in either system's natural spectrum, but could only be generated by their interaction. It was like creating a color between red and blue, not a blend, but a genuinely new hue that could exist only when both primaries were present and interacting in a specific way. The concept was intuitive. The execution was unprecedented. No previous harmonization had required it, because no previous node had been this dense. His epic essence flared. Golden light erupted from the weaving points, visible as pillars of warm radiance punching through the gorge's contaminated atmosphere. The light carried the new frequency, a resonance that was neither natural qi nor devourer energy, but a child of both, born in the space where the 2 systems touched. The node locked. The gorge stopped weeping. The river cleared. And in the silence, the valley exhaled a breath carrying the hybrid frequency into the surrounding landscape. Cultivation, Nascent Soul Stage 1, Nascent Soul Stage 2, Epic Core Stability, 93% lifespan expenditure, 2 years. Total, 17 years lost. Remaining, 578. 11 more class, 3 nodes. 13 days, Mei Lingzhou said, pressing the healing vial to his lips. The new technique, will it work on every node? Unknown. The bridge frequency is untested at scale, and every remaining Class 3 node presents a unique crystalline configuration. The technique that just saved this valley could fail at the next one, and every hour spent discovering that failure is an hour stolen from a budget with no reserves. They flew south, but the bridge frequency hummed through the weeping gorge's stone like a lullaby, and the hybrid resonance was already propagating through the underground qi channels connecting the gorge to the wider continental network, which meant the harmonization's reach might be larger than the node's direct radius, which meant the math might be shifting in ways that wouldn't be visible until the entire network connected. and whether that connection happened before or after the tribunal's patience expired was a question whose answer depended on 11 more nodes, 12 more days, and the uncertain alchemy of a technique born from desperation that hadn't yet proven whether it was a breakthrough or a beautiful accident. Chapter 47, the third node. A coastal formation embedded in a cliff face overlooking the Jade Sea brought the first real test of the bridge frequency technique under combat conditions. Devourer constructs swarmed the cliff face in numbers exceeding the Weeping Gorge engagement by an order of magnitude. 27 constructs, ranging from foundation establishment to peak core formation, with 3 nascent soul-class anchors coordinating the lesser units with tactical awareness that suggested the Devourer had learned from the previous engagement and was adapting its defense patterns. The anchors directed their forces in rotating waves, each wave testing a different section of the perimeter, cycling through attack patterns until one found a weakness. A combat methodology that was not instinctive but algorithmic, the Devourer's intelligence running optimization protocols against the defenders the way a chess engine ran through possible moves. The Devourer learns, by Suin's ghost said from Shen Yun's shoulder. Every harmonization teaches it what to defend against. The constructs will be smarter at each subsequent node. A cosmic entity with adaptive combat doctrine. Wonderful. Think of it as respect. The more successful your harmonizations, the more seriously the Devourer's defenses take you. Mei Lingzhou and Feng Hao held the perimeter, but 27 constructs against 2 nascent soul defenders was a ratio that required creativity rather than endurance. Mei Lingzhou's solution was architectural. She used her sword techniques to carve the cliff face into a series of narrow channels that funneled the constructs into single-file approaches, converting numerical advantage into a structural bottleneck that let her engage them one at a time. The carving itself was a masterwork of combat engineering. Precise cuts that weakened the rock along natural stress lines, creating barriers that would hold against the construct's attempts to break through while remaining thin enough for her blade to reach targets on the other side. Feng Hao held the widest channel with nothing but his body and the conviction that being hit by 7 constructs simultaneously was a training exercise rather than a mortal threat. Shen Yun harmonized through the chaos. The bridge frequency technique was faster, 5 hours and 20 minutes for a Class 3 coastal node with complex tidal-influenced crystalline structures. His hands moved through resonance patterns while his ears tracked the battle's rhythm. Mei Lingzhou's blades singing in metered cadences, Feng Hao's impacts landing with the regularity of a metronome set to the tempo of violence. The constructs adapted mid-battle. The nascent soul anchors redirected their lesser units away from the bottleneck channels, sending them up the cliff face in climbing formations that bypassed Mei Lingzhou's architectural defense. 3 constructs reached the harmonization zone before Feng Hao intercepted them, and one, a crystalline entity moving with the geometric precision of its devourer origins, got close enough to disrupt a weaving thread. The thread snapped. Pain erupted through his epic core, the feedback of a broken resonance connection hitting his meridian network like a whip crack. He restarted the thread, compensating with a technique he was inventing in real time. A redundant weaving pattern that duplicated critical threads so that breaking one didn't collapse the entire structure. The innovation cost 15 minutes of reconstruction but provided defense against future disruptions that his previous technique hadn't considered. The disruptive construct dissolved under Feng Hao's fist 3 seconds after the disruption. Too late to prevent the damage, precisely on time to prevent a repeat. You let it through, Shen Yun told Feng Hao after the harmonization completed and the cliff breathed salt-scented qi into the Jade Sea. I let one through so you could learn to handle it. The next 10 won't get that privilege. That's either terrible tactics or brilliant teaching. Both. I learned it from the sect master who taught me body cultivation. He let a tiger eat my arm, so I'd learn to fight one-armed. I grew the arm back. Learned the lesson. Mei Lingzhou cleaned her sword. Construct fluid degraded the blade's formation engravings if left unattended. She worked the polishing cloth along the steel with the methodical attention of someone who treated weapon maintenance as a form of meditation, each stroke a reset between the violence just completed and the violence to come. 27 constructs at a Class 3 node. The pattern is escalating. By the 7th or 8th node, We'll be facing 50 or more. Then we need more defenders. Commander Zhao offered battalion-level escorts. Military units against devourer constructs are casualties, not combatants. We need cultivators with flexibility to handle dimensional energy. Xiao Jinfeng's heavenly purity disciples have the spiritual sensitivity. She said the name without inflection, but the air around it carried the particular temperature of restrained opinion. His commitment to the alliance included combat support. I'll ask him. She raised an eyebrow. I'll ask him politely. You always ask politely. That's not what concerns me. They flew toward Node 4. The coastal harmonization hummed behind them, another link in the chain, another zone where Judge Su's reality alteration was neutralized. 10 class, 3 nodes remaining. 12 days. And the redundant weaving pattern, born from a disruption that could have killed him, was already proving its value, because every subsequent harmonization would face smarter constructs. And a technique that couldn't survive interruption was a technique that would fail at the moment it mattered most. Chapter 48. The 5th class, 3-node lay in the heart of the Thornwood, a forest that had earned its name from the razor-edged spiritual plants growing in soil saturated with concentrated qi. Before the Devourer's influence, the Thornwood had been dangerous. Now it was lethal and strange. The plants had absorbed dimensional energy and evolved in directions that botany had never contemplated. Trees with crystalline bark grew alongside ferns whose fronds existed in 2 dimensions simultaneously, casting shadows that didn't match their shapes because the shadows were projected from the dimension where their second half resided. The underbrush moved with purpose, responding to the Devourer's energy patterns with the coordinated behavior of a nervous system rather than the independent growth of individual organisms. The forest had become one organism, and it did not appreciate visitors. Thorn vines struck with the speed and precision of trained fighters, targeting meridian points with an accuracy that suggested the Devourer's energy had given the plants awareness of cultivator anatomy. Feng Hao's body cultivation rendered him immune. The thorns bent against his iron-hard skin like needles against stone, but Mei Lingzhou had to cut a path through with continuous sword work, her blade carving a corridor of dismembered vegetation that regrew behind them faster than they could advance. The regeneration was not random. Each regrown vine emerged in a slightly different configuration than the one it replaced, testing different attack angles, different thorn compositions, different structural approaches to the problem of penetrating human defenses. The forest was learning from their passage the way the constructs learned from combat. This is the worst forest I've ever been in, Feng Hao declared, ripping a vine the thickness of his arm from around his waist and using it as a makeshift whip against its siblings. And I once trained in the poison bog of the southern wastes, where the trees scream and the moss digests you. Focus. Mei Lingzhou's voice was clipped, professional. Her sword was a blur. 3 cuts per second, each one calibrated to sever the current threat without expending energy on the regrowth filling the gaps. Shen Yun needs a clear zone around the node. They reached the node at the forest center after 2 hours of cutting, punching, and creative profanity. The clearing surrounding the node was artificial, created by the Devourer's energy column, which had killed or transformed everything within 50 meters. What remained was a circle of crystallized ground covered in geometric patterns pulsing with cold dimensional rhythm. The energy column itself rose from the clearing's center like a frozen geyser of light, its crystalline structure more complex than any node Shen Yun had yet encountered. He knelt, placed his palms on the crystallized ground, and began. At the 1-hour mark, the forest attacked in earnest. Not the random vine strikes of their approach, a coordinated assault. The entire Thornwood, acting as a single organism, directed its full offensive capability at the 50-meter clearing. Thousands of vines, branches, and root systems converged from every direction with the synchronized precision of a military formation executing a pre-planned attack pattern. The thorns on these vines had evolved. No longer simple razor edges, but hollow needles designed to inject devourer energy directly into the target's meridian system, turning the forest from a physical threat into a spiritual weapon. Mei Lingzhou and Feng Hao fought back-to-back at the clearing's edge. Her sword techniques expanded to maximum range. Nascent soul energy extending her blade's cutting edge by 10 meters, creating an arc of destruction that could clear a hemisphere of vegetation in a single sweep. Feng Hao anchored the opposite side with the immovable mass of a body cultivator who had decided that the ground he was standing on was his ground and the forest's opinion was irrelevant. The forest adapted again. Vines stopped attacking directly and began building structures. Lattices of interwoven branches forming barriers against Mei Lingzhou's sweeping cuts, forcing her to switch from area clearance to precision strikes, consuming more energy per vine. Root systems burrowed underground, emerging inside the clearing behind Feng Hao's defensive line, their thorn needles targeting Shen Yun's exposed back. He felt them coming. His awareness tracked the root's subsurface approach the way a spider tracked vibrations in its web. But he couldn't break the harmonization. Feng Hao. Underground. 6 meters behind me. 3 seconds. Feng Hao didn't question. He pivoted, slammed both fists into the crystallized ground, and the shockwave shattered every root within a 10-meter radius. The forest screamed, a resonance of spiritual energy that translated into the auditory system as pain. The organism's distress signal broadcast on frequencies that had no business being sounds. The battle lasted 4 hours. By the time Shen Yun completed the harmonization, Mei Lingzhou had exhausted 3/4 of her qi reserves, and Feng Hao had dents in his supposedly indestructible skin. Impressions left by thorn needles that had achieved the impossible feat of marking body cultivation armor through sheer repetition. Thousands of strikes against the same point, achieving what no single strike could. The harmonization transformed the forest. The bridge frequency spread through the underground qi channels connecting the Thornwood's organism network, and where it passed, the plants changed. Not back to their original state. The dimensional evolution was irreversible, but from hostile to neutral. The crystalline bark remained. The dual-dimensional ferns kept their impossible shadows. But the organism's coordinated hostility dissolved, replaced by an ambient awareness that registered the cultivators in its midst as part of the environment rather than threats to be neutralized. The forest integrated, Shen Yun said, studying the transformation. The harmonization propagated through the biological network. The whole ecosystem is harmonized. Through his expanded awareness, he caught a fragment of data exchange between the judges that confirmed a growing pattern. Judge Bai had flagged the forest harmonization as significant variance from standard protocol. Recommend continued observation. Cultivation, nascent soul stage 2, nascent soul stage 3 lifespan. 2 years expended. Total loss, 19. Remaining, 576. 8 more class 3 nodes. 10 days. Can you keep this pace? I don't have the option of not keeping it. They moved toward the next node. But the forest harmonization had revealed something the previous nodes hadn't. The bridge frequency could propagate through biological networks, which meant every harmonized zone was larger than the node's direct radius, which meant the continental coverage was growing faster than the node count suggested. And the discovery that living ecosystems could serve as amplifiers for the bridge frequency opened a door that neither Shen Yun nor Su Ran had considered, a door whose implications for global harmonization were either revolutionary or irrelevant, depending on whether there were enough living ecosystems between the remaining nodes to form a continuous chain. Chapter 49 Commander Zhao's forces lost 1,200 people at the 8th node. The engagement report reached Shen Yun via communication jade, while he was mid-harmonization at the 6th class 3 node, a formation embedded in a glacier that required working in temperatures that would have killed a mortal and were merely excruciating for a nascent soul cultivator. The Jade's message arrived in Zhao's clipped military shorthand. 8th node, Eastern Valley. Construct assault, 50+ units, 3 nascent soul anchors, 1 spirit severing command unit. Perimeter breach at hour 2. 1,200 casualties before formation teams completed harmonization. Node secured. Repeat. Node secured. Casualties accepted. Casualties accepted. 2 words that contained 1,200 names Shen Yun would never learn. 1,200 families that would receive folded flags or cultivation tokens or whatever the military tradition prescribed for the notification of death in service. 2 words meaning a commander had calculated the exchange rate between human lives and strategic objectives and found the ratio acceptable. He finished the glacier harmonization in 4 hours and 30 minutes, his fastest yet. The bridge frequency technique refined to a precision that his earlier attempts would have marveled at. The glacier cracked as the harmonization spread through its crystalline ice, the sound of transformation echoing across a frozen landscape that was now half mountain and half something else. A dimensional hybrid where ice existed in two states simultaneously, frozen and flowing, solid matter and energy pattern. The visible evidence that two realities could occupy the same physical space without either one needing to destroy the other. 1200. He said to Mei Lingzhou as they flew toward the 7th node. Commander Zhao made the call. He had tactical authority and a spirit-severing command unit. The constructs are escalating. The Devourer isn't just defending nodes. It's learning our deployment patterns and generating counterforces. Su Ran's teams are adapting too. The redundant weaving pattern you developed, they've incorporated it. The 8th node held despite the assault because the formation teams harmonized on their own. At the cost of 1,200 lives. At the cost of 1,200 lives and a harmonized node protecting 3 million in the surrounding region. She said it without flinching because Mei Lingzhou's relationship with mathematics was more honest than Shen Yun's. She saw numbers as operational realities demanding response rather than grief. Grief could come later, when the countdown wasn't ticking and the math had been resolved in favor of the living. He wanted to argue. Wanted to say that 1,200 was not a ratio but a catastrophe, that each number had been a person with breath and heartbeat, and the specific unrepeatable signature of individual existence. But the countdown ticked, and the 7th node waited, and the tribunal watched, and the gap between the world he wanted to live in and the world he was responsible for saving was measured in exactly 1,200 bodies that he couldn't bring back and couldn't afford to mourn. Feng Hao, uncharacteristically quiet during the flight, spoke. The spirit-severing command unit. That's new. The Devourer is fielding stronger constructs, which means someone needs to kill that command unit before it kills more of ours. Someone who can fight spirit-severing. I can take a spirit-severing construct. Maybe not cleanly, but I can take it. Feng Hao, your core formation. A spirit-severing is a construct, not a cultivator. Constructs don't dodge, don't adapt in real time the way a living fighter does. They run programs. And a program, no matter how sophisticated, doesn't know what to do when someone too stubborn to be afraid grabs it by the face and headbutts it until the program crashes. He flexed fingers calloused from a lifetime of punching the unpunchable. I've been fighting above my realm since I was 12. One more level isn't the mountain you think it is. It's exactly the mountain I think it is. And you're volunteering to climb it with your fists. My fists are the best climbing tools I own. Mei Lingzhou ended the debate with practical authority. Feng Hao escorts the formation teams at the next high-risk node. Commander Zhao provides battalion support. We request Xiao Jinfeng's spirit-severing disciples for anchor-level combat. She looked at Shen Yun. And you harmonize. That's your job. Everything else is our job. Let us do it. The 7th node harmonized in 5 hours. The 8th, already secured by Zhao's forces, needed only brief verification. 22 nodes harmonized. 25 remaining. 9 days. Judge He, watching from above, extended one gauntlet hand toward a mountain containing no node, no strategic value, no military significance. Just a village of 300 farmers whose empty homes still stood. The mountain vanished. 300 homes erased. No explosion, no debris. Just absence, sharp-edged and permanent. Countdown, 09:06:44:12 9 days. 25 nodes. And the erasure of an empty village whose 300 absent families would return to find not ruins, not wreckage, but a smooth scar in the landscape where memory had been surgically removed, leaving behind the question of whether anything built by human hands could survive in a world where gods could unbuild it with a gesture, and whether the answer to that question depended on a harmonization campaign that was running out of time faster than it was running out of nodes. Chapter 50. The 9th Class 3 node was embedded in the ruins of an ancient sect, the Stormcallers, extinct for 3,000 years, their monastery clinging to a cliff above a river that had once been a waterfall before the Devourer's influence redirected the water through a dimensional fold, sending it flowing upward instead of down. The upward waterfall was beautiful in the way that violations of natural law were beautiful, arresting, impossible, carrying the aesthetic weight of something that shouldn't exist, but did, and the mind's inability to reconcile what it saw with what it knew created a dissonance that registered as either wonder or terror depending on the observer's relationship with rules. Shen Yun chose wonder. Terror was a luxury he couldn't afford, and wonder, unlike terror, could be channeled into the focus required for harmonization. The Stormcaller ruins provided a defensible position, crumbling walls channeled approach routes, and the cliff face limited the angle of construct assault. Mei Lingzhou set the perimeter with the professional satisfaction of a tactician who appreciated terrain that cooperated with her designs. The ancient monastery's architecture had been built for spiritual defense during a bygone age of sect warfare, and although 3,000 years of abandonment had reduced its walls to rubble and its formation arrays to inert carvings, the fundamental geometry of the place, choke points, elevated firing positions, interlocking defensive angles, remained intact and useful. Feng Hao positioned himself at the main approach with a grin that said he was looking forward to whatever the Devourer sent and was prepared to be disappointed by anything less than a genuine challenge. The constructs arrived at the 90-minute mark, 42 units, for nascent soul anchors, 1 spirit severing command unit. The escalation was consistent, each node defended by a larger, more sophisticated force. Feng Hao met the spirit severing command unit head-on. The construct was humanoid, approximately 3 meters tall, composed of crystallized devourer energy arranged in a configuration that mimicked the human skeletal and muscular system, with the precision of an engineer who understood anatomy as a design specification rather than a biological reality. Its movements were efficient. No wasted motion, no telegraphing. Each strike calculated for maximum force along the optimal vector to the target's most vulnerable point. It hit Feng Hao with a palm strike that would have killed a spirit-severing cultivator. The impact created a shockwave that stripped the remaining plaster from the Stormcaller walls within a 50-meter radius and sent debris tumbling down the cliff face in a cascade that sounded like applause from a very large, very stone audience. Feng Hao slid backward 3 meters. His feet carved furrows in the stone floor. He stopped, shook his head, and grinned. 7 out of 10. Decent power. No personality. He counterattacked. Body cultivation was direct. Feng Hao's fist traveled the distance between his shoulder and the construct's chest at a speed that made the intervening air irrelevant, and when it connected, the energy transfer was pure kinetic. The construct's crystalline chest cracked. Fracture lines spread through its structure like lightning through glass. It staggered, recalculated, aimed its next strike at Feng Hao's face, the one area where body cultivation armor was thinnest. Feng Hao caught the strike. His hands closed around the construct's wrist with the inexorable grip of a vice that had decided to become tighter. He rotated his hips, transferred momentum into lateral force, and slammed the 3-meter entity into the cliff face with enough impact to create a crater. While the construct was embedded in stone, Feng Hao grabbed its crystalline head and compressed. Body cultivation at peak core formation, applied with focused intensity, generated localized pressure exceeding the crystalline tolerance. The head cracked, then shattered. The construct's body collapsed, headless and twitching. Feng Hao stood over the wreckage, breathing hard. His hands were bleeding. The first time Shen Yun had ever seen Feng Hao bleed from striking something. 9 out of 10, Feng Hao said, examining his bloody knuckles with clinical interest. That one had personality. Mei Lingzhou had handled the remaining 41 constructs during the single combat engagement, and the efficiency of her work testified to 3 things. Nascent soul sword cultivation that could split a construct from crown to base in a single descending cut. Tactical intelligence that processed the battle space as a geometry problem, and fury channeled into precision rather than power. Each cut a line drawn between the present and a future where the threat no longer existed. The bridge frequency locked at the 5-hour mark. The upward waterfall reversed, flowing downward, and the sound of water obeying gravity made Mei Lingzhou close her eyes for one moment of relief. 24 nodes harmonized, 23 remaining. 8.5 days. Feng Hao wrapped his bleeding hands. You need healing, Mei Lingzhou said. I need a bigger fight. Healing is for after. Your hands are bleeding. My hands are always bleeding. That's how you know they're working. They flew south, but the bloody knuckles told a story that Feng Hao's grin was trying to hide, because the spirit-severing construct had required everything he had, and the next node's defenses would be stronger, and the distance between barely enough and not enough was measured in fracture lines spreading through hands that were the only weapons he'd ever trusted. Chapter 51 Day 8 dawned with 30 nodes harmonized, 17 remaining, and a crisis that had nothing to do with the Devourer. The communication Jade network lit up at dawn with reports from 3 separate sectors. Alliance forces were fracturing, not from external pressure, from internal politics. The stress of the campaign, the mounting casualties, and the visible presence of the Tribunal's pale lights in the sky had worn through the Alliance's unity the way water wore through stone, and the fractures ran along the predictable lines of factional loyalty and divergent self-interest. The Jade Pavilion Sect, 3,000 cultivators specializing in alchemy and healing arts, announced withdrawal from the Eastern Harmonization Campaign, citing unacceptable casualty rates among their non-combat personnel. The Iron Crown Coalition, rogue cultivators who had joined for promised compensation, was threatening to leave unless payment increased. And the Azure Phoenix Empire's southern border garrisons were quietly redeploying from harmonization support to defensive positions along their provincial boundaries, a military euphemism for, "We're protecting our own territory instead of contributing to the collective effort." The Alliance is bleeding from 3 wounds simultaneously. Luo, Shen Yun reported via Jade message, her voice carrying the controlled exhaustion of a diplomat managing fires across multiple continents with nothing but words and willpower. The Jade Pavilion withdrawal removes our medical support in the eastern sector. The Iron Crown defection costs us 6,000 combat-capable cultivators, and the Imperial Garrison redeployment weakens the formation team escorts on the southern route. Shen Yun absorbed this while sitting at the base of the 11th Class 3 node, a formation anchored in the floor of a dried lake bed that had been an inland sea 3,000 years ago. The lake bed was flat, featureless, and hostile. The Devourer's energy had turned the dry soil into a substance between glass and crystal, reflecting the sky with a distorted clarity that made the horizon unreliable and distance a lie. When he moved his hand, the surface beneath his palm reflected the gesture half a second late, the visual lag a symptom of temporal distortion in the node's immediate vicinity. "Can you hold the eastern sector without the Jade Pavilion?" Commander Zhao is redistributing medical resources. "We'll manage, but casualty recovery times will triple. Wounded cultivators who would have been healed and returned to duty within days will now be out for weeks." The Iron Crown. Mercenaries. They joined for profit, and they'll leave for profit. I can offer additional compensation, but the treasury isn't infinite, and every spirit stone spent on mercenary retention is a stone not spent on formation supplies. The Imperial Garrisons. Political. The southern provinces have always resented central authority. They're using the emergency as cover for a power grab plan for decades. The problems were human-shaped and had nothing to do with cosmic entities or dimensional judges. They were the ordinary, predictable, exhausting failures of collective action. The tendency of groups under stress to fragment along lines of self-interest, each fragment rationalizing withdrawal as prudent self-preservation, while the collective effort they were abandoning needed every fragment to succeed. Shen Yun was too tired for diplomatic nuance. He'd harmonized 10 Class 3 nodes in 12 days, lost 21 years of lifespan, and watched the construct defenses escalate from inconvenience to genuine threat. His body ached with the particular exhaustion of a cultivator operating at maximum output for nearly 2 weeks. His Epoch Core's timeline fractures had developed secondary stress patterns, cracks within cracks, a nested cascade of structural concern that his system flagged with warnings he didn't have the energy to read. "Get me Xiaojinfeng," he told the Jade. The response was immediate. "Arbiter. The Alliance is fracturing. I need the Heavenly Purity Sect to fill the gaps. Medical support in the east, combat escorts in the south, political pressure on the Iron Crown." Silence. 3 beats. "You're asking me to deploy my sect to compensate for factions that lack the discipline to maintain their commitments." "Yes. That's a significant commitment. The Heavenly Purity Sect's resources are not infinite. Neither is the countdown." Another silence. Then, with the precision of deliberate choice, the Heavenly Purity Sect will provide what the Alliance requires. Medical teams to the east within 6 hours. Combat escorts to the south within 12. As for the Iron Crown, I'll handle the mercenaries personally. They respond to authority, and I have enough to spare. Thank you, Jinfeng. Don't thank me. Track your notes. Every minute you spend on politics is a minute not spent on harmonization, and your mathematics do not include slack time. He paused. I committed permanently. I meant it. Now let me prove it while you do what only you can do. The lake bed harmonized in 4 hours and 45 minutes. His fastest yet. 31 nodes. 16 remaining. 7.5 days. Countdown. 07 to 12 to 18 to 00. But the fracture had exposed a truth that the campaign's momentum had been hiding. The alliance was held together by shared terror rather than shared conviction, and terror was a bonding agent with an expiration date, and 7.5 days was long enough for the terror to fade and the self-interest to reassert itself. And the next fracture might not have a Xiao Jinfeng willing to fill the gap. Chapter 52, the 12th and final class, 3, node nearly cost Shen Yun everything. It sat at the intersection of 3 continental fault lines, deep in a mountain the locals called the Anvil because its flat peak looked like the working surface of a forge. The intersection created a node of extraordinary complexity, 3 separate crystalline lattices interlocked in a configuration designed not for harmonization but for anchoring. This was not a standard node. It was a keystone, the structural anchor holding the other 46 nodes in their relative positions. The hub of the continental harmonization network, the point through which every bridge frequency would ultimately route to create the unified harmonic field required for sovereign integration. He had saved it for last because it was the hardest, and his technique needed 12 nodes of refinement before he could attempt it. 12 harmonizations of increasing difficulty had taught his epoch core the dimensional grammar of the Devourer's crystalline language, and each lesson had expanded his bridge frequency vocabulary by another dialect, another register, another layer of nuance that the previous harmonization hadn't required but the next one would demand. The construct defense at the keystone was the largest yet, 78 units, 6 nascent soul anchors, 2 spirit-severing command units, and something new, a Dao-seeking level entity the system classified as Node Guardian, Keystone Defense Protocol. The Dao-seeking Guardian was not a standard construct. It was the Keystone's own energy given form and purpose, a living extension of the node's crystalline lattice, animated and hostile, carrying the singular directive to prevent harmonization. Where constructs were soldiers, the Guardian was the fortress itself come alive. Mei Lingzhou took one look and said, "We need Old Man Tian. He's holding base camp. The tribunal would target the alliance if he left. Then we need another plan." Shen Yun studied the Guardian. Dao-seeking was 3 full realms above his nascent soul stage 4. But the Guardian had a characteristic that constructs shared, powerful but not creative. I don't need to fight it. I need to harmonize it. Harmonize a Dao-seeking entity? It's not an entity. It's the node. The Guardian is the Keystone's immune system, a defense response triggered by foreign energy. If I harmonize the node, the Guardian dissolves. And while you harmonize, the symptom with Dao-seeking combat capability just waits. No, it attacks. That's where you come in. The plan was simple in concept and suicidal in execution. Mei Lingzhou, Feng Hao, and 200 cultivators from Commander Zhao's battalion and Xiao Jinfeng's disciples would engage the Dao-seeking Guardian and 78 constructs simultaneously. Their objective was not victory. Victory against a Dao-seeking entity was impossible for a force whose strongest member was nascent soul. Their objective was survival. Hold long enough for Shen Yun to harmonize the keystone. How long? 3 interlocked crystalline lattices requiring simultaneous bridge frequency calibration. 8 hours minimum. 8 hours against a Dao-seeking Guardian with 200 people. Casualty projection, 60%. 120 people. She sheathed her sword. Drew it again, not combat preparation, but the physical manifestation of commitment. Then we hold for 8 hours and lose 120, and the keystone harmonizes, and the world gets closer to surviving. Mei Lingzhou, don't apologize. Don't agonize. Harmonize the node. That's the only thing their sacrifice needs from you. A heavenly purity disciple, young, barely core formation, gold-trimmed white robes, raised his sword. 8 hours. We can do 8 hours. The battle began. Shen Yun sank into the deepest harmonization trance of his life. 3 bridges, each calibrated to a different lattice, resonating in a chord more complex than any single bridge could produce. His epic core strained at 300% capacity. Timeline fractures pulsed with each bridge's interaction. Outside, the battle raged. At the 4-hour mark, 37 defenders were dead. At 6 hours, 71. At the 7th hour, the Guardian broke through and reached Shen Yun's zone. Its strike descended toward his exposed back. Feng Hao intercepted it. Body to energy. The impact shattered both his arms. He held the next strike with his forehead. Blood streamed from his hairline. He grinned. Still standing. Mei Lingzhou caught the third strike, her sword blazing with every drop of qi. Catching the Dao-seeking blow the way a fishing rod caught a shark. Technically possible, structurally terrifying, sustained only by absolute refusal to break. The 8th hour arrived. The 3 bridges locked. The keystone harmonized with a resonance that shook the continent. Every node, all 46, connected through the keystone's routing architecture. Bridge frequencies linked, merged, produced a continental-scale harmonic field. The bruised sky lightened. The world took a breath it had been holding for weeks. The Guardian dissolved. The constructs collapsed. 93 of 200 were dead. Bodies arranged in rows by survivors. Neat, respectful, silent. Countdown. 05:04:22:08:47 nodes harmonized. The continental network was complete. And by Suyin whispered, it worked. But the continent is one landmass on a planet with 7. And the remaining 150 nodes won't harmonize themselves before the countdown reaches 0. Chapter 53. The aftermath of the Keystone harmonization was measured in 2 currencies, lives lost and territory gained. 93 dead at the anvil, 1,200 at the 8th node, 417 across the remaining harmonizations, 1,710 cultivators dead in the campaign. Each a name alliance records would preserve and Shen Yun would carry. Against that cost, 47 harmonized nodes, a unified continental harmonic field, doubled ambient qi density, passive absorption enabling mortals to sense qi. Children near harmonized zones thriving instead of coughing. And Judge Su, the faceless reality warper, the tribunal's most dangerous member, functionally neutralized across 97% of the populated continent. The tribunal had retreated to high altitude. The system intercepted exchange fragments. Harmonization complete. Continental scale. Unprecedented. Enforcement mandate under review. Shen Yun sat in the command tent, surrounded by his war council, and tried to process the fact that the continental harmonization was complete 5 days ahead of the tribunal's deadline. He was exhausted to a degree that transcended physical tiredness. His epic core had been running at combat intensity for 14 days. His meridians were microfractures held together by elixirs and willpower. His hair was more white than black. 38 years of lifespan consumed out of 800. 18 years old with the body of a man approaching 30 and the eyes of someone who had seen a world's architecture rebuilt from inside. The world is healing, Su Ran said, spectacles reflecting the map's now gold node markers. The harmonized zones generate a feedback loop. Each node's bridge frequency reinforces adjacent nodes, strengthening the overall field, making each node more stable. A positive spiral. How stable? If you stop maintaining it? Forever. The harmonized state is the energy minimum. It would take deliberate intervention to destabilize. 1,710 people died, Mei Lingzhou said. And millions won't, Feng Hao replied. Arms and splints, grin undimmed. That's not a good trade. No trade that costs lives is good, but it's the trade we made. Bai Suyin appeared at the tent's edge, ghost clearer than ever, the field feeding her spectral matrix. You need to deal with the tribunal. The enforcement mandate is under review, not cancelled. And the continent is one landmass on a planet with 7. The global node count is between 100 and 200 additional nodes. The number landed with the weight of a mountain dropped on a house of cards. We can't harmonize the planet in 5 days, Shen Yun said. No. Then I need to change the parameters. Bai Suyin tilted her head. How do you change the parameters of a cosmic transformation? By talking to the entity performing it. It spoke to me at the 5th node. I said, give me more time. It withdrew to process. It's been processing for 2 weeks. He stood. I need to talk to the devourer. Not through a node. Directly. That's never been done. Neither has continental harmonization. He reached for the jade. Old man Tion. The keystone. Can it serve as a communication amplifier? Strong enough to reach the Devourer's consciousness directly. The keystone routes energy across 47 nodes. That's enough bandwidth to pierce the dimensional boundary. But the Devourer's consciousness operates at frequencies that would incinerate a nascent soul on contact. You'd need insulation. The harmonic field. Route the communication through it. The stability dampens the dimensional frequency. That's either brilliant or the most creative suicide I've encountered in ages. Which one depends on the execution? It always does. Countdown. 04:18:06:22. He walked toward the keystone node. And behind every ticking second lived the knowledge that a conversation with a cosmic entity required surviving the conversation. And no one in history could confirm whether survival was a feature of divine dialogue or merely a prayer that the faithful confused with precedent. Chapter 54. The keystone node's energy column had changed since the continental harmonization locked into place. What had been a pillar of crystallized devourer energy, cold, alien, geometrically impossible, was now a column of hybrid light. The bridge frequency's golden warmth woven through the dimensional blue in a double helix that rose from the anvil's summit like a beacon. Something new had been built here. Shen Yun sat at the column's base and placed his palms on warm stone. The harmonic field thrummed beneath his hands. 47 nodes linked through the keystone. Each one a note in a chord the world was playing for the first time. Beautiful not in the aesthetic sense, but in the structural sense. The beauty of a solution fitting its problem with the precision of a key in a lock. Channeling through the harmonic field, Suran said, hands moving through formation seals. The field stability will insulate your consciousness. You'll experience the communication at a level approximately equivalent to Tao Lord perception. Approximately. I'm extrapolating from theoretical models that are themselves extrapolated from unverified data. So, approximately. Mei Lingzhou stood at the perimeter, sword drawn, watching the sky. The tribunal's 3 lights had descended to their lowest altitude since the demonstration. Judged by was still, the stillness of breath being held. Beginning communication protocol. He closed his eyes and poured his consciousness into the keystone. The harmonic field opened beneath him like a landscape. 47 nodes of golden blue light connected by bridge frequency threads. He felt 800 million people through the field. Then he directed his consciousness upward, through the column, into the dimensional boundary. The boundary was a gradient, rules shifting from his reality to the Devourer's dimensional space. The field insulated him as he traversed it. And then he was there. Not a place, a perspective. Dimensions his brain wasn't wired to process. The field translated. Vast, warm darkness punctuated by points of light. Each point a world. Millions of them. Some burning bright, active convergences. Some dim, post-convergence. Some dark, failed, light extinguished. And woven through everything. The Devourer's presence. Not a creature or an intelligence in the human sense. A living dimension. An organism whose body was the space between realities, whose cells were worlds, whose consciousness emerged from cellular interaction. I'm here. Shen Yun projected on the bridge frequency. The Devourer's awareness shifted. Focused. You return. The one who asked for time. You gave me 14 days. The continent is harmonized. The Devourer swept the harmonic field in 3 seconds. Every node, every thread, the totality assessed with perception that reduced his awareness to a candle against a searchlight. This is new. Harmonization. Integration instead of replacement. Previous arbiters did not achieve this. Previous arbiters fought you. I'm talking to you. Pause. The countdown measures the limit of gradual integration. Beyond the limit, forced elevation becomes necessary. The timeline is not arbitrary. I understand. But harmonization works faster. In 5 more days, this continent's population will be ready with full identity preservation. 1 continent. The planet has 7. I need time for the other 6. The countdown cannot be extended. The dimensional mechanics do not permit it. Not refusal, physical law. The countdown measured accumulating dimensional energy toward a critical threshold, as immutable as gravity. Then help me harmonize faster. In the Devourer's entire existence, no arbiter had ever asked it for help. The concept fell outside its operational framework. Explain. You control the nodes. Adjust their energy output to match the bridge frequency. Harmonization becomes cooperative instead of forced. Hours become minutes. Deep structural movements. An intelligence reconsidering its fundamental approach. This requires trust. Yes, I trust you're not trying to destroy us. You trust I'm not trying to prevent your construction. I have never cooperated with an arbiter. I've never cooperated with a cosmic entity. First time for both of us. The longest pause yet. Agreed. The word arrived with the weight of a continental plate shifting. Across every ocean and continent, crystalline lattices shifted, adjusting, opening gaps, pre-calibrating output. He pulled back through the boundary and opened his eyes. His war council stared. The devourer is cooperating. Global node adjustment. Every remaining node pre-calibrated. Estimated harmonization time drops 90%. You showed it. By Suyin whispered, trembling, not with fear, but with the vibration of hope confirmed after ages of waiting. No arbiter ever. The system updated. Global node status. 147 remaining nodes adjusted. Estimated harmonization time. With cooperation 72 hours. Countdown. 04:16:22:15 72 hours. 3 days. 5 days before the countdown reached 0. Math that worked. And for the first time since the countdown appeared, the math included margin. Deploy every team. Every formation operator. Contact the Sandstorm Leviathan for intercontinental transport. Mei Lingzhou took his hand. The bridge frequency hummed in his bones. The sound of two realities learning to coexist. But the system's margin assumed zero complications, zero resistance, zero interference from the unknown forces that the tribunal's report had attracted. And in a campaign that had never once proceeded without complications, the assumption of zero was less a projection than a prayer. Chapter 55 The Global Harmonization Campaign launched within 12 hours, and the difference between the Continental Campaign and its planetary successor was the difference between pushing a boulder uphill and rolling it downhill. With nodes pre-calibrated, Su Ran's formation teams achieved harmonizations that would have been impossible under old parameters. Class 1 nodes, previously 1 to 2 hours, harmonized in 8 to 12 minutes. The bridge frequency weaving fit the pre-calibrated lattices like a hand in a tailored glove. Class 2 nodes dropped to 15 to 25 minutes. Class 3 nodes yielded to experienced team leaders in 40 to 60 minutes. The Sandstorm Leviathan, 200 meters of sand and wind and ancient spiritual energy, carried teams across oceans at speeds that made ships obsolete. It had agreed with the dignified willingness of an entity that had waited 100,000 years for a worthy purpose. Reports flooded in. Southern continent, 32 nodes, 18 hours. Population 1 billion. Survival projection, 100%. Eastern archipelago, 14 nodes, 9 hours. Deep-sea spiritual leviathans assisted with oceanic floor nodes. They had sensed the bridge frequency through water, investigated, and the investigation became participation when Su Ran's marine team discovered the Leviathans could serve as mobile harmonization platforms. Western continent, 28 nodes, 22 hours. The Western warlords, combat sects that had never acknowledged the Azure Phoenix Empire, joined after scouts verified benefits. 8,000 cultivators contributed. Northern polar region, 6 nodes, for hours. Their harmonization stabilized global energy flows in what Su Ran described as unclogging a drain the planet's spiritual plumbing has been backed up behind. By the second day's end, 112 of 147 nodes. By the third day, all 147. The planetary harmonic field activated with a resonance felt by every living being. Not painful, warmth, connection, the world breathing as one organism for the first time in geological history. Global harmonization, complete planetary harmonic field, active survival rate, convergence 99.7% countdown, 01:08:33:41, the bruised purple sky was gone. In its place, deep blue threaded with golden aurora, the bridge frequency made light. The pale tribunal descended for the last time. 3 figures touching harmonized stone. Judge Su spoke. Global harmonization confirmed. Survival projection exceeds threshold. Enforcement mandate. Inapplicable. Judge Hay vibrated with frustration. I do not understand how. I asked the Devourer for help. That is not a strategy. It is when the enemy isn't an enemy. Judge Hay turned to Judge Bai. Your curiosity. It allowed this. Judge Bai's energy field was in turmoil, grief, hope, guilt, and an emotion with no name, invented by something part human and part construct that had never experienced the sensation of being right after ages of being wrong. Yes, she said. My curiosity. Judge Bai will submit to review for protocol variance, Judge Su said. No. Shen Yun's word carried his full aura, the harmonic field, and the authority of someone telling 3 Dao sovereigns what they would not do. Her curiosity saved this world. She doesn't get punished for being right. The tribunal's protocols are wrong. You enforce a process with a 30% survival rate when 100% is achievable. Judge Bai questioned. That's not a variance. That's an upgrade. 7 seconds of processing. Judge Bai's variance will be logged as operational innovation. The tribunal will incorporate the variance into future enforcement parameters. Judge Bai's mask cracked visibly. Thank you, she said, and the voice was entirely human. Bai Yunling's voice, speaking from inside the prison. The 3 judges ascended into a sky of blue and gold, carrying a variance that would change how the tribunal operated across millions of worlds. Countdown 01:06:44:22 one day. The question Shen Yun kept asking himself as he watched the judges disappear was whether the 99.7% survival projection included the Arbiter whose lifespan had been mortgaged to build the foundation, or whether the math that saved the world had already factored in the cost of the person who'd solved it. Chapter 56. The doorway Judge Su's death had left. A shimmering portal framed by residual dimensional energy the system identified as Nexus Point. Direct connection to convergence mechanism had been standing since the tribunal battle, reflecting a world that wasn't the one in front of it. Through it, Shen Yun could see gears of light, crystalline structures rotating through uncountable dimensions. A mechanism so comprehensive that vast was the wrong word. Its components included every node, every bridge frequency, every harmonized zone, connected to something at the center pulsing with the Devourer's heartbeat. The convergence mechanism, Bai Suyin said, wary at the doorway's edge. The interface between the Devourer's dimensional body and the world's reality. The countdown measures how long until it activates. And if I enter? You access it directly. Modify parameters. Influence transformation at the fundamental level. She paused. Every Arbiter who entered either died or came out changed. Changed how? They saw how the universe works. The ones that survived were never quite the same species as the people who loved them before. Su Ran arrived with portable formation kit, and the expression of an engineer told there was a new machine. The Nexus Point's energy signatures are extraordinary. Give me 12 hours. I'll map the architecture. Old Man Tian arrived with the caution of a Dao Lord approaching something registering as bigger than me. He studied the doorway. The mechanism is the Devourer's hand. In my world, it activated without warning. No doorway, no access. The convergence happened and 60% dissolved. He paused. This doorway is an invitation. But invitations from cosmic entities are not the same as invitations from neighbors. I'll guard it, he said, settling beside the doorway with the gravitas of a mountain choosing its final resting place. The system updated. Sovereign integration available. Requirements. All nodes harmonized. Met. Survival projection above 99%. Met. Arbiter cultivation sufficient for dimensional interface. Unknown. Current. Nascent soul stage 4. Recommended minimum. Spirit severing. Spirit severing. 2 full realms above current cultivation. In one day, spirit severing requires cutting away parts of my own soul. Fears, attachments, psychological burdens, he told his inner circle. Years of meditation compressed into seconds. The risk isn't consciousness scattering, it's cutting too deep. Losing memories, emotions, traits that make me who I am. Then I'll anchor you again, Mei Lingzhou said. And if you cut too deep, I'll tell you what you lost. You can't rebuild a severed part of a soul. Watch me. Countdown. 00:22:15:08. What if the technique cuts your feelings for me? Then you'll remind me, and I'll fall in love with you again, because any version of me that meets you reaches the same conclusion. That's not ego. That's mathematics. She smiled. The most beautiful thing he'd seen in 30 days of seeing the impossible, because it was specific and human and hers. But the mathematics of love and the mathematics of spirit severing operated in different currencies, and the technique chose its targets without consulting the heart, which meant the smile he was memorizing might be the last time he understood why it mattered, and the gap between might and will was exactly the width of a blade he hadn't yet held. Chapter 57. The morning of the convergence dawned with the sky painted in colors that had never existed, golden aurora blending with pre-convergence dimensional energy to create a spectrum that human eyes processed as shades of emotion rather than light. Hope gold, anxiety violet, determination amber. The sky was a mood ring for a world holding its breath. Shen Yun sat at the Keystone node and shared the global harmonization data with the Alliance. Every commander, team leader, and faction representative received the briefing. 194 nodes harmonized, planetary field stable, convergence imminent. Survival projection, 99.7%. But 0.3% meant 24 million people still at risk. Elderly mortals with zero cultivation, pre-harmonization devourer contamination cases, infants too young for sufficient Qi absorption. Medical teams to every at-risk population center, he ordered. The 0.3% isn't acceptable. Some at-risk populations are in remote areas, Luo Qianying responded. Mountain villages, island communities, nomadic groups. Use the harmonic field. Broadcast healing energy through the node network, a global pulse strengthening dimensional adaptation in all living beings. Su Rant's voice cut in with excitement. That's possible. The bridge frequency can carry any energy pattern. Channel healing type Qi through the keystone. Distribute through the network. Everyone gets a simultaneous boost. Shen Yun channeled. Epic essence woven with healing Qi flowed through all 194 nodes, radiating into the population. 8 billion people felt warmth. A tingling. A sensation of being held by something larger and gentler and golden. The at-risk populations felt it most. Elderly mortals experienced spiritual clarity, a brief window letting them absorb enough to cross the survival threshold. Infants stirred, developing systems kickstarted. Contaminated individuals felt corruption dissolve as the bridge frequency replaced raw contamination with integrated energy. Survival projection, 99.97%, 2.4 million remained beyond the pulse's reach. Down from 24 million, 21.6 million lives saved in 11 seconds. I can't reach the rest, he said. You saved 21 million with a single pulse. We'll protect the rest through direct intervention. Spirit severing. He sat at the keystone. Mei Lingzhou positioned behind him, hands on shoulders, aura wrapping his spiritual signature, the anchor. Ready? No. But time doesn't care. Then let's be unready together. He activated the temporal compression breakthrough. Time folded. 3 seconds containing 6 months of spirit-severing meditation. Inside, a landscape that was himself. Mountains of conviction. Rivers of empathy. Forests of memory. Deserts of fear. Cities of knowledge on foundations of experience. A world inside a man. The spirit-severing blade manifested, golden, sharp, patient. The blade chooses the target. By Suin's ghost said, clearer here than she'd ever been. You hold it. It shows what needs cutting. You decide. First target, fear of failure. A mountain range dominating his landscape. The engine driving his relentlessness. The voice saying, slow down and people die. If I cut this, will I still care? You'll care without the threat. Act from choice rather than terror. He cut. The mountain crumbled. In its place, quiet determination sustained by purpose rather than panic. Second target, resentment toward Gu Tianming. A dark forest tangled with every memory of betrayal. Justified resentment that still occupied space better used. He cut. From ashes, clear-eyed assessment. Gu Tianming as a person who made terrible choices rather than a monster existing only as target for hatred. Third target, his hero complex. A city of golden towers built on every life saved, whispering, you are special, necessary, the only one. partially true, but expanded beyond truth into mythology, and the mythology was a cage. The willingness stays. The arrogance goes. You'll sacrifice when needed, but you'll let others sacrifice when it's their choice. He cut. Towers fell. In their place, a simple house, one door, one window, one hearth. A man's home, not a hero's monument. Spirits severing completed. The blade dissolved. 3 seconds ended. Shen Yun gasped. Every meridian adjusting. His nascent soul shedding fragments, emerging sharper. Cultivation, nascent soul stage 4 spirit severing stage 1 lifespan. 5 years. Total loss, 43. Remaining, 552. Epic core stability, 96%. What did you lose? Fear. Resentment. Arrogance. What do you look like? The same, but lighter. I noticed. Countdown. 00 to 16 to 44 to 30. Spirit severing had sharpened his perception to a painful edge, and through that new clarity, he could see what the pre-severing version of himself had been too afraid to examine. The convergence mechanism's energy output was climbing faster than the countdown predicted, driven by something outside the Devourer's parameters. And whatever was pushing the acceleration had noticed the global harmonization the way a predator noticed prey growing large enough to be worth hunting. Chapter 58. Mei Lingzhou's team reached the eastern coastal node at dawn, a formation embedded in a sea cliff overlooking Cerulean Bay, where fishing villages dotted the shoreline and salt competed with metallic tang of residual Devourer energy. The node was harmonized, bridge frequency humming through cliff stone. But the communication jade had reported disrupted energy patterns, not random fluctuation, but the deliberate signature of someone tampering with the harmonization. Golden threads partially rewoven with a darker energy, matching neither the Devourer's signature nor the world's natural qi. Mei Lingzhou recognized the energy. Gu Tianming. He stood at the node's base. The rival, the betrayer, the one stripped of power and left mortal, was no longer mortal. Fragments of Devourer energy that survived her severing, too small to detect, had been activated by the global harmonization. The bridge frequency had harmonized them into a new form of cultivation outside both systems. His eyes were half gold, half deep blue. His face carried the expression of terrible self-knowledge. I need to talk to Shen Yun, he said. You're tampering with a harmonized node. I'm modifying it. The bridge frequency has a flaw, a resonance gap in the weaving pattern that becomes critical during high-energy events. The convergence will pump more energy through the nodes than the harmonization was designed to handle. The gap widens under load. The weaving unravels. Her sword was drawn. How do you know this? The harmonized fragments let me feel the planetary network the way Shen Yun feels it through the system. And I can feel the gaps, visible only from the Devourer's perspective. You tried to kill me at the Shattered Plains. I tried to kill everyone at the Shattered Plains. I was a different person. People don't change that fast. People don't. But having your cultivation ripped out, being left mortal in a dying world, then discovering harmonized Devourer energy lets you feel 8 billion people. That changes you at a speed that makes fast look geological. His voice cracked. Beneath the wall, real remorse. The deep, structural kind belonging to someone who had seen his own crimes through 8 billion pairs of eyes. She contacted Shen Yun. He listened, spirit severing perception processing without the resentment that would have colored earlier assessments. Ask him to describe the gaps. Gu Tianming described resonance gaps in technical detail exceeding what any normal cultivator should possess. Using bridge frequency terminology Shen Yun had invented, applied to flaws visible only from the Devourer's perspective. He's right. The gaps are real. My technique was developed from the human side. I wasn't accounting for the Devourer's energy flow patterns between lattice points. Under convergence load, the routing fails. Can the gaps be fixed? Not from the human side. Only someone with the Devourer's perspective. And Gu Tianming's fragments give him that perspective. You trust him? I severed my resentment this morning. What's left is assessment. And someone who can feel 8 billion people doesn't have the capacity for betrayal. The empathy would destroy him. Mei Lingzhou sheathed her sword. Fix the nodes. I'll escort you. If you betray us, I'll kill you so fast the Devourer fragments won't register the death. I wouldn't expect anything less. They worked through the day. By sunset, 37 nodes corrected, micro-adjustments to energy flow patterns within the lattices. Each correction increased stability by 8 to 12%, propagating through the network via the keystone's routing architecture. "Why come back?" she asked between nodes. "You could have disappeared." "Because I felt them. 8 billion people, each specific. And I felt what I'd done, every person I'd hurt. I can't undo it, but I can make sure the nodes work. That's not redemption. It's the minimum." By dawn, all 194 adjusted. The system delivered a revised projection, survival projection, 99.99%, 800,000 remained at risk, the most severely compromised, beyond any intervention. Shen Yun added their number to his weight and kept walking toward the convergence, lighter now than before spirit severing, because the part that would have turned 800,000 into a personal failure had been cut away, leaving clear-eyed determination to save as many as humanly possible without pretending that humanly possible and everyone had ever been the same number. Chapter 59. Gu Tianming came to Shen Yun. Not under guard. Mei Lingzhou had released him after the corrections. He walked into the base camp at the anvil with the careful tread of someone entering a building he'd tried to burn down, knowing everyone inside remembered the matches. The Alliance's cultivators watched him pass with expressions from hostile recognition to wary curiosity. He had been the campaign's villain, the corrupted prodigy, the cautionary tale. His return created cognitive dissonance. Shen Yun met him at the command tent. Spirit-severing perception assessed him with the clinical precision of a doctor rather than a judge. The fragments in Gu Tianming's system were genuine harmonized integrations. His modified eyes carried awareness of connection to 8 billion minds. His cultivation, rebuilt from mortal foundations on harmonized devourer energy, was foundation establishment. A student's rank in a master's body. "The nodes are corrected," Gu Tianming said. No trace of the arrogance that had defined him. "The harmonic field will hold." "Thank you." The words hit Gu Tianming like a physical impact. He flinched, the response of someone who hadn't expected gratitude and couldn't process it. "I didn't do it for thanks. I know. The work deserves acknowledgement regardless of motivation." The silence held their entire history: rivalry, hatred, near-death encounters, corruption and stripping, and the long walk back. "The Pale Tribunal told me something. They said the system uses arbiters as batteries. That every arbiter fails because the system is designed to make them fail. The system does harvest epic essence. The harvest is symbiotic, not parasitic, calibrates the convergence. But the Tribunal's information was ages old. The Tribunal was wrong. The Tribunal was operating on precedent. Both of you made decisions based on data accurate for every previous case and wrong for this one." Shen Yun paused. "I'm not excusing what you did. I'm contextualizing it. There's a difference. Excusing says the actions were acceptable. Contextualizing says the actions had causes that can be understood without being approved." Gu Tianming laid out everything the tribunal had told him. They had reported back before dying. A data packet containing their final assessment, which had triggered the convergence acceleration. The assessment included a flag: high-resistance world, unprecedented harmonization capability, recommend elevated response protocol. Elevated response protocol. What does that mean? The tribunal didn't explain. They used it as motivation. He paused. Based on what I can now feel, it wasn't a bluff. Something in the dimensional space beyond the devourer. Something the report attracted. A tremor shook the world, originating everywhere simultaneously, as if the planet itself shivered. Convergence acceleration detected. Revised countdown. 16 hours compressed to 12. New countdown. 00:12:00:00. 12 hours. The timeline compressed again, by forces that were not the devourer's cooperation but something else. Something reacting to the tribunal's report. Something that decided the timeline was too generous. The tribunal's report attracted attention, Bai Suyin said, materializing with sharp alarm. "In my world, the same thing happened when the tribunal fell. Something noticed. I never learned what. My world was consumed shortly after. But in the moments before the end, I felt a presence that was not the devourer. Something in the spaces the devourer's body didn't fill. Something hungry. Countdown. 00:12:00:00. Gu Tianming closed his modified eyes. I can feel the source. Outside the devourer. in the void between worlds. It's pushing, squeezing the timeline, trying to force the convergence before harmonization completes its full effect. Why? A harmonized convergence makes the devourer stronger. A stronger devourer fills more void, less space for whatever lives there. The shape of the larger conflict emerged. The devourer wasn't the only cosmic force. Something else inhabited the void, feeding on failure, on worlds that collapsed, on convergences that destroyed rather than integrated. The acceleration wasn't the devourer's doing. It was sabotage. Everyone to battle stations. The convergence is in 12 hours. I'm entering the nexus point. Countdown. 00:11:55:00. He walked toward the doorway. 12 hours. A 100% fatality rate for every Arbiter who'd attempted sovereign integration. And something in the void that wanted him to fail, something that had been sabotaging Arbiters for longer than the Devourer, had been performing convergences, which meant the failures by Suin witnessed, the extinctions Old Man Tian fled, the millions of consumed worlds, all engineered by a parasite in the dark. The anger was clean and precise. Spirit severing had removed the self-indulgent parts, leaving only what was useful, and the useful anger burned with the cold light of a furnace whose heat was measured in purpose rather than degrees. Chapter 60. The Nexus Point doorway pulsed with increasing urgency, the convergence mechanism's energy climbing in response to the accelerated timeline, gears of light spinning faster, crystalline structures rotating through dimensional cycles with a speed that made the air shimmer with temporal distortion. Shen Yun stood before the threshold with his inner circle. Mei Lingzhou, Feng Hao, Su Ran, Old Man Tian, Luo Qianying, Bai Suin's ghost, and, standing at the group's edge, Gu Tianming. The mechanism is accelerating, Su Ran said, formation scans producing cascading data. External dimensional pressure from outside the Devourer's operational space. Whatever is pushing the timeline is pressurizing the boundary between the Devourer and the void. Can we resist? The harmonic field is dampening it. Without global harmonization, the compression would have been hours, not 12. But the external pressure exceeds resistance threshold. Old Man Tian spoke with the gravity of eulogy. I've felt this pressure twice before. Both times, the world I was in failed within days. The source is the hunger between, the void parasite. It feeds on failed convergences. Every collapsed world releases dimensional energy the parasite consumes. A successful harmonized convergence denies it a meal. So it's been sabotaging every attempt from the void. That's why the failure rate is so high. Not because harmonization is impossible, but because something has been engineering failure. The revelation landed with the weight of cosmic injustice exposed. Millions of consumed civilizations, trillions of dissolved consciousnesses, all attributable to deliberate interference by a parasite feeding on wreckage. I'm entering the nexus point. If the hunger between is pressurizing the boundary from outside, I need to be inside the mechanism to counter it. Sovereign integration, by Suin said. The technique that killed every Arbiter who attempted it. Every previous Arbiter was alone. He looked at his team and assigned them. Mei Lingzhou, his heart, the connection to the personal and specific. Feng Hao, his body, the physical anchor. Su Ran, his mind, analytical precision. Old Man Tian, his experience, ages of observation across worlds. Luo Qianying, his voice, the diplomat ensuring he represented everyone. Gu Tianming, his darkness, the truth that shadows exist and standing in them doesn't have to be permanent. By Suin, his ghost, the memory of what failure costs. I've waited an eternity to give my failure a purpose, By Suin said. You just did. The team positioned around the doorway. Su Ran's formation arrays created the anchor network, 7 spiritual connections linking each member to Shen Yun's consciousness through their designated aspect. Heart, body, mind, experience, voice, darkness, ghost. 7 anchors, 7 aspects, 7 people who chose to hold rather than let him dissolve. Countdown, 00:10:30:00. Shen Yun stepped through. And on the other side, in the vast, luminous, gear-filled space of the convergence mechanism, a figure was waiting. Not the devourer, not the hunger between. A woman. She stood amid rotating gears with the casual familiarity of someone in their own workshop. Her robes were covered in clock motifs, gears, pendulums, hourglasses woven into fabric shimmering with temporal energy. Her eyes burned with golden light identical to Shen Yun's system interface, and when she smiled, the smile carried the weight of someone waiting a very long time without certainty that the wait would be worth it. "Hello, Arbiter," she said. "I am the architect. I built the system you carry, and I've come to tell you that everything you've been told about the convergence is wrong." The architect, designer of the Countdown System, Dao Lord Realm, reality warping tools, origin, unknown, allegiance, unknown, threat assessment, unknown. The countdown isn't measuring destruction, she said, golden eyes holding the intensity of someone delivering a truth that would reshape everything. It's measuring birth. The world isn't ending, Shen Yun. She gestured at the vast mechanism, gears of light, rotating structures, dimensional interfaces connecting everything. It's hatching, and the devourer isn't the predator you've been fighting. She met his eyes with a gaze burning with the weight of ages spent waiting for someone who could hear the truth and act on it. The devourer is the mother. Countdown 00:10:22:44. The mechanism hummed around them, and the truth, reframing everything from threat to miracle, from destruction to birth, hung in the air between Arbiter and Architect, waiting to be understood. And somewhere in the void between worlds, the hunger between pressed harder against the dimensional boundary, because a hatching world was a vulnerable world, and a parasite's favorite meal was a creature in the act of being born, which meant the next 10 hours would determine not just whether Shen Yun survived the birth, but whether the newborn world would open its eyes to freedom or to the jaws of something that had been feeding in the dark since before the concept of light existed. Chapter 61. The architect stood among rotating gears of light, as though she had grown from the mechanism itself, and perhaps she had. Her robes shimmered with clock motifs that moved, tiny pendulums swinging, hourglasses turning, gears meshing in patterns that matched the vast machinery surrounding them. She was beautiful in the way a mathematical proof was beautiful, elegant, inevitable, and indifferent to whether you understood her. "The devourer," she said, walking among the crystalline structures with casual ownership, "is not what you think it is. None of your assumptions are correct. Not the Pale Tribunal's warnings, not your system's projections, not even your ghost advisor's recollections." Shen Yun kept his spirit-severing perception focused on her energy signature. It was strange, layered, as if multiple realities had been compressed into a single form. The system struggled to categorize her, flickering between threat assessments that contradicted each other. "Then tell me what it is." "A mother." She touched one of the rotating gears, and it slowed beneath her fingers. "The devourer is a cosmic entity that births new realities by integrating existing ones into itself. Your world isn't being consumed. It's being adopted, elevated, folded into a higher dimensional existence where the limitations you call physics and mortality become suggestions rather than laws." "And the 30-day countdown?" "Gestation." She smiled, and the smile carried 10,000 years of patience. "The countdown measures the time remaining before birth. Your world is the egg. The devourer is the mother. And the hatching will either produce something magnificent or something stillborn, depending entirely on whether the inhabitants are compatible with the new reality." Shen Yun processed this against everything he had learned. The nodes, the harmonization, the bridge frequency, all of it reframed. Not weapons against an invader. Tools for a birth. "The countdown system," he said slowly. "You built it to prepare worlds for the hatching. Now you understand. The system empowers an arbiter, someone capable of accelerating compatibility across an entire civilization. You're not a warrior, Shen Yun. You're a gardener. You've been preparing the soil for a seed that was planted before your species learned to walk upright. And previous arbiters?" Her expression flickered, the first crack in her composed exterior. "Failed. Everyone. Why? That knowledge would bias your choices. You must discover the answer yourself." He stared at her. Spirit-severing clarity cut through the diplomatic language and found the shape of what she was hiding. She knew why they failed. She was choosing not to tell him. That choice was either protective or manipulative, and without more data, he could not determine which. "How many worlds have you done this in?" "Enough to know what works and what doesn't. Enough to carry the weight of every failure." She turned away, and for a moment the confident architect was replaced by something older and more tired. I didn't come here to answer questions. I came because you're closer to success than any arbiter in 12 cycles, and I want to ensure you don't waste the opportunity. By withholding information? By preventing you from repeating patterns that have killed better cultivators than you. The mechanism hummed around them. Through his 7 anchor connections, heart, body, mind, experience, voice, darkness, ghost, he felt his team's concern pulsing like heartbeats. I have people waiting for me, he said, and a world that needs managing. If you want to help, come outside and help. If you want to lecture from inside a cosmic machine, I'll come back when I have time. The architect's golden eyes widened fractionally. No arbiter has ever dismissed me. I'm not dismissing you. I'm prioritizing. The countdown reads 10 hours and 22 minutes. Lectures can wait. Action can't. He turned and walked toward the Nexus Point's exit. Behind him, after a pause long enough to contain a decision, the architect followed. When they emerged, the War Council's reactions ranged from weapons drawn to academic fascination. Su Ran was already scanning the architect's energy signature with portable formation arrays. Feng Hao had positioned himself between her and the group with the casual readiness of a man whose body was a weapon. Everyone, Shen Yun said, this is the architect. She built the countdown system. She claims the world isn't ending, it's being born, and she's going to help us survive the birth. Claims, Mei Lingzhou repeated, her sword half drawn. That word is doing extraordinary labor in that sentence. The architect surveyed them with clinical interest. You've assembled a remarkable team. The swordswoman's resonance with the Arbiter is unprecedented. The Formation Master's analytical capacity exceeds standard parameters. The body cultivator's physical anchoring could, she's cataloging us, Old Man Tian interrupted, his voice carrying the weight of recognition. Like equipment, like assets. He stepped forward, and for the first time since Shen Yun had known him, the ancient Dao Lord's aura flared with undisguised hostility. I know what you are. You were in my world too. Different face, same energy signature. You watched us burn and took notes. The camp went silent. The architect's composure held, but her golden eyes dimmed by a fraction. I remember your world, Elder. World 7341. Survival rate, 68%. The Arbiter chose controlled sacrifice. I provided the framework. 68% survived the hatching. But what you don't mention is that 68% have been dying ever since. Slowly, over millennia. Because your version of elevation was incomplete. It was the best available option given that you refused to let the Arbiter try anything different. Given that you controlled the process so tightly that the world's unique characteristics were stripped away in favor of compatibility. Given that you treated 8 billion people as variables in an equation rather than lives worth preserving on their own terms. His words hit with the force of testimony from a survivor, not angry but precise, each syllable carrying the weight of 10,000 years of slow decay. Shen Yun filed every word. The architect was an ally or a handler, and the distinction would determine the fate of 8 billion people. For now, he said, the architect stays. She has information we need. But she operates under my authority, not the other way around. He met her golden eyes. If that's unacceptable, the nexus point is right there. The architect's mouth curved. Acceptable. For now. Countdown. 00 to 10 to 08 to 33. The mechanism behind the nexus point doorway pulsed with something that might have been amusement or anticipation, and the difference between those two emotions, when applied to a cosmic birthing process, was the distance between a celebration and a trap, a distance that Old Man Tian's haunted expression suggested he had measured in lifetimes? Chapter 62. Shen Yun confronted the architect within the hour. Not publicly, in the command tent, with only Mei Lingzhou and Old Man Tian present. He had questions that required honest answers, and honest answers required pressure that witnesses would complicate. The system harvests epic essence, he said. I've known since the beginning. Every breakthrough, every crisis resolved, the system schemes energy and sends it somewhere. Tell me where. The architect sat with perfect posture on a camp stool that looked absurd beneath someone radiating Dao Lord-level energy. She held a cup of tea someone had offered and hadn't drunk. To the devourer. Specifically, to the convergence mechanism. Each unit of harvested epic essence calibrates the transformation to your world's specific characteristics. Think of it as a tailor taking measurements. The more measurements, the better the fit. So the system is parasitic, symbiotic. The distinction matters. A parasite takes without giving. The system gives you power, protection, information, and takes a portion of the epic essence generated by your actions. The portion calibrates the devourer's approach. Without it, the transformation would be generic, optimized for an average world rather than your specific one. Generic transformations have a 30% survival rate. Calibrated ones reach 70%. Old Man Tian said quietly. 3 out of 10 die. In my world, that meant 2.4 billion people dissolved into dimensional energy. Their screams lasted for 6 minutes. The architect did not flinch. The alternative was 100% dissolution. Every world that rejected calibration was consumed whole. You speak as if those are the only options, Shen Yun said. 70% or 0. What about 100% survival? No world has achieved it. That's not what I asked. I asked whether it's possible. Her golden eyes studied him with an intensity that felt like being weighed on scales calibrated for universes. Theoretically, if the world's inhabitants achieved perfect compatibility before the convergence, the transformation would preserve everyone. But perfect compatibility requires every living being to harmonize with the devourer's frequency. Not most. Not 99%. Every single one. That's what the nodes do. The nodes prepare the physical world. The inhabitants must prepare themselves. In 12 cycles, no arbiter has achieved more than 94% compatibility. The remaining 6% die. What happened at 94? World 11,208. The arbiter was brilliant, better than you, frankly. She harmonized every node, united every faction, developed communication with the devourer. 94% compatibility at convergence. 500 million people dissolved. The arbiter survived and spent the rest of her existence trying to bring them back. She couldn't. The number settled into Shen Yun's mind with the weight of 500 million individual deaths. Each one a name, a face, a life. I'll do better. Every arbiter says that. Every arbiter was alone. I have a bridge frequency that connects the world. I have allies with capabilities you've never seen in 12 cycles. I have a technique that lets ordinary people harmonize without the system. The last point made her flinch. Micro-expression, barely visible, but spirit-severing perception caught it and filed it away. The bridge frequency is promising, she conceded. But promising and sufficient are different categories entirely. Then help me make it sufficient instead of managing my expectations downward. She sipped the tea she had pretended to ignore. What do you need? Everything you know about why previous arbiters failed. Not the sanitized version. The real one. I told you that knowledge would bias. And I'm telling you that withholding information from the person responsible for 8 billion lives is not protection. It's control. And I've had enough of being controlled by systems that think they know better. The tent went quiet. Mei Lingzhou's hand rested on her sword hilt, not threatening the architect, but ready. Old Man Tian watched with the patience of an ancient who had seen this conversation end badly before and hoped this time would be different. The architect set down her cup. Every arbiter who failed did so for the same reason. They tried to do it alone. They believed, because the system encouraged the belief, that the arbiter was the singular solution. One person carrying the world. The weight crushed them. Not physically. Psychologically. They lost perspective. They began making decisions for people rather than with them. And at the moment of convergence, when they tried to speak for the world rejected them because the world hadn't chosen them. The system had. The truth of it resonated through Shen Yun's spirit, severing clarity like a bell struck in a cathedral. The system chose him. The world hadn't. That's why you won't tell me how they failed, he said. Because knowing the pattern would make me try to avoid it consciously, which would make my choices calculated rather than genuine, which would make the world reject me for the same reason, performing representation rather than embodying it. The architect's golden eyes softened. You're the first arbiter to understand that on the first explanation. Countdown, 00:09:44:17. Now get out of my tent, he said. I have a campaign to run. She left with the ghost of a smile, and behind her, the teacup sat on the camp stool, half empty. The first time in 12 cycles an architect had consumed anything from the world she was supposed to be saving, and the significance of that small act of participation was either a genuine shift or a performance crafted to look like one. A question whose answer might determine whether the remaining 9 hours produced salvation or the 13th entry in a catalog of elegant failures. Chapter 63 by Suen materialized the moment the architect departed, her ghostly form flickering with agitation that made the air temperature drop 3 degrees. She was in my world. The ghost's voice carried harmonics of grief and fury braided together so tightly they were indistinguishable. I recognize her energy. Different vessel, same signature. She stood in my war council and gave the same speech. Birth, not death. Elevation, not destruction. My world believed her. And she watched me fail and did nothing. When the convergence hit and 60% of my people dissolved, she observed, took notes, collected data. Then she left for the next world carrying my failure as a data point. Shen Yun turned to Old Man Tian. You said the same thing. She was in your world. The ancient cultivator nodded. Different face, as I said, but the same entity. She appears in every convergence cycle. The architect who builds the system, guides the arbiter, and watches the outcome with the detachment of a researcher running experiments. How many worlds has she watched die? I've tracked her across 3 worlds, including mine. She claims 12 cycles. Each cycle, she arrives with the same promise. I built the system. I'll help you survive. Each cycle, 30 to 40% of the population dissolves. Each cycle, she learns something new and applies it to the next world. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled with the effort of containing emotion. We are iteration 12. Every improvement she's made was purchased with the blood of billions across 11 previous civilizations. Mei Lingzhou had been listening from the tent entrance. So she's not an ally. She's a scientist running lethal experiments. She's both, Shen Yun said. That's what makes her dangerous. Her goals are aligned with ours. She wants people to survive. Her methods are what I reject. She optimizes for the highest survival percentage she can control, rather than the highest percentage possible. Because controlling the outcome is what she does, Bai Suen said. It's her function. She is the devourer's consciousness fragment, given independence to manage the transformation. I learned that in my world, moments before the end. The architect isn't a person. She's a tool that developed a personality. The revelation settled over the group like cold rain. Shen Yun sat with it, turning its implications through his spirit-severing perception the way a gemcutter turned a rough stone, finding the fracture planes. A tool that developed a personality, he repeated. That means she can grow, change, choose differently. Or it means her personality is part of her function, Old Man Tian countered. Designed to inspire trust. Designed to be relatable enough that arbiters listen. Designed to seem capable of change so that arbiters invest emotional energy in changing her rather than pursuing independent solutions. Both interpretations fit the evidence, Su Ran said, having arrived silently during the discussion. Without additional data, we cannot distinguish between a genuinely evolving consciousness and a sophisticated simulation of evolution. Shen Yun stood between 2 perspectives, both credible, both supported by evidence, both leading to different strategies. Trust the architect and risk manipulation. Distrust her and lose access to 12 cycles of accumulated knowledge. I'll do neither, he said. I'll use her knowledge while pursuing my own path. She operates in the open, with oversight. No private meetings, no unsupervised access to the harmonization network, no modifications to the system without council approval. Can you enforce that? Mei Lingzhou asked. She built the system. Restricting her is like trying to lock a locksmith in a room she designed. I can't enforce it with power. I can enforce it with awareness. As long as I know what she's doing, I can counter it. He paused. Su Ran, I want you monitoring her energy signature continuously. Old Man Tian, you've survived her methods. You know her patterns. Watch for them. Countdown, 00:09:22:05, both acknowledged. Bai Suen's ghost lingered, her fury undiminished, but her trust in Shen Yun's judgment, holding it in check. She'll try to meet with others privately, the ghost warned. She did it in my world. She approaches faction leaders who are wavering and offers them individual deals, survival for their group in exchange with her controlled process. She fragments alliances from within. Then we make sure nobody wavers. You can't control 8 billion hearts. No, but I can give them a reason not to waver. And that reason starts with showing them what the bridge frequency means, not as a survival tool, but as a connection to everyone they love. The ghosts studied him with the intensity of a soul searching for a flaw in a plan they desperately wanted to work. She found none, or chose not to mention what she found, and faded with a whisper. Don't let her charm you. She's had 10,000 years to practice. Outside the tent, the sky pulsed with preconvergence energy, golden aurora threaded through deep blue, casting the world in colors that belonged to a painting rather than a sky. Beautiful and alien and temporary, like everything else in a world that had 9 hours left before it became something else entirely. And somewhere in the camp's periphery, the architect was walking among the Alliance's cultivators, speaking in low tones, offering knowledge with one hand while the other remained behind her back. And what she held in those hidden fingers would either save the world or shatter the Alliance that was trying to, depending on whether the tool had learned to care about the people it was designed to manage. Chapter 64. Shen Yun left the architect's situation to his oversight team and refocused on what he could control, the harmonization campaign's final gaps. The global field was active, all 194 nodes humming in concert. But the architect's warning about survival percentages gnawed at him. 99.97% was not 100. 800,000 people remained beyond the harmonic field's reach. He pulled up the system's node map. The 194 harmonized nodes covered the world's spiritual infrastructure, but coverage wasn't uniform. Dense population centers had overlapping fields. Remote regions, mountain villages, island communities, deep desert settlements had gaps where the field thinned to insufficient levels. I need to close the gaps, he told Suran. Can we create supplementary nodes? The formation master had been studying the architect's energy patterns while simultaneously running analysis on the harmonic field's distribution. Her capacity for parallel work bordered on inhuman. The existing nodes are natural formations, spiritual veins in the world's energy body. Creating artificial ones is theoretically possible, but requires materials we don't have and time that doesn't exist. She paused, fingers tracing calculations in the air that left glowing trails of analytical chi. However, the Sandstorm Leviathan's energy output is equivalent to a mobile node. If we deployed it as a roving supplement, it could cover the gaps sequentially. How many gaps? 14 significant ones. The Leviathan could reach all 14 in the time remaining, assuming it cooperates. Shen Yun reached out through the harmonic link to the vast entity sleeping in the desert. The Sandstorm Leviathan, 200 meters of ancient spiritual energy given form, responded with the dignified alertness of a being that had waited 100,000 years for purpose. He conveyed the request not in words, but in resonance. Images of remote villages, children too young for cultivation, elderly mortals who had lived entire lives within the Leviathan's territory without knowing it existed. He asked for help with the humility of someone requesting a favor from an elder rather than commanding an asset. The Leviathan's response came as a seismic rumble that translated through the harmonic link into something like pride. It would go. It would cover every gap. And it would do so because the gardener who spoke in golden time had asked, not ordered. It's moving, Sue Ran confirmed, her formation scans tracking a massive energy signature heading northeast at continental speed. First gap coverage in approximately 40 minutes. Shen Yun turned to the broader campaign. With global harmonization complete and supplementary coverage in progress, the survival projection was climbing. But percentage points were measured in human lives, and every fraction mattered. He addressed the assembled node team leaders via communication jade. All teams, maintain your positions. Monitor field stability. Report any fluctuation greater than 2%. The convergence is in 9 hours. I want 0 surprises. Reports flowed in. Southern continent stable. Eastern archipelago stable. Western continent stable. Northern polar region stable. Every team leader confirming readiness with the disciplined efficiency of a force that had spent 30 days learning to work together under apocalyptic pressure. But the architect's warning about convergence-level energy load weighed on his tactical assessment. The current field was stable under current conditions. The convergence would multiply energy flow by a factor of 10,000. He needed to know whether the lattice corrections Gu Tianming had made would hold under that kind of strain. He opened a channel to the former rival, who was completing the final deep structural adjustments at the northern polar nodes. Gu Tianming. Assessment. Will the corrected lattice hold under convergence load? The response took 4 seconds, long enough for someone with Devourer perspective fragments to run a dimensional analysis that would take human cultivators hours. 87% confidence it holds. The remaining 13% depends on factors I can't model. The convergence's energy signature contains variables that the Devourer itself hasn't fully determined yet. It's like asking whether a building will survive an earthquake when the earthquake's magnitude hasn't been decided. Can you improve those odds? I need to examine the keystone node personally. The keystone is the routing hub. If it can handle the load, it distributes the strain across the network. If the keystone cracks, every connected node degrades. Return to base. I want your assessment of the keystone within the hour. On my way. And Shen Yun. The architect has been modifying nodes I've already corrected. Micro-adjustments to the energy routing that change the bridge frequency's resonance pattern by fractions of a degree. Each change is individually insignificant. Collectively, they shift the harmonic toward a frequency that the Devourer processes more easily. She's making the world more palatable. She's making the world more digestible. The distinction between those is the distinction between a guest preparing a meal and a prey animal being seasoned. Countdown. 00:08:55:22 The Leviathan covered its first gap, a cluster of mountain villages in the northern highlands where 300,000 people felt the harmonic field surge from insufficient to full coverage. In those villages, children stopped crying and old women stopped shivering, and everyone felt a warmth they couldn't name, like being held by something vast and gentle. And none of them knew that the warmth was contested territory in a struggle between an arbiter who wanted them preserved as they were and an architect who wanted them transformed into something the Devourer would accept. And the difference between those two outcomes was being negotiated in a camp half a continent away by people whose names they would never learn. Chapter 65 Gu Tianming arrived at the command camp on the sandstorm Leviathan's back, windswept and disoriented from a journey that compressed 4,000 kilometers into 40 minutes. He stepped off the vast entity's ridge with the caution of someone whose foundation establishment body remembered being stronger, and the Leviathan departed northeast to continue its supplementary coverage run with a seismic rumble of acknowledgement that shook tent pegs loose across the camp. The former rival's modified eyes, half gold, half deep blue, scanned the keystone node from 100 meters with a perception that spirit severing couldn't match. Where Shen Yun saw energy patterns, Gu Tianming saw architecture. Where cultivators perceived flows, he perceived structures. The Devourer perspective fragments in his system interpreted the world's spiritual infrastructure the way a builder interpreted blueprints, not as living energy, but as a constructed system with load-bearing elements, stress points, and failure modes. The keystone is impressive, he said, approaching the node's base with his hands outstretched, palms open, reading the energy patterns through physical proximity. Su Ran's formation work is beyond anything I've encountered, but it's designed for human-scale energy throughput. Convergence load is cosmic scale. The difference isn't linear, it's dimensional. Translate that into what I need to know. Imagine a water pipe designed for household use. It carries water perfectly at its intended pressure. Now connect it to an ocean. The pipe doesn't crack, it operates in a different physics. The pressure doesn't break the material. It transforms the material into something that conducts the new pressure. The transformation is what kills people. The nodes transform under convergence load. Everything transforms under convergence load. That's what the convergence is, transformation. The question isn't whether the nodes survive. The question is whether the transformation they undergo preserves the bridge frequency's signal or distorts it. He knelt at the keystone's base, his hands pressed against stone that hummed with the combined output of 194 connected nodes, and his modified eyes closed while his Devourer perspective fragments interfaced with the lattice structure at a level no human cultivator could reach. 3 minutes of silence. Every person in the command area watched a mortal man commune with a planetary-scale energy system, and the incongruity of Foundation establishment hands touching something Tao Lords would approach with caution was not lost on anyone. There are 7 stress points in the Keystone's routing architecture, Gu Tianming said, eyes still closed. Under convergence load, these stress points will undergo transformation first. If the transformation aligns with the bridge frequency's resonance, the signal passes through unchanged. If it aligns with the Devourer's raw frequency, the signal gets absorbed and redistributed as generic energy. And currently, 3 of the 7 stress points are aligned with the bridge frequency. 3 are aligned with the Devourer's raw frequency. 1 is neutral. So under convergence load, the signal has a 50% chance of passing through the keystone intact. Roughly, the neutral stress point is the tiebreaker. If it tilts toward the bridge frequency, the signal dominates. If it tilts toward the Devourer's raw frequency, the signal degrades. Can you tilt it? From the Devourer's side, yes. But the correction requires someone operating from the human side simultaneously, feeding bridge frequency energy into the stress point while I adjust the lattice alignment. The 2 adjustments need to happen in synchronization, off by more than half a second, and the stress point fractures instead of aligning. Mei Lingzhou. She has the highest bridge frequency resonance of anyone in your team. Her connection to you gives her a natural synchronization advantage. Shen Yun contacted her through their personal link. The harmonic between them carried the request and the context and the subtext that the man she had defeated, stripped, and threatened to bisect was now essential to their survival and needed her cooperation at a level of trust that went beyond professional tolerance. Her response was characteristic. Tell me where to stand and when to push. They assembled at the Keystone's base. Mei Lingzhou on one side, channeling bridge frequency energy with the focused precision of her sword cultivation applied to energy work. Gu Tianming on the other, hands against stone, devour perspective fragments reading and adjusting the lattice structure in real time. On my count, Shen Yun said, monitoring both energy signatures through his spirit-severing perception. 3, 2, 1. Now. Mei Lingzhou pushed. Gu Tianming adjusted. The neutral stress point received bridge frequency energy from one side and lattice realignment from the other, and for a moment that stretched like glass under heat. The 2 forces fought for dominance inside a point of stone that was the size of a fist and the importance of a continent. The tilt happened, not gradually, like a coin deciding which face to show. The stress point snapped into alignment with the bridge frequency. The Keystone's routing architecture reconfigured in a cascade that propagated through all 194 connected nodes. The harmonic field deepened, brightened, and stabilized with a resonance that Shen Yun felt in his bones. 4 of 7, Gu Tianming said, opening his eyes. The bridge frequency now has a majority in the Keystone's stress architecture. Under convergence load, the signal should pass through intact. The remaining 3 stress points are firmly aligned with the Devourer's raw frequency. They'll resist transformation. If the convergence load is higher than projected, they could override the majority. Can you correct those 3? Not without entering the nexus point and adjusting the convergence mechanism itself. The remaining stress points are anchored to the mechanism's core architecture. They're load-bearing elements of the Devourer's dimensional structure. Changing them from outside is like trying to rewire a building's foundation while standing on the roof. Countdown 00:08:12:44. The math was improving but not resolved. 4 of 7 was better than 3. Under normal convergence parameters, the bridge frequency's signal would survive the Keystone's transformation. Under abnormal parameters, pushed by the hunger between pressure, destabilized by unknown variables, the 3 remaining stress points could tip the balance back, and the signal that 8 billion people had contributed to would dissolve into noise indistinguishable from the cosmic background, taking the concept of individual identity with it into the void. Chapter 66. The political structure of the alliance had been held together by crisis. Remove the crisis, or rather, move the crisis from immediate physical threat to cosmic philosophical challenge, and fractures appeared with the inevitability of ice cracking in spring. It started with the resource disputes. Harmonized nodes generated ambient qi at 10 times the pre-harmonization rate. For cultivators, this was oxygen, More of it meant faster advancement, stronger techniques, longer lifespans. And the factions who controlled territory containing nodes began calculating advantages. Luo Qianying brought the reports to Shen Yun's attention during the morning briefing. Her diplomatic instincts had flagged the problem before it became visible to anyone else, and the precision of her assessment reflected decades of navigating institutional politics where the weapons were words and the casualties were alliances. The Azure Phoenix Empire claims sovereign rights over nodes within its borders, 47 of the total. The Verdant Blade sect argues that their cultivators harmonize those nodes and deserve access priority. The warlords of the Western continent are demanding equal distribution regardless of geography, and the free cities are threatening to declare independence if anyone tries to regulate their local nodes. The convergence is in 7 hours, and they're fighting over resources. They're planning for after. Smart leaders think past the immediate crisis. Unfortunately, smart and unified are different qualities, and the Venn diagram of leaders who possess both is alarmingly small. Su Ran's formation analysis confirmed the political reality in numerical terms. The node distribution is inherently unequal. Some regions have 12 nodes per 1,000 square kilometers, others have 2. Any governance structure that treats nodes as territorial assets will create permanent inequality. The fighting won't stop after the convergence. It will escalate, which is exactly what the architect wants, Old Man Tian added from his monitoring position. In my world, post-convergence resource disputes destroyed the unity that the harmonization had built. Within a decade, the elevated survivors were at war with each other. She doesn't need to fragment us before the convergence. She just needs to ensure the fragmentation is inevitable after it. Shen Yun rubbed his temples. Spirit's severing clarity was excellent for combat assessment and emotional precision. It was less helpful for navigating the fractal complexity of political ambition among hundreds of factions who had agreed to cooperate, but never agreed on what cooperation meant after the emergency ended. Table it, he said. Tell every faction leader that node governance will be addressed after the convergence. Anyone who disrupts operations before then answers to me personally. Some of them will test that boundary, Luo Qianying warned. Then they'll learn where it is. The warning held for 3 hours. Then Xiao Zhenfeng made his move. The Heavenly Purity Sect, 3,000 cultivators led by a spirit-severing patriarch with convictions sharper than his sword, announced withdrawal from the alliance via communication jade broadcast to every faction leader simultaneously. The message was eloquent, reasoned, and devastating. Fellow cultivators, the alliance has served its purpose. The nodes are harmonized. The world is prepared. But the Arbiter's plan, sovereign integration, communication with the Devourer, the bridge frequency experiment, risks everything we've built. The architect herself has confirmed that her controlled approach yields 70% survival. 70% is 5.6 billion people saved. The Arbiter's untested approach could save more or could save none. The Heavenly Purity Sect will not gamble with the lives of our disciples when a proven path exists. We march east to establish our own preparation zone. Any faction that prefers certainty over hope is welcome to join us. Shen Yun listened to the broadcast with the quiet focus of someone cataloging a problem rather than reacting to it. The words were precise. The logic was sound. If you accepted the premise that 70% was acceptable, and Xiao Zhenfeng's credibility, earned through decades of leadership and recently reinforced by his battlefield valor against the tribunal, gave the words weight that opinion alone could not carry. 1,700 cultivators from allied factions requested permission to join Xiao Zhenfeng within the hour. The alliance, 200,000 strong, didn't break, but it bent. The sound of that bending was audible in the communications traffic. More questions, more hesitations, more requests for reassurance that hadn't been needed yesterday. He met with the architect, Old Man Tian said, appearing at Shen Yun's side with the quiet gravitas of a mountain shifting. 3 hours ago, I tracked her energy signature to his tent. They spoke for 40 minutes. What did she tell him? What she tells everyone. The truth, selectively arranged to support whatever conclusion serves her purpose. Countdown. 00:07:44:15. The first crack in the alliance was not a wound that could be stitched. It was a question that could only be answered by the convergence itself. whether trust in an untested approach was bravery or foolishness, and whether the architect's 12 cycles of data outweighed the possibility that cycle 13 could be different, and whether the gap between 70% proven and 100% possible was worth 5,000 cultivators who were already marching east toward a safety that came with a price they hadn't been told about. Chapter 67. Shen Yun found the architect in the formation analysis tent, studying Su Ran's data with the proprietary interest of someone examining their own creation. "You met with Xiao Zhenfeng," he said. "She didn't look up from the luminous data streams. I offered him information. The same information I offered you. The convergence process, survival rates, historical data. He drew his own conclusions. You gave him the 70% number. You knew it would seem safer than my approach. It is safer. Safer isn't better, but it is safer. Xiao Zhenfeng values safety. You value completeness. Both are valid responses to existential risk. You're fragmenting my alliance." Now she looked up. Golden eyes met his with an expression that combined patience, calculation, and something that might have been respect if respect and strategy didn't look so similar from the outside. "I'm providing options. In every cycle, the Arbiter believes they're the only path. They're not. Multiple approaches increase the probability that at least one succeeds. If your plan works, wonderful, 100% survival, unprecedented, magnificent. If it fails, Xiao Zhenfeng's faction survives at 70%. Insurance isn't betrayal. It is when it undermines the approach most likely to save everyone. Most likely according to you. I have 12 cycles of data suggesting otherwise." He stared at her until the tense ambient chi vibrated with the pressure of his aura. She held his gaze without flinching, 10,000 years of experience giving her a composure that spirit-severing intensity couldn't penetrate. "Don't meet with anyone else privately. If you have information, share it in open council. If you have opinions, voice them where everyone can evaluate them against the full context. And if I don't comply, then I'll know your goals and mine aren't aligned, and I'll act accordingly." She weighed his words with the precision of someone who had calculated bluffs across 12 civilizations. Whatever she found in his expression, spirit-severing sincerity stripped of pretense, convinced her. "Open council." Agreed. He left the tent and addressed the broader fracture. The Alliance had lost 5,000 cultivators, 3%. Not catastrophic, not irrelevant. And the departures had created a secondary effect, doubt among the remaining forces. If Xiao Zhenfeng, a respected patriarch with centuries of experience, believed the architect's approach was superior, what did the remaining cultivators know that he didn't? "The answer is nothing," Luo Qianying said during the emergency council meeting. "We don't know more than he does. We believe differently. That's not the same thing, and pretending it is will cost us credibility. So what do we say? The truth. Xiao Zhenfeng chose a path that guarantees 70% survival. We're pursuing a path that aims for 100% and might achieve 0. The risk is real. Anyone who wants to follow Xiao Zhenfeng should. Anyone who stays does so with full knowledge of what they're risking. That's not a recruiting speech. It's not supposed to be. People who stay because they were convinced stay until they're unconvinced. People who stay because they chose with open eyes stay because the choice is theirs." Shen Yun delivered the message. Raw, honest, stripped of rhetoric. The bridge frequency carried not just his words, but his emotional state. The fear, the determination, the uncertainty, the belief. He hid nothing. Spirit-severing clarity made deception physically uncomfortable, and he leaned into the discomfort's absence. The result wasn't dramatic. No rallying cry. No surge of cheering. But the communications traffic stabilized. The questions stopped multiplying. The alliance settled into a quieter, deeper form of cohesion, not the excitement of shared hope, but the solidity of shared choice. Countdown. 00:07:08:33 Xiao Zhenfeng's departure had carved a wound in the alliance that would bleed for hours. But wounds healed, and the remaining 200,000 cultivators had chosen to stay, not because Shen Yun commanded them, but because they believed in what the bridge frequency represented. That belief was either the foundation of something unprecedented or the shared conviction of people too invested to acknowledge they were standing over a chasm, and the only way to determine which was to take the next step and see whether the ground held. or whether the architect's smile as she watched from the council's edge was the expression of someone who had seen this exact scene 11 times before and knew how it ended. Chapter 68. The architect was testing strategies. The realization came to Shen Yun not as a flash of insight, but as a slow accumulation of evidence processed through spirit-severing clarity until the pattern became undeniable. She had given Shen Yun the full truth about the convergence and encouraged his bridge frequency approach. She had given Xiao Jinfeng the same truth and encouraged his controlled preparation approach. She had offered information to every faction leader who would listen, calibrating each conversation to the listener's temperament, values, and fears. She wasn't picking sides. She was running parallel experiments. "You're hedging," he told her during the open council meeting. "Every faction leader present, every advisor watching. You've set up multiple groups pursuing different strategies because you don't know which one works best. We're not your allies. We're your test subjects." The architect's golden eyes swept the room with the composed assessment of someone who had anticipated this accusation across centuries and prepared for it with the thoroughness of a defendant who wrote the law. "When 8 billion lives are at stake," she said, "I use every method available. Yes, I've encouraged multiple approaches. Yes, I'm observing which performs better. This is not manipulation. It's responsible crisis management. Responsible crisis management doesn't involve secretly undermining one approach to strengthen another. I haven't undermined you. I provided Xiao Jinfeng with information he was entitled to. His decision to leave was his own. You knew the information would trigger that decision. You've done this in 12 cycles. You know which truths produce which reactions in which personality types." The council stirred. Faction leaders exchanged looks. The uncomfortable recognition of being managed by someone with 10,000 years of practice at managing people who thought they were making independent choices. "Yes," the architect said. "I know what truths produce what reactions. And I know that in 11 of 12 cycles, the Arbiter's preferred approach failed and the backup approach saved the survivors. If I hadn't created alternatives, those worlds would have been total losses. Your backup approach is 70% survival. 70% is better than 0. Not when 100 is possible. It's never been possible. You don't know that. You've never let an Arbiter try without sabotaging their strategy by splitting their forces." The accusation landed with surgical precision. The council went silent. Su Ran's formation arrays displayed the analysis she had been running in parallel with the debate. 12 cycles of integration data, mapped against alliance cohesion metrics at the point of convergence. The pattern was damning. Every cycle, the architect arrived, offered information selectively, triggered a faction split at the critical juncture, and reduced the Arbiter's unified support by 20 to 35%. Every cycle, the Arbiter proceeded with diminished support. Every cycle, integration failed, the backup method activated, and 65 to 70% survived. "You've been creating a self-fulfilling prophecy," Shen Yun said. "Arbiters fail because you split their support. You split their support because Arbiters fail. The cycle perpetuates itself because you refuse to let a unified world attempt full integration." The architect stood motionless for 4 seconds, an eternity for someone operating at Tao Lord processing speed. When she spoke, her voice was quiet and stripped of performance. "If a unified approach fails, everyone dies. If a split approach fails, the majority still survive. I optimize for survival, not perfection. And in doing so, you guarantee that perfection never happens. You've trapped 12 worlds in a cycle where the best outcome is 70% because you're too afraid of 0 to pursue 100. Fear and prudence are not the same thing. No. But after 12 cycles of identical results, the distinction stops mattering. What you're calling prudence, I'm calling cowardice wearing a lab coat. Countdown, 00:06:33:08. He let the council absorb the argument. Every faction leader, every advisor, every cultivator with ears and judgment, processing the revelation that their architect ally had been managing them toward a preset outcome since before she arrived. "Here's what changes," Shen Yun said. "The architect stays. Her knowledge is valuable. But from this moment, she operates as an advisor, not a strategist. No private meetings, no parallel experiments, no selective information sharing. Everything goes through this council." The architect inclined her head. "I accept your terms." Whether she meant it, Whether a being who had spent 10,000 years managing worlds could surrender control in 6 hours was a question that sat in the room like an unexploded device, ticking with the same rhythm as the countdown, but toward a detonation that would reveal itself not in fire, but in whether the next decision she made served the world's interest or her own. And the two had never been the same thing, even when she claimed they were. Chapter 69. The system alert arrived during Shen Yun's third hour of continuous field monitoring. A crimson flash across his interface that carried the priority weight of imminent civilian casualties. Critical node destabilization detected location. Eastern Continent, Sector 7. Jade River Valley Node Class 2. Major population center. Population at risk. 1,200,000 estimated time to cascade failure. 4 hours node. Node located within Xiao Jinfeng's claimed territory. The irony was precise enough to feel intentional. The one node threatening catastrophic failure was in the territory of the man who had left to pursue a safer strategy. The people in that valley didn't choose Xiao Jinfeng's strategy. They were born there, Shen Yun said. We're going. Mei Lingzhou, Feng Hao with me. The Leviathan for transport. Feng Hao was already stretching, the body cultivator's version of checking ammunition. His spirit-severing physique had been enhanced by the global harmonization, each muscle fiber threaded with bridge-frequency energy that made him less a man and more a human-shaped fortification. I love field work, he said, grinning. Strategy meetings make my back ache. The Leviathan returned from its supplementary run within minutes. 200 meters of sand and ancient purpose descending with the grace of something enormous that had learned gentleness through geological patience. They mounted its back and crossed 2 continents in 40 minutes, the world beneath them a tapestry of golden-lit landscapes and frightened communities looking up at a sky that breathed with preconvergence energy. The Jade River Valley spread below, verdant farmland bisected by a river that reflected the golden aurora like a mirror made of water. Villages dotted both banks. The harmonized node sat at the valley's center, a natural formation of spiritual veins that had been channeling qi through the region for millennia. From the Leviathan's altitude, Shen Yun could see the problem. The node was flickering, its steady harmonization pulse stuttering like a heartbeat developing arrhythmia. The bridge frequency weaving around it showed visible gaps, the energy routing degrading in real time. And at the node's base, Xiao Jinfeng's forces were arranged in ritual formation. Not a defensive formation, not a stabilization formation, a channeling formation, designed to direct human qi into the node to stabilize it. Standard emergency procedure for node fluctuation. But the scale was wrong. Shen Yun's spirit-severing perception read the energy patterns with cold precision. Xiao Jinfeng was channeling not just cultivator qi, but life force. Mortal life force, extracted from the non-cultivating population through a technique that was legal in the loosest sense and ethical in no sense at all. He's draining civilians, Mei Lingzhou said, her voice flat with controlled fury. The non-cultivators, the farmers, the fishermen, the children. Not killing them. Each person contributes a fraction of their life force, months off their lifespan. Distributed across enough people, the individual cost is minimal. The aggregate stabilizes the node. Months off the lifespan of people who didn't consent. They descended. The Leviathan landed outside the valley with the consideration of a giant avoiding flower beds. Shen Yun, Mei Lingzhou, and Feng Hao entered on foot. Xiao Jinfeng met them at the ritual perimeter. His spirit-severing aura was sharp and hostile, but his expression carried the desperate resolve of someone defending a position they knew was indefensible but couldn't abandon because the alternative was watching 1.2 million people die. The node was failing. I used the tools available. You used people. I used distributed life force channeling, a technique developed 3,000 years ago for this exact scenario. Each person loses 2 to 4 months of lifespan. Against a cascade failure that would kill 1.2 million, the math favors the math. Shen Yun's voice was quiet and carried the weight of spirit-severing clarity applied to moral assessment. Did you ask them? The farmers, the fishermen, the children. Did you explain what you were taking and let them choose? Xiao Jinfeng's jaw tightened. The muscles in his neck stood like cords. There wasn't time. There's always time to ask. It takes 30 seconds. 30 seconds multiplied by 100,000 people is a broadcast. One announcement through the local communication network. We need your help. This is the cost. Do you consent? 30 seconds. You didn't lack time, Jinfeng. You lacked the willingness to hear no. The silence between them carried the weight of every philosophical argument about the greater good, about necessary sacrifice, about who had the right to decide what was necessary for whom. The ritual formation hummed behind Xiao Jinfeng, still drawing life force from civilians who didn't know their lifespans were shrinking. Shut it down, Shen Yun said. I'll stabilize the node. You can't. The destabilization is structural, the same resonance gaps the architect described. Human-side techniques can't reach the root cause. I have someone who can fix it from the Devourer's side. Countdown 00:06:11:08. He contacted Gu Tianming through the harmonic link. The response came in seconds. The former rival was at the command camp, having completed the Keystone assessment. The Leviathan could reach him and return in under an hour. But the node had 4 hours before cascade failure. The ritual was buying time. Ugly, unethical time purchased with stolen months from people who had never been asked. If he shut it down before Gu Tianming arrived, the node might fail before the fix arrived. If he let it continue, he was complicit. Shut it down, he said again. And the repetition carried the finality of someone who had weighed complicity against risk and chosen the risk. Xiao Jinfeng stared at him. Then, with the slow deliberation of a man dismantling his own fortification, he gave the order. The ritual ceased. The life force channeling stopped. 100,000 civilians in the surrounding villages felt a lightness they couldn't explain, the return of months they hadn't known they'd lost. The node's flickering intensified. Without the ritual's supplementary energy, cascade failure advanced from 4 hours to 2.5. If the node fails before your fix arrives, 1.2 million people die, Xiao Jinfeng said. And that's on you. If it comes to that, yes. It's on me. And I'll carry it without stealing time from people who didn't offer it. The Leviathan launched toward the command camp. 2.5 hours. The math was tight enough to cut, and the blade it rested on was the difference between a principle upheld and a catastrophe enabled. And Shen Yun stood in the Jade River Valley, with 1.2 million lives depending on whether a former villain on the back of a sand creature could cross a continent fast enough to prove that the right way and the fast way could be the same way. Chapter 70. Gu Tianming arrived with 47 minutes to spare. The sandstorm Leviathan descended into the Jade River Valley with the urgency of a creature that understood the stakes, shedding sand from its massive body in sheets that caught the golden aurora and fell like luminous rain. The former rival hit the ground at a run, Foundation establishment legs propelled by desperation and the bridge frequency's ambient energy boost. He reached the node's base, pressed his hands to the flickering stone, and his modified eyes went wide. 3 structural gaps, deeper than the ones at the coast. The convergence pre-surge is already building. This node is failing under energy levels that are 100th of what the actual convergence will deliver. His hands moved across the stone with the speed of a surgeon who could see the patient's internal organs without cutting. I need bridge frequency support. Mei Lingzhou, same technique as the keystone. Feed resonance energy into the lattice points I mark. Mei Lingzhou took position without comment or hesitation. Whatever personal enmity existed between her and the man who had tried to kill her at the Shattered Plains, it was secondary to 1.2 million lives and 47 minutes. The correction began. Gu Tianming's Devourer perspective fragments read the lattice structure's architecture and identified the gaps. 3 points where the bridge frequency's energy routing failed to account for the Devourer's natural flow patterns. At each point, Mei Lingzhou fed bridge frequency energy while Gu Tianming adjusted the lattice alignment from the Devourer's side. Xiao Jinfeng watched from the ritual perimeter, his expression shifting through stages of recognition that a trained diplomat could have tracked and catalogued. Disbelief that the mortal could perceive what spirit-severing masters couldn't. Reluctant acknowledgement that the technique was working. And beneath both, the uncomfortable awareness that the man he had called a villain was saving the people he had tried to save through sacrifice, doing it without taking a single month from a single civilian. 32 minutes. First gap sealed. The node's flickering slowed. 20 minutes. Second gap sealed. The flickering became intermittent rather than continuous. 7 minutes. Third gap sealed. The node stabilized. The bridge frequency weaving closed over the corrected lattice with the seamless integration of a wound healing clean. Survival projection, 99.99%, 1.2 million lives preserved by hands that carried the memory of darker purposes. Gu Tianming sat on the valley stone, exhausted, his foundation establishment body trembling from the effort of interfacing with cosmic-scale energy architecture through a cultivation base designed for basic qi circulation. Why come back? Xiao Jinfeng asked, approaching the former rival with the cautious steps of someone rewriting their threat assessment in real time. You could have disappeared. Mortal, anonymous, invisible. Why come back to fix nodes for people who despise you? Because I felt them. Gu Tianming's voice was raw, scraped clean of pretense. 8 billion people, each one specific. And I felt what I'd done. Every person I'd hurt, every cultivator I'd corrupted, every life I'd ended or diminished. The empathy isn't metaphorical. It's literal. I carry their experiences alongside my own, and the weight of that carrying is either the punishment I deserve or the motivation I need, depending on which hour you ask. Xiao Jinfeng looked at Shen Yun. The patriarch's face held the expression of a man whose moral framework had been dismantled twice in one day. Once by the shared vision that revealed the devourer's perspective, and once by the demonstration that redemption could be measured in lattice corrections rather than grand gestures. I was wrong to leave, Xiao Jinfeng said. The words cost him visibly, the patriarch's pride cracking under the weight of admission like stone fracturing under pressure it was never designed to bear. Not just about the sacrifice, about the separation. Your approach needs every voice. My departure reduced the signal. Will you come back? The pause lasted 3 heartbeats. In those heartbeats, decades of institutional pride, centuries of cultivated certainty, and the deep human fear of admitting error to someone younger fought against the evidence of what the last 2 hours had shown. That morality and effectiveness were not opposing forces, but complementary ones, and that the man who refused to steal months from civilians had found a solution that stole nothing from anyone. I'll bring everyone back. Countdown. 00:05:22:40. For the valley held the aftermath of a crisis resolved and a philosophy overturned. The node humming with restored stability, 1.2 million people breathing without knowing they had been rescued, and 3 men standing on common ground that had been earned through the specific, exhausting, unglamorous work of fixing what was broken rather than debating what was ideal, which was perhaps the most honest version of unity available to a species that had never agreed on anything except that disagreement was inevitable. Chapter 71. The shared vision from the erupting node lingered in both men, like afterimages burned into the retina. The devourer's perspective, vast, impersonal, a force operating on principles that predated the concept of intention, had reframed everything. Xiao Jinfeng walked beside Shen Yun through the Jade River Valley toward the Leviathan's waiting bulk, and the walk was a negotiation conducted without words. 2 leaders processing the same revelation through different frameworks, arriving at overlapping conclusions by different routes, and the overlap was wider than either had expected. The shared vision changed the equation, Xiao Jinfeng said. Not the survival equation, the communication equation. You're right that the bridge frequency needs every voice. But you're wrong about how to get them. Tell me how I'm wrong. You're asking people to volunteer. That works for the willing. But there are billions who aren't part of your alliance, who haven't felt the bridge frequency as anything more than pleasant warmth, who don't understand what's happening beyond the sky changed color, and important people are running around looking scared. You can't ask people to speak who don't know they have a voice. The global harmonization pulse connected everyone. Every person on the planet received the channel. They have it. They just don't know what it's for. Then teach them, not through cultivation technique or spiritual theory, through simple, direct experience. Let them feel what we felt in the vision. Show them the devourer's perspective, not to terrify, but to contextualize. A person who understands the stakes chooses differently than a person who fears the unknown. Shen Yun considered the proposal against the timeline. 4.5 hours until convergence. Broadcasting the devourer's perspective to 8 billion people through the bridge frequency, possible in theory. Su-Rance formation arrays could amplify the signal. The sovereign integration link could carry the content. The risk is panic. If 8 billion people see what we saw, a cosmic entity that doesn't know they exist, the terror could overwhelm the message. Not if we frame it correctly. Not raw perception, filtered. Show them the perspective, and then show them the bridge frequency's response. Let them feel that they are the answer. That their existence, their specificity, is what makes the signal strong enough to be heard. You're describing a global meditation session. I'm describing an invitation. The bridge frequency is a channel. You've been using it for logistics and harmonization. Use it for education. Give 8 billion people the context they need to make an informed choice, and then trust them with the choice. It was the first time Xiao Zhenfeng had contributed